The Fool by Raffi. Chapter 1. Bayezid was besieged. Turks, Kurds, gypsies, vagabonds, and more than 20,000 lawless Bashi-bazouks, together with the regular Turkish army, surrounded the half-ruined city. Its fires smoked like a wide-spreading hearth. The houses of the Armenians were deserted. Some of the inhabitants had been put to the sword, and others had been taken captive. Only a small number had escaped in time toward the Persian city of Maku. The citadel of Bayezid remained impregnable. A small number of Russian soldiers, together with the Turkish and Armenian militia, were entrenched there and hopelessly awaited their doom. The fort was surrounded, as if by a ring of iron that was gradually contracting and would inevitably strangle the prisoners. Communication with the outside world was entirely cut off. The siege began on the 6th of June, 1877, and had continued for 23 days. It was at the time when the conquering sword of Russia had suddenly experienced a change of fortune in Armenia. The Mohammedan populace, which had accepted Russian control with such willingness at first, had now rebelled and joined forces with the army of Ismail Pasha. General Tergukasov, the commander of the Russian army's Yerevan division, was then between Zaidakan and Dali Baba and fought gallantly against Mokhtar Pasha, whose troops outnumbered his own, 5-1. He seemed not to have heard about these events at Bayezid, which he had left under the protection of Commander Shtokovich. It was night. The horns of the crescent moon had just disappeared below the horizon, leaving behind dense darkness. One would think that darkness would have been preferable to the defenders, that the moon, the beloved of the universe, had betrayed them with its silver beams. But even the darkness of night failed to interrupt the violent attack of the barbarians. The citadel was dimly outlined upon the crest of the hill, and guns from all sides were fixed upon that point, attacking it furiously. The fort was roaring like a colossal beast assaulted from all sides, battling doggedly against doom and death. It had decided to die, but to die honorably. Nearly 1,000 Russian soldiers and about an equal number of Armenian and Turkish volunteers were up against Ismail Pasha's 20,000. The replies from the fort were infrequent, now for they were saving their ammunition, which was nearly exhausted. Only cannons were occasionally fired toward some of the sources of the enemy attacks. That same night, in one of the shattered buildings of the fort that had served as barracks, and which the Turks had left in ruins after having conquered the Russians, a crowd of men lay on the ground, a worn and fainting multitude, who were driven to desperation by hunger and thirst. "A drop of water. I am parched." Such were the various cries that were heard. "Oh, for a bit of bread. I am dying of hunger." Others cried faintly. These poor people had not eaten or drunk for nearly a week. The siege had begun so unexpectedly that they had not had time to bring sufficient provisions, and now they were obliged to fight against 3 powerful adversaries thirst and famine from within, and enemy fire from without. On the 8th of the month, the besieged had been deprived of hot food. They had slaughtered and eaten the remaining horses. That left the horses barley for the soldiers, which was also soon exhausted. Provisions had become so scarce that each man received only 2 ounces of hardtack biscuit and a spoonful of water each day. The June heat was intense at that time. Their condition could hardly be distinguished from those who were ill. There was no source of water in the fort. Outside, about 300 feet away, there was a spring that the Turks had stopped up. Every night, the defenders attempted to go down after water, but of the 20 or 30 who made the attempt, it was rare for one to return. Bread, water. Again, the despairing cries were heard. But the cannon roared again and again, drowning the cries of the sufferers. This was one of those moments when man loses sympathy for his fellow man. Loses it because he has nothing with which to help him. This is why no one paid heed to the hungry, and no one cared for the thirsty. Each of the besieged was waiting for the final moment when the enemy should pour in upon them like a flood, sword in hand, and each should bravely meet his fate. Within the citadel, entrenched behind the ramparts, some soldiers were standing guard and watched the movements of the enemy from the loopholes. They did not dare to show their heads above the ramparts. From the heights above, the enemy shot at them unsparingly, and the bullets frequently flew near enough to these men to scorch and burn their faces. From here the city could be seen, and it presented a frightful spectacle. It was brightly lit, as if for a big festival, with the surrounding highlands also illuminated. It was a festival of wild beasts, and it was being celebrated by Ottoman soldiers. The homes of the Armenians were burning. Streams of fire poured from the doors and windows of each house. Mingling with the dense smoke, the fire rose high in the air, spreading a stream of sparks in every direction. The blaze grew, consuming the entire Armenian quarter of the city. The burning timbers fell crashing into the courtyards, and buildings came tottering to the earth, covering the residents with a blanket of fire. Having been surrounded by fire on all sides, these poor creatures were unable to escape. The groans and cries of the sufferers were mingled with the roar of flames that writhed and twisted in the air like giant dragons, spreading a lurid glare of light in all directions. In that illumination, terrible pictures succeeded one another as in a giant panorama. The Muslims were massacring any Armenians who escaped from the flames, sparing neither age nor sex. Young girls were being dragged away by the hair. From all sides, piteous cries and screams were heard, but the tears of the doomed creatures did not avail to soften the hearts of these brutes. Not only did the Kurds take an active part in these barbarities, the soldiers of the regular Turkish army took part as well, and more dreadfully, the Kurdish women. The latter, like furies, forgetting compassion and love, which are women's special characteristics, snatched infants from the arms of their mothers and tossed them into the flames. Even the least resistance was punished with the sword. A few Armenian volunteers were watching the scene from the fort and wept as they saw such horrors. The massacre had continued for 3 days and nights. "Oh, what butchery!" they groaned. Next to them stood a young Armenian. Though he looked onto the same barbarity, he shed no tears. Not one iota of sadness was perceptible in his furious face. His heart was filled with bitter hatred, not against those who were burning and killing, but against those cowards who were letting themselves be slaughtered like sheep. "Look, look!" he exclaimed. "In that whole city you don't see one man who raises his hand against his slayer. What more can be done to a man to rouse his vengeance? They've burned his house before his eyes. They've roasted his children. They've dragged away his wife and his daughters. The man has seen all this, yet he humbly bows his head to receive the stroke of the sword. Shameful! You also are a man. Kill them in return and die fighting." "Vartan, you're always saying such heartless things," one of his companions observed. Vartan walked away without responding, as though he could no longer bear to look down on that scene in which he saw his cowardly race. These people do not know how to die with honor, he thought. A short distance from this spot, in a quiet corner of the fort, the following conversation took place among another group of Armenian soldiers. "If Petros doesn't return, it means that we have lost 5 more men tonight. He is very late. I fear we shall not see him again." "No, listen. That's his signal. Don't you hear the cawing of the raven?" "That's him. Let down the rope ladder." They lowered the ladder, and in a few moments a young man appeared at the top of the rampart, bearing an enormous leather water bottle. His comrades helped him down and expressed their joy at his return. One of them embraced him, but then drew back with fright and asked, "Why is your face wet, Petros?" At that moment the flames of the burning city leapt up so high that they could see his stained face. "He's bleeding!" they exclaimed in horror. "It's nothing," Petros replied with a laugh. "I hadn't washed my face for days. It got a good washing tonight." Petros related his story briefly. Upon reaching the spring, he had found a number of Kurds on guard who were there to prevent any of the besieged from coming to get water. They attacked him, and by the time he had stopped their mouths, as he expressed it, he had received a cut on his head. "What became of Hannes, Thomas, Adam, and Nerso?" they asked. "Devil take them," Petros replied in his usual sarcastic manner. "One would think that those fellows had agreed together to reunite with their ancestors tonight. One fell beneath the wall of the fortress. He must have been hit by a bullet as he was climbing over. The next toppled over on the path. Another lay like a log by the spring, and poor Thomas went a few steps further, holding his hand against his side, cursing the Kurds. But I silenced them." These 4 young Armenians, of whom Petros spoke, had been sent one after the other to fetch water, but had not returned. Such events occurred so frequently, now that death and murder had become common events, and scarcely elicited remarks. No one even made haste to bind up Petrus's wounded head, nor did he pay it any mind. "Devil take those Kurds," he continued. "They seem to be able to see in the dark like wolves. They send a bullet whenever they hear a sound, and it seldom misses its mark." Thus they talked on in the dark, until at length they thought to bandage Petrus's head. Then, taking out the bottle of water, upon which depended the lives of over 1,000 men, they bent their steps towards the courtyard of the fort. "Boys," one of the fellows said, "we will not give the Turks a drop. No joke. We lost 4 comrades for this bottle of water, and not one of them offered to go after it." "No, that is not right," Petros replied. "We must share it with them too." "Why is it wrong?" the first speaker retorted. "They brought some water one day, but they hid it and drank it all themselves." "They were selfish," Petros replied. "But we ought to show them what it means to be fellow soldiers." They now entered the courtyard of the barracks. "Water! Water!" rose the glad cry, and all began to crowd around the young man. It is impossible to describe the soul-felt joy, the spiritual joy, with which that thirsty multitude pressed forward for water. There was great confusion as each person tried to obtain water before the others. "Bring a light, and don't trample over us. You shall each receive a portion," the young man who carried the bottle said as he set it down. They lit a torch, the flickering light of which fell upon the faces of the motley crowd, who were beside themselves with joy. One of the young Armenian men took a small wine glass and began to dole out the water with it. It had a horrible stench, and its taste was exceedingly offensive. Several drank without noticing anything wrong. Then one exclaimed, "What is the color of that water?" "Drink it, and never mind the color," Petros commanded. "The Kurds have colored it like this for our sakes." "How have they colored it?" the man asked. "With our blood. May you never see how many bodies have fallen into the pool from which I took this water." The men were horrified, but still they continued to drink the foul, reddish liquid into which the blood of so many of their fellows had been spilled, and in which their putrid bodies still lay. One of the men even made a barbaric joke. "That is very good. The water is enriched and will give us more strength." The careless talk of the rejoicing men was soon interrupted by the thunder of cannon fire and bombs that started whistling again over their fortress. One fell into the enclosure, exploded, and executed a number of the defenders. During this period, in one of the rooms of the fort, which the Ottoman commander had formerly occupied, the Russian commander Shtokovich was consulting with his officers. The captains of the Armenian and Turkish volunteers took part in the deliberations. A lamp standing on a small table dimly lit their sad and careworn countenances. For several days past, the enemy had sent them letters in rapid succession, calling upon them to surrender. The letters were written by Lieutenant General Shamil, the son of the famous Shamil, who was now on the side of the enemy and had the honor of being the commander of the Sultan's troops. The last letter was full of threats and promises, and was the subject of this assembly. They were deliberating upon their reply. "We will not surrender," the commander cried, "because we're still alive. If the siege continues for a few days longer, it will be impossible for us to hold out." An officer commented, "Our position is hopeless from this day on." Another added, "We have neither bread to eat nor ammunition to use. I don't understand why those idiotic Kurds do not attack us once and for all. How can we help ourselves?" "Yes, we have been very imprudent." Another officer agreed. "We are not able to correct the past. Let us speak of the present," observed the commander who presided over the assembled men. According to military custom, he occupied the position of commander-in-chief during the siege and was vested with full military powers. "We will not surrender as long as we live," he repeated. "If help does not reach us from without, we are lost," responded a bey who was a captain of the Turkish volunteers. "We do not have enough strength to wait for assistance." Another bey said, "It is my opinion that we should throw open the gates of the fortress, break through the cordon of the enemy, and make our escape as best we can. Then we shall either succeed in becoming free, or we shall fall into the hands of the enemy." The latter is the more probable. The captain of the Armenian volunteers remarked, "But the consequences will be terrible. This fort now serves as a barrier for holding back the Ottoman army. When we lose it, we open the way for Ismail Pasha's regular and disbanded soldiers, and in a few days they will take Yerevan, Nakhichevan, and many other places unhindered. It is evident that the local Mohammedans have been impatiently awaiting the arrival of those self-invited guests, and the Armenians are defenseless. A very significant number of soldiers were left to protect the country, for our principal force is now concentrated near Kars. Before they can reach us, the Turks will have destroyed everything in their way." The words of the Armenian officer roused the anger of the Turkish Khan, and he exclaimed, "You express distrust of the Muslims." "My suspicions are not unfounded," the captain replied, "for proofs are not wanting to confirm what I say. At this moment, among the besieging Kurds, there are many from Zil who were Russian subjects before the war, but a delirious mullah near Nakhichevan dreamt every night that Islam was soon to rule over this land, and the people are ready to help bring it to pass." The commander of the assembled men silenced the dispute, saying, "We must hold on and fight until our last breath. I hope aid will arrive soon. General Tergukasov is not far from us. As soon as he learns of our condition, he will hasten to save Bayezid. But he must be informed speedily." "How?" several asked at once. "By letter," he replied. "Who will take it?" "I think that among so many men there will be at least one brave soul." "That may be, but how will he be able to reach him? We are surrounded by the enemy." "He will make the attempt." The man then decided to write a letter to General Tergukasov, and after an hour, the commander, letter in hand, came out of the room in which the group had gathered, followed by the officers. A muffled beat of the drum assembled the men in the square to the front of the officers' quarters. The commander addressed them in a loud voice. Men, our condition is evident to you all. Now our hope rests upon God and, with His help, on aid from outside. If help is delayed, we are lost. Therefore, it is imperative that we make haste to send information of our condition to the necessary quarters. This letter must reach General Tergukasov, who is not far from us. As soon as he receives this letter, he will hasten to our relief. Now, which of you brave men will attempt to do this? Let him come forward and take the letter. I promise him a reward such as befits the magnitude of the undertaking. Speak up, men! Who will take the letter? There was dead silence. Not a sound was to be heard. I repeat, the commander continued in a more pressing manner, that our salvation depends upon this letter. Who will win glory for himself and become our deliverer? Again, not a sound was heard. Is there not one brave heart among you all? He cried with a tremor in his voice. Who will attempt this daring deed? I will, came the reply from one voice. And an Armenian youth drew near and took the letter. His name was Vartan. Chapter 2. Early the following morning, when the first rays of the sun scattered across the earth, a frightful scene was revealed in and around Bayazid. The result of the massacre, which had been carried on for 3 days and 3 nights, was now clearly visible. A deathly silence reigned over the city, broken only by the cawing of ravens, who flew about in flocks to feed on the deceased. The streets of the unfortunate city presented a sad and mournful spectacle. Houses had been reduced to heaps of ashes. Here and there smoke arose from ruins, and beside the ruins lay the charred remains of the old and young, women and children. Hungry dogs dragged the corpses, growling and snapping at the flocks of ravens to ward them away. From all sides arose the stifling stench of putrid corpses. Rising above this city of the dead stood the citadel of Bayazid, awaiting its melancholy doom. The siege increased in rigor. Mountain, valley, hill, field, and plain were covered with armed men, alongside a host of Bashi bazooks. The camps were separated into distinct groups, and each was the scene of great activity. The combination of religious fanaticism and martial cruelty spread barbarity of every magnitude and extent. Man, having turned to beast, oppressed and killed his fellow man. Having been satiated by blood, they began to gratify their greed for plunder. The supposedly wealthy Armenians of the city were collected together in one spot and were put to torture to force them to reveal the hiding places of their money. The men wept and groaned, protesting that they had delivered up all they possessed and nothing remained. They were not believed, so their children were butchered before their eyes to force them to reveal the information. In another spot, the Kurds were dividing the heaps of plunder, and their wives were joyfully loading their individual shares to take to their homes. A little further on, they were loading their horses with Armenian slaves, and often fighting among themselves over who would have the more beautiful Armenian girls. In another spot, some distance from the bustling multitude, wolves, wildcats, and birds of prey were gathered around the unburied corpses, having their breakfast. And not very far from these, the pious Mohammedan soldiers were zealously performing their morning namaz, raising their bloody hands to heaven and glorifying the God of Islam. All of this was taking place in the smoke rising from the fires and hearths that clouded the horizon with a thick fog, preventing the sunlight from shining through. The cannons were rumbling, and the walls of the colossal fortress were being bombed, but it still stood firm atop the hill, deriding the ceaseless attack of the enemy. But somewhere, a lone individual attracted the attention of the whole platoon. Jumping around and clapping his hands, he proceeded to the middle of the camp, chanting a nonsensical Kurdish song as he went. Old Grandma became a frog. Then the frog hopped out to sea, took some sand out of a bog, turned the sand to gold with glee. With the gold she bought a goat, a hobbling, scurvy goat. Baby goat, oh goat, my dear. Bless you, little goat, my dear. Oh, tell me why you became so scurvy and lame. The fool! Shouted the Kurds, and they flocked around him to have him repeat the song. And truly, the man was a fool, or at least that was how he presented himself. He was dressed like a jester's assistant, known as a lower clown, who performs tricks between acts to amuse the audience. That fool was doing the same thing. He was a tall young man with a wild face. He wore a long, square-shaped hat made of old, poorly sewn cloth, with bells attached to its four corners that jangled harshly at his every motion. He had smeared his face with shoe-blacking and streaks of red, yellow, and blue paint. His clothing consisted of a single garment, a ragged military cloak fastened at the waist with a piece of rope. His feet were bare. "Now bray like a donkey," they commanded. The fool stuck his fingers in his ears, stooped, opened his mouth, and began to bray with all his might. The crowd applauded his performance and threw him some copper coins. He picked up the coins and looked at them stupidly, then threw them aside and said, "Give me bread." They gave him some. He snatched it from their hands and, thrusting great chunks into his mouth, swallowed them whole. "You must also know how to dance like a bear. Let's see it." The fool then went through a number of grotesque motions, creeping on all fours, walking on his hands, and performed various other idiocies. The fellow remained in the Kurdish camp all day, entertaining crowds of men. He spoke Kurdish like a Kurd, swore, cursed the Russians, and raved against the Christian infidels, saying that they must all die. His voice could be heard all over the camp until midnight. But the next morning, no one in the military camp saw the fool. Chapter 3. The midday sun was scorching, and the heat was suffocating. It was the hour of day when travelers seek shelter from the heat. At this hour, a lone traveler was on the road from Bayazid to Alashkert. His journey involved twists and turns, and descents through mountains. He walked rapidly and resolutely without pause, as if he was propelled by an urgent duty, and every moment was precious. The traveler was a young man, dressed just like the fool from the night before. He wore the same ragged military outfit and girdle of rope. He was only missing the hat with bells, and he had washed the paint from his face. His head was protected from the heat by a mat of newly woven fresh leaves that had not yet discolored, such as those that farmers often weave for themselves when they work the fields in the summer. This rustic hat shaded his sunburned and melancholy face, which displayed utter hopelessness and despair. Even in his unusual outfit, he looked like an intense character. Suddenly, he heard the whinny of a horse. He stopped and carefully observed his surroundings. The sound was repeated. He noticed that it came from a nearby ravine, and after a moment's thought, he made his way toward there. Climbing a crag, he peered down into the ravine with the sharpness of an eagle's vision. At first, he only saw a lush growth of grass in which a saddled horse was grazing. Looking more closely, he discovered the glittering point of a spear that reflected sunlight near a thicket of bushes. So there is someone there, he thought to himself, and he must be alone, for there is only one horse in sight. He must be Kurdish, because his spear is Kurdish, and so is his horse's tack. And that Kurd must be asleep, because the horse's legs are fettered to prevent it from straying. He immediately had an idea, descended the crag, and went down into the ravine. A stream flowed through the ravine, its bank covered with thick reeds. He began to creep silently through the reeds toward the bushes where he had seen the spear planted in the ground. A snake could not have slithered so assertively, yet gracefully. If, perchance, he made a careless move, a light breeze drowned the rustling. Everything boded well. He reached the bushes where the spear was planted, paused a few paces away from it, and carefully peered through the reeds. And indeed, there lay a man whose outfit confirmed that he was Kurdish. The midday sun had driven him there to rest. But was he asleep or awake? It was difficult to discern, for his body was stretched to its full length upon the soft grass, but his head was facing in the other direction. The traveler continued to observe the Kurd closely from his spot, trying to figure out whether he was awake or asleep. Eventually, the traveler's anxiety began to disturb him, and an aggressive rage appeared in his eyes. Unarmed and dressed inadequately for a skirmish, he was preparing to attack an armed man. But he needed to do the deed. Time was flying. Every moment was precious. How should he act? In the middle of these thoughts, he saw the Kurd raise his head. The man looked about, then looked at his horse, and seeing that it had not strayed away, settled his head again upon his saddlebag, which he used as his pillow, and resumed his rest. So, the Kurd was not asleep. Or if he had been asleep, he was now awake. The traveler's nostrils flared, and his lips quivered. Then he noticed that the spear was closer to him than to the Kurd. His tension was relieved, and something akin to joy shone in his eyes. A weapon. That was what he needed to carry out his intention. Suddenly, like a tiger from its ambush, he sprang from among the reeds, snatched the spear, and stood before the Kurd. "Give me your weapons," were his first words. The Kurd, seeing the outlandish figure in the tattered military cloak and ridiculous head, looked at him contemptuously, and without rising, pointed his rifle toward the fool and said, "Take it, here." The rifle blasted, and the bullet flew just past the fool. "You resist?" The fool replied, thrusting the spear straight into the Kurd's throat. Hot blood gushed from the wound, and the man's head fell back on the ground. The Kurd made an effort to rise once more, and he drew his sword halfway out of his sheath, but his grip weakened, and the sword came no further. "You dog, why do you kill me?" he asked in the anxiety of death. "You have killed many of my people and abducted many others. I learned to kill from you. I am going on a long journey. Do you see? I have no proper clothing, weapons, or horse, and I needed all three of yours. I knew that as long as you were breathing, you would not give me any of this, and that is why I put you to rest. Perhaps I am depriving you of the spoil of Bayezid. No matter, your brothers have been very active there." The Kurd heard nothing. His eyes were already closed, and his lifeless body lay outstretched upon the ground. All this had taken place in a matter of moments. The traveler stripped his victim, dragged his body away, hid it among the bushes, and covered it with his ragged cloak. He then put on the Kurd's clothing, girded on his weapons, and continued on his journey, riding off on his beautiful steed. Chapter 4. The day after these events occurred, a horseman, dressed like a Kurd and whistling like a bird, entered the camp of General Tergukasov. He said that he had brought an important letter addressed to the general and was taken to his tent. He handed the letter to one of the officers to deliver to the general and remained outside to care for his horse, who was sweating profusely. After a few moments, he was summoned to present himself to the general. A soldierly figure of medium height, with a haughty leonine face, was seated in the tent. This was Tergukasov. His white head was bent over the desk, where numerous letters he had just opened were laid out. He picked one of them up and started to read it as he smoked. His expression indicated both agitation and sympathy. He turned toward the messenger and asked, "Are you Armenian?" "Not only am I Armenian," he said, "I am the son of a priest. The general looked at his bold face and continued his questioning. Was there any food in the fort? The messenger replied, In a few days they will begin to eat each other, if they do not wish to starve. And water? None. It has to be brought from outside. It is impossible to leave the fort by day, but 10 or 20 men are let down from the ramparts to go after water at night. The Kurds know this well, and fire upon them from a distance, and often not one of them returns. How about the supply of firearms, gunpowder, and bullets? The general asked. It was exhausted, but an Armenian, may the Armenians be proud, found some guns and gunpowder that had been concealed by the Turks in the fort, and they are buying a reprieve with this, said the messenger. How were you able to escape from the fort? I climbed over the wall one morning before sunrise and walked right into the Kurdish army's camp. I entertained them for a whole day by singing and dancing and doing 1,000 other foolish things. That's how I made my way through their camp and learned everything that I needed to know. Then I said goodbye and left. The general looked at the young man in astonishment. You're a fool. What are you talking about? Yes, General, he replied calmly. It is my fate always to play the role of the fool. It is not so bad. It has saved my life many times before. After all, it is what got me into the Kurdish camp. And he proceeded to describe his dress and all the acts with which he made his performance in the Kurdish camp. A faint smile appeared on the general's stony countenance, and he asked in a friendly fashion, But where did you find your current clothing? With God's help. I found a Kurd on the way here. These clothes, these weapons, and that beautiful horse standing outside, I snatched them all from him. The young man replied, proceeding to describe what means he used to kill the Kurd. You seem to be a brave young man, the general said. Then his worried expression returned, and he resumed his interrogation. Are there many Kurds? They say there are more than 20,000, but they are not all Kurds. There are Mohammedans of every tribe mingled with them. Whoever has a horse and a weapon or two has run to Bayazid, so a great multitude has assembled. On my way here, I saw many more groups hastening in that direction. Do they have cannons? They do. What is their plan? They are hurrying to capture the citadel of Bayazid, through which they will make their way to Yerevan, and a week later on to Tiflis, for the lovely Armenian and Georgian young women attract them greatly. A faint smile appeared once more on the general's face, and he asked with a sneer, They are going to Tiflis with 20,000? Nonsense. 20,000 is not too few, sir, when there are not even 1,000 soldiers to oppose them. Besides, Ismail Pasha's entire force will soon join them, and our regional Mohammedans are waiting impatiently with open arms to receive their co-religionists. A mist of sadness, like a black cloud, passed over the general's face, and his heart, which the varying vicissitudes of fate had so far not been able to disturb, now began to swell. He raised his hand to his forehead, rubbing it as though trying to dissipate the melancholy that oppressed it. After a brief reflection, he raised his gray head and asked, "Did you enter the city of Bayazid?" "I did. There is not a soul left of the Armenian Christians. They massacred the old and the young. The best among the young women, girls, and boys they took captive. They burned the dwellings and plundered their possessions. Only about 100 families who were forewarned escaped to the Persian town of Maku before the arrival of the Kurds, but they left their possessions in the hands of their enemies. Oh, these Mohammedans, how cruelly and mercilessly they have treated the Armenians." "How?" "At the beginning of the war, when the Russians approached Bayazid, the local Mohammedans were greatly afraid. They thought the Russians would surely plunder them, as the Turks do. So they concealed their possessions in the homes of their Armenian neighbors, saying, 'You're Christians, the Russians will not touch you, and our goods will be safe in your houses.' The Russians came, and naturally they took nothing, neither from Mohammedans nor Christians. Seeing this, the Mohammedans were put at their ease and proceeded to take back, without loss, the articles they had placed in the custody of the Armenians. Then, when it was rumored that the Kurds were coming, the Turks said to the Armenians, 'You did us a kindness, so we must return the favor. The Kurds are coming and they will rob you. Give us your goods and we will keep them for you.' Believing them, the Armenians provided all they had for safekeeping, and some hid themselves, their wives and daughters with their Turkish neighbors. But when the Kurds entered the city, the Turks said to the Armenians, 'Get out of our houses. If the Kurds learn that Armenians are hiding in our houses, they will massacre us together with you.' And thus they delivered the poor Armenians into the hands of their enemies and kept their riches. And when the massacre began, the local Turks were the first to set the Armenian houses on fire. Those Turks, General, who only 6 weeks ago swore in your presence to obey the Russian government. They, and even their women, all bore arms." The general had listened in silence, and the young man continued. "If you only knew, sir, how many good young men perished in that conflict. We fought the Kurds stubbornly before yielding Bayazid to them. As you are aware, sir, there were very few Russian soldiers left to defend the citadel with the Armenian and Turkish militia. Shtokovich, the hero of Bayazid, guarded the fort with his Russian soldiers, while the militia guarded the city. News had reached us of an immense host of Kurds under the leadership of Sheikh Jalaluddin and Sheikh Ubaydullah advancing toward Bayazid. The Armenians at Van had sent us this information. We made haste and demanded that they fortify the citadel in time and send sufficient troops to enable us to withstand the enemy. But there were some who tried to make us believe that all those reports were false and that no preparations were needed. Why those traitors tried to prevent us from preparing ourselves for the arrival of the enemy, I am unable to say. You, General, will surely learn the reason. But I can say this, that the Armenian is and will always be loyal." There were points in the young man's narrative where he found it difficult to make himself clear. The general interrupted him.
Tell me what you did after the arrival of the Kurds.
When the Kurds came, after a few unsuccessful fights, Shtakovich hurried to entrench himself in the citadel in order to defend it. Part of the militia remained outside, for there was neither room nor provisions for everyone in the fort. Some of our Turkish militiamen fled to Igdir, and some into Persia. But we Armenians decided to defend the city or die trying. We were few in number, but many of the Armenian inhabitants of the city were ready to join us. The poor creatures knew the fate that awaited them should the Turks take Bayezid once more. You are aware, General, with what rejoicing the Armenians had received the Russian conquering army on its arrival at the city. The Ottoman could not forgive this demonstration and sought vengeance on a people who preferred to bow to the Russian eagle rather than to the Ottoman crescent.
You have strayed from my question again,
interrupted the general.
Tell us how the affair ended.
The young man checked his loquacity, which arose from these sad events that weighed heavily upon his heart, and continued.
Perhaps we would have succeeded in saving the city with the help of all the Armenian inhabitants if we had possessed sufficient weaponry beforehand. But they did not receive armaments.
Nonetheless, many did join us. To tell the truth, the fight was at first glorious. A small company fought against a vastly more numerous foe. A few hundred Turkish volunteers took part with us. But suddenly, we saw our Mohammedan comrades fleeing. It must not have been agreeable for them to shoot at their co-religionists. So, we Armenians remained alone and held out for a long time. This continued for several hours until our store of ammunition was exhausted. Then things moved to hand-to-hand combat. Many fell. Many were captured, and the remainder, seeing that their efforts were in vain, left and fled. Then the enemy took possession of the town.
I understand,
the general said, and rising he approached a small chest, from which he took a cross and pinned it on the young man's breast with his own hand before continuing.
You are worthy of this, and I will recommend to those in command that they give you some office and a salary. Henceforth, you must remain with us. I need brave men like you.
The young man bowed gratefully and replied, This cross is sufficient, General. You will do me a great favor if you will allow me to go where I please now. The general, surprised at the young man's lack of ambition, asked,
Where must you go?
To save the life of one who is very dear to me.
So, you have a secret, my friend,
the general said kindly.
Yes, it is my heart's secret. Then accept this small gift. You might need it,
the general said, and handed him a roll of liras wrapped in paper. I shall consider it a great favor if you dismiss me quickly, the young man replied, taking his leave.
Go, and may the Lord be with you,
the general said, and clasped his hand. The young man bowed and went out. Chapter 5. Let us turn back a few years before the start of the war. In the province of Bagrevand, not far from the monastery of St. John the Baptist, was the Armenian village of O. It was situated in a large valley that nature had not spared in beautifying. The valley was held in the bosom of two mountain ranges, where it lay like a green oval lake between slopes that rose one above the other. The Euphrates River, which the locals called Aksu, meaning white water, twisted and turned through the valley. The water was so pure that the river was worthy of its name. The highlands surrounding the valley were covered with rich meadows, where cattle grazed contentedly, while the lower stretches were devoted to the cultivation of wheat, barley, flax, and various grains and legumes. Here, the industrious hand of the farmer left not an acre of ground uncultivated. Throughout the valley, small Armenian villages were scattered, hidden among orchards and groves, and appearing to the distant observer like verdant forests among treeless surroundings. At the end of the valley, in a small plateau, lay the village of O, the dwelling of the village landholder, Patriarch Khacho, short for Khachatur, was distinguishable from the other properties in the village by its size and affluence. Every morning, about 100 cattle were driven out through its gates. Its cows, buffaloes, oxen, and horses were the finest in the village. 1,000 sheep belonged to it, which were cared for by shepherds atop the neighboring mountains. The property also contained the village oil press and mill, which operated year-round. But the most remarkable part of Khacho's wealth were his 7 sons, born one after the other, who signified the pillars of wealth of his house. All his sons were married, and his house was full of their children, who were of various ages. A few of his grandchildren were also married, and they too had children. Thus, old Khacho had several generations before his eyes, who lived together, forming a small world. It had become a village saying that old Khacho has as many descendants as he has cattle. Only the youngest of Khacho's sons, Stepanik, who had just turned 16, was still unmarried. Looking at his facial features, one could see that he had not yet developed the maturity that the other youths in the area attained so early. His features were fresh and childlike, more feminine than masculine. All of Khacho's older sons had their occupations, be it looking after their cattle or tending to their farms, and were rarely in the house. Of his children, only Stepanik took little share in labor. He was Khacho's beloved Joseph, whom the old patriarch did not let out of his sight. There were many similarities between Stepanik and Joseph. Not only was Stepanik beautiful, modest, quick-witted, attractive and sympathetic like the son of Israel, his garments, like Joseph's, were also of the choicest. He wore a striped tunic made of Aleppo linen and embroidered with colored thread, overlaid by a jacket of crimson velvet embroidered with gold thread. His girdle was made of fine wool from Kerman. His full trousers were made of delicate broadcloth from Van, and his red shoes were made in Erzurum. He wore on his head a red fez, topped with a black silken tassel that was wrapped at the brim with a colorful silk cloth. His chestnut-colored hair fell from beneath the brim of his fez down to his shoulders. He was distinguishable from Joseph in but one regard. Joseph's brothers envied him, but Stepanik's brothers all loved him dearly. From a distance, Old Khacho's house resembled an ancient castle. It was built atop a hill, and in form and location had all the advantages necessary to keep a dwelling safe from enemy attack. The fortress was surrounded on all four sides by walls that enclosed an extensive tract in which several buildings stood. All that could be seen from the outside were the four high towers at the four corners of the enclosure. Within the walls, the property contained everything required to run an orderly household: a sheepfold dug down into the earth, corrals for the horses, cows, and water buffaloes, a shed containing all of the implements, a hayloft and straw crib containing fodder, and various bins and dugouts for storing produce. Besides these, there were the huts occupied by their servants and herdsmen and their families, Kurdish families. The women were servants, and the men were shepherds, herdsmen, and plowmen. In a word, that fortress supported a small village whose lord and master was Old Khacho. The dwellings assigned to the family were not as large and numerous as those created by our new and civilized world. They preserved a traditional simplicity, as when an entire family lived within one tent, the only difference being that they lived in a structure built of stone instead. For his many sons, each of whom, together with his children, formed a large family, there were no separate rooms. They all lived under one roof and in one room, which contained four walls, crossed overhead by many beams. Here they built their fire, cooked their food, ate, and slept. Here could be seen newborn calves, a young children running, jumping, and filling the room with a lively racket. Often the hens entered and picked up crumbs from the floor or other edibles that fell from the hands of the careless children. In a word, the dwelling was like a Noah's Ark that contained all kinds of creatures. Next to this building stood another that differed from the first in only one way. The side that overlooked the courtyard was entirely open. This was the salon, which also served as a summer dwelling. One door from the salon opened into a large room, which served as a foyer, adjacent to which was a small room that was always kept clean and ready for hospitality. Chapter 6. Despite the unpretentious and plain surroundings, life in that patriarchal house passed happily and with every sufficiency. Labor was unremitting, and the blessings of God were abundant. Old Khacho's barns were always full of grain and fodder, and his storehouse with olive oil, tallow, and wine. He was blessed with some good in all seasons of the year, and with plenty of work to fill each day. The snow was melting on the mountains. The fields were beginning to smile with their verdant green. It was spring. The air was full of a warm, delightful fragrance that spread fresh life in every direction. Rivulets ran through the valleys and through the meadows. The returning swallow invited the laborer back to work. Khacho's children prepared the plow. The sun had just started to rise, tinting the mountain tops pink. The old man was returning home at this early hour, bestowing God's mercy upon everyone he encountered on the way. On this day, his sons needed to bring the cattle out of the stables for the first time after being confined all winter to eating, resting, and fattening without ever seeing the daylight outside. It gave great pleasure to the villagers to watch this sight, and many of them had gathered around old Khacho's gate to see the cattle driven out and observe how well they had been tended.
"Light to your eyes,"
a neighbor said.
"Are your boys going to bring out the buffaloes today?"
"Yes, it is time."
"Or else how long shall we keep them inside?"
I asked the priest for his blessing, and he said, "It is a good day," Khacho replied, placing particular emphasis on the priest's words. At that moment, bells rang from inside the property, and the crowd drew back to make way. "That is Chora," they said from all sides. Chora was a famous buffalo belonging to the landlord, who had a wide crescent-shaped mark on his forehead, and was famous for his strength and size. The giant creature leapt out snorting and bellowing. Stopping suddenly in the square before the gate, he raised his head and gazed about. At that moment, the old landlord threw a raw egg at the buffalo's head. As the shell broke, the yellow yolk ran down his white forehead. This was done to ward off the evil eye. Becoming startled, Chora lowered his head, gave a mighty roar, and charged at the crowd. The old man's sons arrived and used clubs and poles to try to control the frantic animal. Human strength was at war with bestial strength. Coming out of the stable into the light of day, Chora's unadapted eyes saw nothing distinctly. He did not even recognize his masters who had cared for him all winter, and whose hands he had often licked. In a frantic frenzy, he charged violently in different directions. It was impossible to control him. Khacho's 6 sons fought him, but their clubs had no more effect upon him than a light twig. The old landlord delightedly watched the conflict from a distance, which had the capacity to bring as much recognition to his house as a Roman circus. He saw before him 2 powerful forces, those of his brave sons and that of his great bull. The 2 bore an equal significance. Upon these 2 forces all the labors of his management depended. The conflict grew fiercer. The chain that fastened Chora's neck to a huge block of wood now broke, so the villagers brought ropes and tried to bind him. But the lunges of the uncontrollable beast broke these too. As he continued to charge, the crowd scattered like flies before him. In this frightful commotion, an act of great bravery was performed. Khacho's 4th son, Apo, ran with the craftiness of a lion and seized Chora by the tail. The enraged beast, observing this indignity, tried to turn and punish the offender. He whirled around and around, but Apo circled with him and held firmly onto his tail for several minutes. Cries of astonishment arose from every side. The furious beast bellowed and dug his hoofs into the ground, filling the air with clouds of dust. That was when Apo's brothers arrived and bound Chora with chains. The villagers all around rejoiced.
Then the old landlord approached Apo, kissed him on the forehead, and said, "May the eye of God be upon you, my son. You have made me proud." He then approached Chora as though he was another son, patted his head, and said, "You rascal, why did you behave so badly?" Chora was quiet now. He recognized his master and looked as though he was remorseful for his wicked behavior. A chain was fastened to his neck. It passed between his forelegs and was attached to a large log that he would now drag with him wherever he went. He was then driven down to the river for a refreshing swim in its cool water. The crowd of villagers remained near Old Khacho's gate to watch the rest of the buffaloes come out, which were fiercer than Chora. But this time the old man's sons took greater care to prevent another such occurrence. Following them, the fine, healthy sheep and well-fed cattle came out, any one of which was worthy to carry off a prize in a village fair. The landlord broke an egg against the forehead of each animal to ward away evil. He also had the priest write a charm for each animal and had it sewn into a triangular bit of blue leather that hung from their necks. The villagers praised the care with which Khacho's sons treated the cattle, which made their father happy. Each day, the animals were brought out of their confinement in this way for some exercise, to acclimatize them to the outdoor air and light, and to prepare them to work and plow the fields. But the lunges of the uncontrollable beast broke these too. Chapter 7. The month of April brought with it warmer and brighter days. Red, yellow, and white irises had already bloomed on the mountains, which the Kurdish girls picked and brought to the Armenian villages in exchange for bread. Mushrooms and various kinds of wild herbs used for greens were so abundant that year that the Kurdish women would exchange a whole donkey load of them for a few pounds of flour. Old Khacho's sons had started to plow their fields. Work had begun everywhere. There was not an idle man to be found in the entire village. Everyone was busy farming. It was morning. The tonirs were lit at the old man's house. In one of the tonirs, food was cooking in copper cauldrons and big clay pots, and bread was baking in the other. Old Khacho's daughters-in-law and the maids were all busy around the fires. The house, filled with the smells of food, was one great kitchen, and one would think enough food was being prepared to feed an army. And, indeed, besides the old man's large family, the shepherds and plowmen and their families also had to be provided for. There was a legion of them. Every day, a great amount of food had to be prepared, and the old man's industrious daughters-in-law had not a moment's rest. They had to care for and satisfy everyone. There were various other household tasks to perform. One of the daughters-in-law milked cows and sheep. Another heated the milk in a small fireplace in order to make yogurt. The third was preparing the culture for cheese, and the fourth was churning butter. The children were running around and playing with the calves and lambs. Children and lambs growing up together. These are two forms of wealth with which the villager is delighted, and with which the villager gloats. On the side of the court facing the sun, beneath a wall, was a row of beehives. The April sun shed its warm rays here. While the women were busy at work on the other side of the wall, old Khacho opened the doors of the hives. The bees poured out gladly and fluttered around his gray head, humming and buzzing, making the air vibrate with sound. There were some bad ones among them, who stung the old man's face, but he felt no pain, and drove them off, saying, "Wicked devil, what harm has Khacho done to you?" In the meantime, Stepanik was standing a short distance away, watching his father work with interest. "Go away, my child. The bees will sting you," he warned. "But why don't they sting you?" his son asked. "They do, but it doesn't hurt me much." "Why doesn't it hurt you?" "My body has grown accustomed to it." "Let mine become accustomed to it too," the adolescent replied with a smile. The old man laughed and kissed his son. At that moment, the local Qazir appeared and said that the Kurdish chief, Fatah Bey, had sent a messenger with word that he was coming to visit the landlord and would arrive very soon, for he was hunting in the nearby mountains. A dark cloud seemed to pass over the old man's head, and his happy face was momentarily darkened with sadness. However, restraining his displeasure, he ordered the Qazir to call a few of his sons from the fields to wait on the guests, while he provided fodder for the horses. Fatah Bey's coming and going was of such frequent occurrence at old Khacho's that the household was accustomed to the necessary preparations for hosting him. As soon as the women heard the news, they had several lambs slaughtered and cooked large pots of pilaf, knowing that he would have a retinue of at least 20 or 30 men with him. Fatah Bey was the chief of a tribe of Kurds, whose sheep grazed in the bordering mountains of the village O. Not frequently, quarrels between the Kurdish and Armenian shepherds arose when the Kurds had, perhaps, stolen a sheep or had begun to graze their flocks in the pastures belonging to the Armenians. But these quarrels always ended without serious consequences, because the Kurdish chief was an ally and a good friend of landlord Khacho. He was a godfather to some of the old man's grandchildren at their baptisms, and the old man had occupied a similar position during the circumcision of some of the bey's sons. In this way, the two had formed a close relationship. So, why was the old man sad to hear of the bey's visit? Khacho was not a stingy man who was afraid of offering hospitality. Khacho's table, like Father Abraham's, was open to everyone. Many travelers and strangers ate daily of his bread. Khacho would say with great satisfaction that he never sat down to have a meal without a guest. "Bread," he would say, "is granted by God and belongs to Him. God's needy must eat of it." So why was he sad to hear of the bey's visit? He stepped out of his house in silent meditation and stood at the gate to receive his guest. Seeing him there, some of the villagers joined him, and one of them remarked, "The bey is coming. Who knows what bellyache he will have this time?" When the Kurd comes to the house of an Armenian, it is not without a bellyache.
The landlord responded with a feeling of disappointment. The points of lances appeared from behind the hills, and a few minutes later, a group of horsemen appeared. "Here they come," one of the villagers said. The landlord couldn't see at that distance. "It is them!" Another villager shouted.
"Boys,"
the landlord said,
"stand by and look after the horses until my sons arrive from the fields."
The Bey now drew near with his pack of hounds and a troop of more than 20 horsemen who were more or less his relatives and surrounded him like a guard. On this day, he was riding a beautiful gray Arabian steed, whose trappings were ornamented with precious stones set in silver. The Bey was over 40 years of age, though he appeared about 10 years younger. He was handsome, large, and well-proportioned, dressed from head to toe in fine linen, expensive broadcloth, embroidered in gold, with weapons that were likewise ornamented with gold and silver. On seeing him, the landlord stepped forward and stood beside the bridge, which crossed the moat surrounding his house. But instead of using the bridge, the Bey dug his spurs into the steed's flanks. The animal flew across the moat like a bird, and after prancing and curveting gracefully, stood proudly before the landlord.
"What did you think of that, Godfather Khacho?"
the Bey asked, patting the beautiful head of his colt.
"You know horses. What do you think of this one?"
"May God keep him away from the evil eye. He is a beauty. Koroglu himself has never had such a steed, and he is worthy of you," the landlord replied as he approached the stallion and rubbed its neck. "Where did you find him? You didn't have him before."
"I just received him as a gift from the valley of Erzurum,"
the Bey replied, much pleased.
"The valley would rather lose his 2 eyes than this stallion, but as a friend he gave it to me. It was gifted to him by the Sheikh of Aleppo."
"It is a beautiful horse," the landlord repeated. The Bey, stirred by this praise, dug his spurs into the horse again. He pranced about the square in front of the gate, displaying the fine features of his steed and his own skillful horsemanship at the same time. Then he dismounted and handed the bridle to one of his servants, who was ordered to take the horse for a walk to cool it down. The landlord took his guest by the hand and led him into the salon, which had just been furnished for his arrival. Expensive Persian rugs were spread across the floor. Soft seat cushions were arranged along the walls, and a fine divan was provided especially for the Bey. Then the landlord invited his guest to be seated and said with customary politeness, "My house is your house. I am your humble servant. My sons are your slaves, and my women are your handmaids. You are welcome, 1,000 times welcome. All that I have is at your disposal. Welcome, welcome. Pray, be seated." The Bey expressed his thanks. His red shoes were then taken off his feet by one of Khacho's sons, and he proceeded to occupy the seat of honor. Near him sat his 2 paternal first cousins and his other relatives.
A few of his servants accompanied him into the salon and stood with their hands resting on the pistols that were fastened to their belts, ready to wait upon the bey. His other servants remained outside to care for the hounds and horses who were enjoying a feed from the landlord's haylofts and storerooms. The bey and his servants were armed with swords, shields, pistols, rifles, and spears, which they did not remove or leave beyond arm's reach, even though they had entered the home of a friend. Neither inside nor outside his own home, neither in peace nor in war, does the Kurd lay aside his weapons. Their weapons are inseparable members of their bodies. Khacho's sons, who had returned from the fields by this time, went out and continued to perform their father's commands. But they did not carry any weapons. They first offered the guests unsweetened coffee in small cups. "Where is Stepanik?" the bey asked. "I'm used to him serving my coffee." Concealing his displeasure, the landlord called for Stepanik. Stepanik entered, his innocent face beaming with pleasure. He approached the bey and kissed his hand. Kurdish chiefs expect this act of courtesy. The bey stroked Stepanik's silky hair and said, "Do you know what a nice surprise I have brought you?" "I know," little Stepanik replied with embarrassment. "A beautiful fawn. I tried feeding it grass, but it would not eat." "You see, he has already received his gift," the bey exclaimed. "I knew it was for me," Stepanik replied. "So I took it." "There, go now and play with your fawn," the bey said. He bowed and went away. "He's a very smart boy," the bey said. "He seems disappointed if he doesn't receive a gift from me every time I visit." "It is not his fault. You have conditioned him that way, bey," the landlord replied with a forced laugh. "Ah, what great mountains you have, Godfather Khacho," the bey said, changing the subject. "At every step you find game, wild goats, deer, and countless partridges and pigeons. The fawn that Stepanik received was caught live by one of my hounds. You should see what fine hounds I have now. I received a new pair from the chief of the Kurdish Zelan tribe, so I sent him a couple of mules in return. Between you and me, we seized the mules back in a recent raid on some Persian pilgrims on their way to Mecca. But those hounds are miraculous. They run like the wind." The bey's whole conversation pertained to his hounds, his hunting escapades, his horses, his thievery, and various types of daring, which he spoke of with a special kind of satisfaction. Although this babbling was boring to landlord Khacho, he listened, and sometimes even expressed interest. It was time for dinner. The floor cloth was spread, and large trays containing roasted lamb, cooked whole, and pilaf were set upon it. Sherbet was served in small cups, followed by tan that was drunk out of ladles. There was no liquor. Dinner was served. "Have you not sent your sheep out to pasture yet?" the bey asked. "Not yet," the landlord replied, "because we are not sure of the weather. April is unpredictable, so I am waiting for it to pass first." "The weather is in God's hands, Godfather Khacho. Whatever happens, happens.
The Bey replied,
It has been over a week since our sheep went to pasture. But do you know how quickly our feed was exhausted this year? Our shepherds have been hungry for days.
The landlord, having understood what the Bey was implying, replied,
Isn't our bread yours?
Command me, and I will send as much flour as is needed.
May your house be prosperous and wealthy.
The Bey said,
That is as it should be. Who shall distinguish between us? What is mine is yours. What is yours is mine. Isn't that so, Godfather Chacho?
God also knows it is so. How much flour shall I send?
Enough to load 10 oxen is sufficient for now. When that is depleted, we will come for more. Your granaries will not be emptied.
An unwilling smile crossed the landlord's sad face, and he nodded in assent. After dinner, Stepanik brought water, with which everyone washed up, then poured the coffee. The Bey then ordered his standing servants to go outside and eat with the others, where a separate table was set upon carpets that were spread in the courtyard. Only the Bey, a few of his relatives, and old Chacho remained in the salon. Now the conversation returned to the steed that had been gifted to him by the Vali of Erzurum. The Bey told the landlord about the breed of his fine stallion, that it was of the Antar lineage, the best of all the Arabian breeds.
But this beautiful gift
is going to cost me dearly, he concluded. How so? The landlord asked.
Don't you understand? I must give the servant who delivered it to me at least 100 liras.
The landlord now understood the cause of the Bey's belly ache that prompted his visit, and hastily replied,
What of it? 100 liras is not too much for such a stallion. Who gives money to a Kurd?
The Bey retorted, with annoyance.
Only Armenians have that sort of money.
The Bey's relatives, who had until now taken no part in the conversation, began speaking.
You must also be troubled for money, Bey. But when has Godfather Chacho ever failed to support you when you needed money? God is our witness. That is so.
The other said,
Godfather Chacho is a very good man.
The third added,
There's no one like him among all the Armenians.
Old Chacho saw that they would burden him with the debt against his will. So in order to prevent their suspicion, he replied,
I would not break the Bey's heart for 1,000 liras. May your house prosper,
the Kurds replied. The landlord rose, left the salon, called for his eldest son, and told him to go secretly and bring 100 pieces of gold from its hiding place in the hayloft.
What is it for?
The son inquired. Don't you understand? These wicked men came, ate, drank, and now we must pay their tooth hire. The father replied sadly. Let God cut their roots. The son said, and then proceeded to the barn, as if to bring hay. Although the custom of paying tooth hire had gone out of fashion by this time, both father and son knew that some form of payment was still expected, and now in a more polite manner than before. While the old man was away, the Kurds were engaged in the following conversation.
If the old man doesn't bring the gold, I will order his house set on fire this instant.
The Bey said angrily.
That will not be necessary.
Another said, trying to calm him.
Khacho is a good Armenian. We don't want to harm him. His door is always open to us, and we can have everything we wish from him. He's a good fellow, and we must not forget his bread and salt.
The old man returned at that moment, laid a purse of gold before the Bey, and said, God is our witness that I was keeping it for my soul's sake, to go on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem to become a Haji, but I am giving it to you so as not to break your honor, Bey.
Do not lie, Godfather Khacho. You have much more, very much more. I know that.
The Bey replied, took up the purse, and impatiently put it in his pocket. The sun had set, and the evening air was cool. The Bey ordered his men to prepare the horses for their departure. In the meantime, he walked out of the salon with the landlord. He saw Stepanik playing with the fawn and approached him.
Do you like it?
He asked. I like it, but the dogs have wounded one of its feet. No matter, I will heal it. Poor creature. It appears to be in pain, which is why it is not eating. He replied, tying up the fawn's wound.
Stepanik, I see that you are fond of animals, so I will send you one of my young colts.
The Bey said. I don't like horses.
What do you like then?
I like fawns like this one, and deer, and partridges.
Very well then. I will bring you those creatures that survive my hunt.
The servants indicated that the horses were ready. The Bey expressed his thanks to the landlord and then exited the house before which his beautiful steed was standing. Old Khacho held the stirrup and helped the Bey mount his horse. This was a sign of respect, as it showed that the landlord was willing to serve his guest. The Kurdish chief mounted his steed, put it through its paces again, bade the landlord farewell, and rode away. The old man stood there motionless for a long time. He watched the Bey leap the moat once more with his steed, spurning the bridge as though it was only there to serve the weak and feeble. He then saw that a rabbit had emerged from the bushes, and the Bey, reaching it from behind with the speed of an eagle, thrust his spear into the side of the poor creature. As the old man watched all this, he thought, why does heaven order the world like this? The Kurd has no bread to eat, while the Armenian sows and plows and prepares his provisions. The Kurd receives the gift of a fine steed, which causes the earth to tremble under its feet, and the Armenian pays for it. The Armenian, who is not allowed to ride on any beast but the donkey. Chapter 8. That evening, when all of old Khacho's sons had returned home from their labors, an oil lamp was burning in one corner of the entrance hall, dimly lighting the room. The landlord and his sons were seated around the table, eating in silence. The fresh spring breeze pleasantly cooled the room, and the bleating sheep returning from pasture were heard from afar. The daughters-in-law were in the bakehouse, preparing food for the shepherds and plowmen, who had still not eaten and customarily did so before the women. The young children, tired from play, had long since gone to sleep without having eaten supper. After supper, old Chacho's sons went back to work, still having to look after the cattle, water the fields, which it was their turn to do this evening, and complete the milling for the flour. In a word, they had 1,001 jobs. The table in the salon was cleared and removed. Chacho remained seated next to his eldest son, Hairapet, who was preparing a smoking pipe for him. There was a veritable silence between father and son, as if the spirit of sadness had on this night spread its black wings over the hearts of this peaceful family.
"How much flour did the Kurds take?"
the father asked, after taking a few puffs of his pipe.
"Exactly 12 loads.
His son answered with displeasure.
But the Bey requested 10 loads.
They had brought the sacks with them, very large ones,
which were filled to the brim, as though they had paid for it.
Whose oxen drew the loads? Ours. Praise the Lord if they return them to us. I fear they will eat the oxen along with the flour.
The Bey wouldn't do such an ignoble deed,"
the father said.
"Who gave nobility to the Kurd to begin with? Is it not infrequent that they take both the load and the animal on which it was transported? To tell the truth, I don't care so much about the 100 pieces of gold, nor the 12 loads of flour. What bothers me is that, besides providing the feed freely, we must do it with our own hands and our own animals, for them to reap the benefit. By God, what a punishment this is! I don't know how long these Kurds are going to continue to plunder us. They come and take copiously, and we do not see any of it back. Their wants are plenty, and they want neither shamefully nor with a sense of conscience. It is as if God created us in order to feed them. You do not see that it is so?"
The old man replied, now smoking his pipe more vigorously, as though he was trying to suffocate his heart's anger with his smoke.
"What can we do, son? If we do not give with our own will and by our own hands, they will take by force. At least they do so now by asking in the name of friendship. It is we who have trained them to take from us in this way,"
the son replied.
"We could refuse, at which point the Kurd would be obliged to sow his own seed and sweat by his own brow to earn his bread. But we have conditioned them to become lazy and to live on our account."
"That is true," his father replied with a sad voice. "But it is hard, very hard, for us to eliminate at once the ways of life that we have learned from our forefathers. We are now reaping the bitter fruit of their folly. Now listen, son. I know that hatred is boiling in your heart, and I know that our slavishness brings you sorrow. But again, I ask, what solution is there? What can we do? If we don't give them what they want, they will become our enemies,
The next thing you know, they will carry off a whole flock of sheep from the mountain pastures and take them. To whom can we complain? Who will hear us? Those who have been appointed to administer justice are all thieves themselves, starting from the Vali and the Pasha, all the way down to the last Mudir and Kaymakam. They are brothers and sisters in crime. And as they say, hound begets hound, from the same house they're found. You have seen with your own eyes how the Vali of Erzurum, rather than sending chains with which to hang a crime lord like Fatah Bey, instead presents him with a fine horse, a gift for a man who has flooded our entire province with blood and tears. When the Vali, the head of our entire province, acts in this way, who can we turn to in order to express our sufferings? Only God remains. But even God does not hear our voice, so our sins must be many. The son made no reply, and the father continued. We are Armenians. God's curse is written upon our foreheads. Our house is being destroyed by our own hands. Dissension, disagreement, envy, and enmity, and 1,001 such evils have long become native to our souls, and we're being punished for our sins. The Kurds are not guilty. If we were unified and had heart, what would the Kurds, the ignorant and lazy Kurds, be able to do? He asked his son to light his pipe again, and the son, fulfilling his father's request, said, We are 6 brothers, father. If you had given us a sign today, we could have driven Fatah Bey and his 30 or so horsemen from our home, and they would not have dared to cross our doorstep with such insolence again. I know it, my son. But what would be the gain? You would have fought them. You might have killed 1 or 2, or even many of them, but soon the whole tribe of Kurds would pour down upon us and would have leveled us with the soil beneath our home. What Armenian would come to our aid? Not one. Many might rejoice. That is the way Armenians are. But the Kurds are not so. If you kill one, the whole tribe rises to avenge his blood. The blood of one member of a tribe is the blood of the whole tribe. They all seem to be children of one family. But is there such a unity among us? Each man bears his own burden. Each man thinks of himself. Let what may come to others. What does he care? As long as he is comfortable and no one touches a hair on his head. The idiots don't understand that it is one for all and all for one. Old Khacho was not an educated man, but he had learned a lot from his life and experience. His natural intellectual capacity had been enhanced by the adversities of life, and his observations sometimes contained as much wisdom as those of erudite persons who have devoted careful study to the understanding of the conditions that govern human existence. He continued to speak. The circumstances of life have put us in this position. We are obliged to work, earn our living, and feed our enemy with our efforts. There is no other solution. We must retain the alliance of those who rob us. It is true that Fatah Bey robs us, but we still cannot resist the alliance, as false as it may be."
"Why?" his son asked.
"The reason is that allying oneself with a great robber immunizes one from the hands of lesser robbers. Now other Kurdish tribes, knowing that Fatah Bey is on good terms with us, dare not touch our livestock or harvests. And if they steal anything, he will find it and return it to us. What is the good of that? It all amounts to the same thing."
His son replied,
"Fatah Bey gives an egg and receives a horse in exchange. He does not allow other Kurds to take our sheep, but when he needs 100 liras, he takes it from us. We are the dairy cows that he keeps and protects, only in order that he may enjoy our milk."
"That is all true, my son. I understand." The father replied,
"But it is also necessary to understand that our ancestors long since learned to protect themselves in this way. I am clearly not a learned man, but a Vartapet at the monastery of Uchkilise once explained to me that every time the enemy has attacked our land, instead of confronting them with sword and fire, we Armenians have met them with expensive gifts. They taught us to bribe our enemies rather than fight them. They taught us to give away our possessions to protect ourselves. But we do not need to continue making the mistakes of our ancestors forever." The son said, interrupting his father, "It is very difficult to correct old mistakes at once. An error that has been repeated for thousands of years requires at least that many more years to correct. Go and make the people understand that it is possible to deal differently with our enemies, that they are human like us, that their bodies are not made of iron, and that when they come armed to rob us, it is possible to respond with our own armaments. Preach 1,001 such lessons. Do you think the people will understand you? They will consider you a fool and laugh at your madness."
The son did not immediately reply, for he found an incontrovertible truth in his father's words. But then he wondered whether it was really impossible to change the prejudice of the people. So he asked,
"Fine. Suppose our fathers took this path, and that we are now following their example. Should we not change the path, seeing that is leading us to ruin? Should we not make the people understand that the path is misguided?" "It is necessary. But who should make them understand? That requires all the people who have taken it upon themselves to advise and educate the populace. That requires all our clergy. But instead they preach, if someone smites you on the right cheek, turn the left also. That requires all of our school teachers. But there is not a single decent school in our entire province." "I cannot agree with you on those last words, father."
His son replied, "How come the Kurds, who have neither priest, nor Vartapet, nor teacher, understand how to treat one another?
Who taught them that without a weapon, man is as defenseless as a blind chicken? They have no priests, Vartapets, or teachers, but they have sheikhs. And the sheikh, despite being a spiritual leader, himself bears arms and accompanies his people to plunder others who are unarmed. He never preaches
that it is a sin to do so. But what do our priests teach?" The son was silent. His father continued, "There is one comfort in all these misfortunes, and it is that as much as they steal from us, and as much as they take, our granaries nonetheless remain full, and the Kurd goes hungry. Do you know, father, the proverb that says, 'The thief, being incapable of building a house for himself, destroys the houses of others'? Although the Kurd does not plow, sow, or reap, has no bread in his house, and always remains hungry, he snatches bread from the industrious Armenians, leaving them hungry like himself. Do not invoke our house as an example to the contrary, father. Think about how many Armenians have become impoverished and who lack food because of the Kurds. That is true, son. But there is something else you must consider. Do you see how many sheep are slaughtered? Yet they still procreate, multiply, and form a great many herds. The wolf, on the other hand, destroys and devours the sheep, but always stays hungry and never multiplies. Have you ever seen a large pack of wolves? The wolf is a beast. Today, he seized the sheep, ate it, and was sated. And now, he doesn't know where he shall find his next meal. He must always hunt, but he doesn't always find prey. One who lives by hunting is satiated one day and hungry the next. Kurds are wolves, whereas we are sheep. This is how the old man explained, in his terms, what is known more scientifically as cultural peace and bloodless competition. The son replied, I think, father, that without any shepherds or protectors of the sheep, by now the wolves would not have left any alive, and there would be no herds to speak of. It is true that we are sheep, but we have no shepherds. Considering that these are our circumstances, the only way for us to be free of the wolves is to have teeth and claws like them. Chapter 9. On one side of the highway leading from Erzurum to Bayazid, the only caravan route from Trabzon to Persia, the tents of a solitary Kurdish tribe were pitched. The number of people that constitute the tribe was estimable from the number of tents covering the large part of the beautiful verdant field. The herds of horses, sheep, and cows distributed over the surrounding hills indicated that this pastoral tribe enjoyed wealth and prosperity. It was completely dark when Fatah Bey, the chief of this tribe, and his group reached the tents after returning from old Khacho's house. The evening fires, used for heating milk and cooking food, were still burning before some of the tents and beautifully illuminated the surroundings. As the Bey's group approached, the dogs started barking loudly, and the night watchmen discreetly, albeit perceptibly, informed each other that horsemen were approaching. The Bey's group responded in turn, and the watchman understood who was approaching without even seeing the group. The Bey rode his horse directly to the tent, housing the guest,
who had delivered the vali's gift to him. The guest was a middle-aged Turkish officer, tried and tempered in all manner of deceit. At one time he had served as the mudir in the region of Van, and had been replaced for taking excessive bribes. "You have kept me waiting a long time," the mudir said, rising as the bey entered his tent. "I had intended to bid you farewell tonight. The sheikh be witness that you are a very impatient guest." The bey answered with a laugh. "I am surprised that you had the patience to spend 9 months in your mother's womb. We have not had enough of each other's company yet. Why are you in a hurry? I hope that you have not become tired of my tent?" "Not at all. Your hospitality is most agreeable to me. If I am ever taken to paradise, of which I haven't much hope, I would wish for it to be your tent. Nevertheless, I beg that you will see me on my journey in the morning." Fine. I know the character of the Ottomans. They are accustomed to their smelly cities, lying on soft pillows from morning till evening, smoking hookah and drinking coffee. But what is there in this deserted land? I admit, it is my fault. I was unable to entertain you as I ought to have. What was I to do? You don't like to hunt? You don't like riding horses, and there is no other form of entertainment in our highlands. The mudir employed his Turkish compliments again, and replied, "The light of your countenance surpasses all other delights for me. I shall ever consider myself fortunate for having had the privilege to become acquainted with you, but realize, bey, that your servant is not a free man. His time does not belong to himself. The vali set 10 days as the limit of my leave of absence. I will write to the vali that I delayed you. You know how much he respects what I say." "I know that. The vali would exchange both his eyes for you. He treasures your words as if they were pearls. He always tells people that the Sultan has no chief as brave and faithful as Fatah Bey, and that is why he has nominated you as recipient of the Majidi of the First Order of Honor." The Bey worked a disdainful smile on his face and replied, "I don't like those things that are called honors very much. They are ornaments for women, and nothing more." "Then what do you like?" "I prefer my Majidi in currency." "That will happen, too, Bey. The vali has great respect for you. Don't you observe that he has placed your name on the salary list, and that you will henceforth receive a salary from the imperial treasury for guarding the frontier and keeping the peace in this region? He accepted your request that no mudir nor kaimakam be placed here, and that all command shall be vested in you. He has fulfilled whatever you have requested, and not once has he failed to do so. I thank the vali." Throughout this conversation, the bey's servants were sitting on the ground, surrounding the tent, enjoying their own conversation. Each was relating his acts of bravery, how many people he had killed, how many acts of thievery he had performed, how many women he had carried off, and so forth. "Osman has stolen as many sheep as he has hairs on his head," Omar said. "And you, Omar, are not so great." Osman retorted, "You have carried off as many Armenian girls as I have sheep." "That is not a lie," Shapan said. "It is like those bitches' hearts are made of glass. As soon as you touch them, they are destroyed. But our women, God is our witness, have hearts of stone. even if you throw them into the claws of wolves or beasts, they will not cry. I am impatient when women cry. It is as though tears were made for them. I have no patience with women who cry.
What a barbaric sentiment.
That the tears of Armenian women anger the Kurd? There is one other thing.
Another Kurd interrupted, who was the oldest of the number.
Those infidels never give up their cursed religion. You know that I keep 3 of them, and to tell the truth, I rarely beat them, but I always see them praying in secret. But there are some good things about them.
They can work like oxen and don't sleep much like our women do.
Oh, and what lovely daughters-in-law Landlord Khacho has.
Another young fellow exclaimed with fresh enthusiasm.
If their father-in-law were not our base godfather, I would have already abducted one of them.
Their conversation was interrupted by the barking of dogs, and the signals of the night watchman were given again from afar. Several of the base men took up their weapons and ran in the direction from which the sound was heard. As they approached, they heard groans from the darkness.
For the love of God, take us to the bay. We have a request to make.
The dogs would have torn the poor fellows to pieces if the servants had not arrived in time to prevent it. It is impossible to approach the camp of the Kurds by night without meeting danger. Out of nowhere, you would find that a sentry has thrust a spear into your side. The strangers were a handful of men who were brought outside the tent in which the bey was seated with his guest. From the light of the lantern, which hung in front of the tent, it appeared that the strangers were merchants and muleteers, one of whom had his head bandaged, another his arms, the third another part of his body, and blood was still flowing from their wounds. The bey, hearing the disturbance, called for one of his men and asked to know what the matter was.
Some merchants have come to make a complaint. They say their caravan has been robbed.
An expression resembling displeasure came over the relaxed face of the bey, but he concealed his uneasiness as well as he could and commanded that the strangers be brought in.
This is astonishing,
he said, turning to the mudir.
Such disorder has never taken place on my land.
Now, how is it that their caravan has been robbed? The bey had a tendency to call the territory occupied by his tribe his land, although not a handful of that soil really belonged to any of these Kurds, for they shifted about from place to place like gypsies.
Robberies happen everywhere,
the mudir replied tranquilly.
There is no land without robbers. Devils even appeared in heaven. Not a day passed in Erzurum where complaints were not brought to the valley.
The bey, encouraged by the reassuring tone of the mudir, said, Believe me, mudir, let the sheikh be witness that I have kept these regions so well that even the birds of the air dare not cross my land.
I am amazed. What devil could have robbed these poor fellows?
The wounded and blood-stained merchants now appeared. One of them, who was somewhat healthier than the others, advanced and addressed the bey.
We have come to kiss the dust of your feet, bey. We recognize God above and you below. For the love of the Prophet, help us. We are poor merchants. Our caravan has been robbed. They killed many of our friends, and you see the remainder here before your good eyes, wounded, and unable to survive much longer. Everything, all that we had, they took and left nothing.
The wounded men, unable to remain on their feet, sat in front of the tent, while those who were in better condition stood.
"Where did they rob you?"
The Bey asked.
"Here in the mountains, not far away. The robbers led our caravan out of the highway, drove us into a lonely valley, and there they bound us hand and foot and threw us into a ditch. After that, they opened our crates and took everything that was of value."
"What time of day was it?"
"It was about noon. We remained bound in that ditch until evening. Then God's mercy arrived. One of our number succeeded in untying his hands, and he released ours. Otherwise, we should have remained in that ditch to die of hunger and become the prey of wild beasts."
"Where are you from? Where had the caravan departed from, and where was it headed?"
The Bey continued. "We, your servants, are Persian merchants. The caravan was formed in Trabzon and was composed of goods shipped from Constantinople. We had passed safely through Erzurum and were going to continue our journey through Bayazid onto Persia, but here we were overtaken by misfortune. Our caravan was loaded with the most costly merchandise, but the robbers left nothing of value and burned the rest."
"Let the Sheikh be my witness. This is the first time I have seen such cruelty,"
the Bey exclaimed, turning to the mudir, who had listened to the merchant's story with great interest.
"Were you able to recognize the robbers?"
The mudir asked. "How could we?" The spokesman replied. "Their faces were concealed except for their eyes, and when they seized us, they covered our eyes as well before they began to search our bales. But we saw this much, that they were Kurds."
"How many of them were there?"
The mudir asked once more. "About 50.
"In what direction did they go?"
"We could not see. As I said, they had blindfolded us, with our hands and feet bound, and had thrown us into a ditch."
"Enough!"
The Bey interrupted angrily to stop the mudir's questioning.
"I understand everything."
Then he turned toward the merchants.
"Go now and rest. If the robbers are from our region, I will try to find them, and you shall not lose a sliver of anything. And if they come from some other area, I can find that out too. Do not worry. I will not excuse injustice perpetrated on my land."
The merchants bowed and gave the Bey their blessings.
"Kerbo,"
the Bey called to one of his servants.
"Take these men to your tent and treat them hospitably, with the worthiness of God's guest. Call the doctor quickly, so that he cures their wounds. I commit them to you. If they complain, you shall not escape my punishment."
The merchants blessed him once more and bowed themselves out of his presence. After they had taken their departure, the Bey turned to the mudir with these words.
"Do you see, Honorable Mudir, what events have taken place? Come and figure out what devil has taken their goods. I am confident that they cannot be the Kurds of our region. I am a terror to robbers. For fear of me, no one dares to do such things. But they come from other places, often from Persia, and commit robberies in our territory.
Who can tell a Persian when he dresses like a Kurd? This often happens and causes us much annoyance. Nevertheless, I must work to find these robbers. Ahmed, he said, turning to his cousin who had been sitting there in silence all the time. Go now and take 20 horsemen. First, go to the spot where the caravan was robbed. Observe the hoof prints left by the robbers' horses. Then gather the local shepherds and question them. In a word, use every means to discover the villains. I will not forgive robbery committed on my land that touches my honor. Ahmed set out by night to perform the Bey's bidding. Ahmed has a dog's keenness of scent. The Bey remarked, if the robbers have not gone far, he will surely find them. It appears so. The Mudir replied in a cryptic voice. It was now late in the night. The Bey ordered supper to be served. They ate and drank. Then, wishing his guest a good night and promising to start the Mudir on his journey in the morning, the Bey retired to his own tent. But the Mudir lay awake for a long time, thinking of many things. Chapter 10. The Bey's private tent consisted of 2 parts, one of which was the women's quarters, and the other his reception room. The tent was made of plain material, like that usually used by pastoral Kurds. Its fabric was black and had been woven by his maidservants. The Bey entered his reception room and ordered his servant to let down the curtains and leave. Sitting there alone, he seemed to be waiting for someone. The lantern suspended from the ridgepole gave only a dim, smoky light. No sound was heard from the woman's side. They all appeared to be asleep. Kerbo appeared, the same Kurd to whose care the Bey had committed the merchants who had been robbed. Are your guests comfortable? The Bey asked, a mysterious smile playing across his face. Thanks to my lord's kindness, they are quite comfortable. The crafty Kurd replied. They ate and drank, offered their blessings to you, and went to sleep. Perhaps they will find their goods in their dreams. The dead do not return from hell. The Bey said sarcastically. Where did you hide the goods? Over in our village, in the house of Lame Alo. Were they fine things? God has never left such a loot in our hands before, Bey. Gold, silver, velvets, and cashmere. In short, everything you could wish for, you will find. Did anyone see you enter the village? Who should see us? There is no one left in the village. They have all gone to the mountain pastures, and only a few Armenian families are left. Like blind chickens, they don't dare to step out of their huts after dark, but lock their doors, cover their heads, and go to sleep. Where did you hide the goods? In Alo's house, as I told you. There are hundreds of holes in that old wolf's den. We piled the stuff into one of them and locked the doors. I have brought you the keys, he said, handing the Bey 2 keys. Alo is faithful to us. It is not the first time he has served us in this way. The Bey observed. Finishing his explanation of the arrangements he had made with the loot, Kerbo began to explain how they had attacked the caravan, how they plundered it, what prowess they had shown, and so on. Very well done, Kerbo. I have always had a high opinion of your bravery. When we get rid of that useless person, meaning the mudir, I will divide the loot, and you shall each receive your proper share.
Kerbo bowed and made no response.
One thing troubles me.
The Bey continued solemnly.
I wish the deed had not been done while that man was here. Are you referring to the mudir? Yes, the mudir. That's no big harm.
Kerbo said, laughing.
We will send the mudir from here loaded with gifts and honors, so that he will leave very satisfied. But we will send a couple of horsemen after him, and before he even reaches Erzurum, they will cut off his head and bring back the gifts. Then the mudir effendi will not be able to go and tell the vali what he must suspect. Is that a good plan?
The Bey did not reply immediately. He was in quiet contemplation.
The murder must be done beyond the boundaries of our land, near Erzurum.
Kerbo continued.
Then the sin will be far from us, and no one can be suspicious that it was us. It is not necessary,
the Bey said after a few moments of reflection.
If he reports us to the vali, I will find some other way to please him, and he will remain silent.
Then Kerbo, as if he had just thought of it, put his hand in his bosom and drew out a small, silver-engraved chest wrapped in a handkerchief. He gave the casket to the Bey, saying, I didn't leave this in Alo's house. It was such a small object, it might have gotten lost. The Bey opened the chest. Inside it, various ornaments were arranged for women. Rings and bracelets of gold, enriched with precious stones.
Their owner was a Jew, who had ordered those things to be made in Constantinople for a Persian prince who was to marry a princess this winter.
Kerbo said, adding with a sneer,
The poor bride is robbed of her jewels. The Jew begged that we let him keep them. I gave him rest and silenced him.
To give someone rest, in Kerbo's tongue, signified that he had killed them.
You may go now, Kerbo,
the Bey said.
Honor your guests well. In the morning, we will decide what to do next.
The reader will have noticed that Kerbo was one and the same robber who had plundered the merchant's caravan and was now hosting them. And that band of robbers was charged by Futtah Bey, whose help and protection the merchants had sought, so that he may serve justice. After Kerbo departed, the Bey sat for a long time examining the beautiful objects before him. He could not have explained why those jewels attracted him so greatly.
I will send this chest to the vali at Erzurum. I cannot find a more suitable gift than this,
he thought. Then suddenly he changed his mind, as if he recollected a person dearer to him than anyone else.
No. This lovely necklace must adorn her beautiful neck. Those priceless bracelets are worthy only of her matchless arms, and those rings for her wonderful fingers,
he said passionately. The savage man was under the spell of love. It had made him more tender. Wild beasts become fiercer when they begin to love, but man is softened, and in that way, the bay differed from the beasts.
I must keep those ornaments for her. Only for her.
Absorbed by these thoughts, he had forgotten himself and had spoken those last words aloud, completely unaware that someone had raised the curtain of the woman's quarters, entered, and silently stationed herself behind him. It was his wife, the young Khurshid, recognized by the entire tribe for her beauty. But at this moment, she towered over him like a pale and angry goddess or an evil spirit about to destroy him. He looked up and was transfixed with terror. For a few moments, the husband and wife faced each other in silence like gladiators, measuring how to attack each other. The silver chest with its brilliant jewels still remained open before the bay. The woman gave them a mere glance and crossed to the opposite side of the tent to seat herself upon a cushion. Those objects, which would have excited the desire of most women, especially Kurdish women, who are like children in their fondness for shining things, seemed to be no more to her than bits of broken glass, the sharp edges of which pierced her heart. The Bey, noticing her distress, said,
"Why are you angry? I will give you some of these too."
"I need nothing but a shroud, nothing else." The woman answered with a trembling voice. The murky light of the lantern fell directly upon her pale face, which was more beautiful in its anger, like that of a furious angel.
"What is the matter, Khurshid?"
The Bey asked gently.
"I hope you have not had a bad dream."
"I do not dream. I have seen what has been going on before my own eyes." The Bey knew very well that his crimes, robberies, and bloodshed were not the occasion of his wife's agitation, for he knew that Khurshid, as well as every other Kurdish woman, would give her husband no peace if he should cease from stealing and plundering. Therefore, there must have been some other reason for her anger. The Bey only had one wife, even though, as a Muslim, he was not forbidden from having several. Besides the fact that the Kurds were not polygamous, there was another reason why he was unable to have second and third wives. Khurshid was the daughter of a Kurdish sheikh, an influential man whose spiritual rule extended over all the tribes, and one word from him would be sufficient to remove the strongest chief from his position. And the Bey was indebted to him for his position. To add a second wife to his harem would be to offer an insult to the sheikh. The Bey thought of all this as he sat and studied his wife's sad countenance. The Bey was now looking at his feelings from a practical and worldly point of view. But the moral point of view, it seemed he had forgotten about. It would be impossible to displace his wife's love because she was a sheikh's daughter. But when he turned his eyes towards the shining object, again his imagination conjured that lovely being for whom, moments ago, he had been preparing those valuables. he understood the reason for his wife's anger. Now those same brutish passions that are unique to animals in courtship filled his heart. "Curse it," he said in an emotional tone. "What are you asking of me?" "I am asking for our marriage vows to be severed," she said calmly. "I will no longer be your wife. In the morning, I will mount my horse and return to my father's house." "Why?" "I do not pardon the sharing of the wifehood of a sheikh's daughter with a vile Armenian girl. I will keep her as your handmaid." "I have plenty of handmaids." "But I love her." "Love her as much as you please. That love will cost you dear." "What are you going to do?" "That is for me to know." "You threaten me, do you, you wretch? I will crush you under my feet like a clay pot." "Don't move from your place. Do you see this?" the woman said, revealing the revolver in her hand. She was now on her feet. The Bey was terrified. He had not anticipated such a bold step on the part of his wife. They stood confronting each other in a state of suspense, she with her revolver pointing at his chest, and he with his hand upon the hilt of his dagger. At that moment, the sound of an infant crying was heard from the other side of the partition. As the mother hastened toward the crying baby, she spoke these words: "I will yet have my revenge." Chapter 11. Landlord Khacho's wife had died after giving birth to Stepanik. After her death, Khacho did not remarry, although it was not customary in the village for a man of his age to remain without a wife. In the management of the household, Sarah, the wife of his eldest son, assumed the role of the departed, and she was recognized throughout the village for being an intelligent and good matriarch. The old men often approached her for advice, and the daughters-in-law accepted her leadership. One morning, when everyone at home was busy with their usual occupations, a maidservant who had gone to the local source for water returned holding the jug on her shoulders, and approaching Sarah, whispered in her ear, "A Kurdish girl is calling for you outside. Tell her to come here." Sarah said, "You see that I am busy." "She won't come in. She says that she has something very important to discuss." The maid replied. Sarah went out. The girl was standing near the gate. She was a tall girl with a slender build and a dark, captivating face. "Let us go somewhere to talk in private. See next to those trees? There is no one around," the girl said, pointing in that direction. Sarah, noticing the stranger's bright eyes, began to feel suspicious of her. Why was this wild creature taking her near those distant trees where no one was around? What business had she with her? "Come in," Sarah urged, taking her by the hand. "Come to our house.
If you wish for others not to hear you, our house has many secluded places.
The stranger accepted Sarah's invitation without protest. Sarah led her to a spot in the garden shaded by willows. "We will sit here, as you seem to have a liking for trees." They sat near each other on the grass. "Now tell me, my dear," she continued, clasping the girl's hand in a friendly way. "What do you have to tell me?" "Khurshid Khanum sent Javo to you," the girl began. "Do you know Khurshid? She is Javo's mistress. Javo praises God every day that she has such a great mistress. She doesn't beat Javo, and she always gives Javo her old clothes, saying, 'You may have these, Javo, you are a good girl.' But who is to say that they are old clothes? They're quite new, you see. They are all from the mistress. She wore them for a day, and by the next day, they were old for her." And indeed, the Kurdish girl was dressed quite neatly and in lavish clothes. But Sarah did not understand why the girl was speaking these irrelevant words to her in the third person. All Sarah had been able to gather was that the girl's name was Javo, and that she was the handmaid of Khurshid Khanum, whom she knew to be the wife of Fatah Bey, the friend of the family. But why had that lady sent this half-witted maid here? That was what Sarah was wondering, but she allowed the girl to make the purpose of her visit known in her own fashion. "So, your name is Javo? What a pretty name," she said. "My mother named me Jevhar, but my mistress calls me Javo. She says Jevhar is too long." "I will call you as your mistress does. Javo, my girl. What did your mistress say when she sent you to me?" But the girl always strayed from giving a direct answer. There were so many ideas in her head that she could not figure out which to utter first. She replied, "Javo's mistress quarreled with the Aga last night." "Don't look at me like that. Javo isn't a child. She's very smart. When the Aga was quarreling with his wife, Javo was hidden behind the curtains and heard everything. Oh, how angry the mistress was. She was pulling her own hair and ripping her own clothes. Alas, those clothes. Even Javo can wear them now." Noting that the simple-minded girl was very fond of fine clothing, Sarah said, "Javo surely knows how to sew. She will mend them and then wear them." "Sew? How can I not know? See these fingers?" And she exhibited the fingers of her right hand. "Do you see how many times Javo's mother pricked these fingers, saying, 'Learn to sew or perish'? I see that you are a gracious girl. Now tell me why the Aga quarreled with the lady." "The Aga said, 'I must bring in a new wife,' to which the lady replied, 'No, you will not bring in a new wife, or else I will hang myself.' Isn't that a sin? Who is there like Khurshid? And what use is there for a new wife?" Little by little, Sarah was solving the puzzle. "There is no one like Khurshid," she replied. "But tell me, Javo, what new wife does the Aga wish to bring?" Javo's mistress will die when the master brings home a new wife, and then Javo will not live much longer." The girl said, her eyes filling with tears. "Who is he going to bring in her place?" Sarah repeated, losing patience. "Ask why the mistress sent Javo to you, and then Javo will tell you who he will bring." "Well, why did she send you?" "They quarreled last night, and this morning the mistress said, 'Javo, go to the house of our godfather Chacho. Take my salutations to Sarah, ask her how she is, and say, "Oh, I forgot to ask how you are."'" "No matter. What did she say?" "The mistress said, 'You will call Sarah to a secret place. That is why I asked you to go out in those trees where we would be hidden.'" "We are secluded here too. No one can hear us. What did she say?" "She said, 'You must send Stepanik away quickly to another country. If you do not have anyone who can take her away from here, I will furnish men to take her wherever you wish.' That was in the night. She said, 'Swear, Javo, that you will keep all this in mind and that you will tell no one else.' Javo swore." After this, the girl told Sarah that her mistress swore she would kill Javo if she told anyone else, and added that she was very much afraid of her mistress, as she knew her mistress was capable of taking such an action. She said she had seen her mistress kill one of her servants, but why she had done so, Javo would not say. Poor Sarah did not hear a word of these explanations. When she heard Stepanik's name spoken, she was thunderstruck. She was terrified and would have fallen to the ground, unconscious, if the Kurdish girl's strong arm had not supported her. Although the simple girl could not understand the poor woman's agitation, she still felt that the news she had imparted was of a very serious nature, and she tried to comfort her. "Let Sarah not worry. As long as Javo's mistress lives, she will not let the Aga take a girl from this home." "What girl?" Sarah asked, coming to herself. "We have no marriageable girl in our house." "The Aga knows that Stepanik is a girl." While this conversation was taking place, Stepanik was in the garden feeding the fawn that the Bey had given to him as a gift just a few days earlier. The sunshine fell upon the lad's beautiful face and outlined his fine form. Sarah pointed toward him and said, "Do you see? That is Stepanik. Look closely. Is he a girl? Who has told the Aga such a lie?" "One of your Kurdish servants, the wife of the shepherd Hilo, told the Aga. The mistress said she will have the wretch killed." "Hilo's wife has told a lie. She stole goods from our home and we sent her away. That is why she lied." Sarah noticed that although Javo was simple-minded, she was by no means stupid. And seeing Javo's fidelity to her mistress, which is not uncommon among half-tamed servants, she thought it safe to send a message by her in return. She told Javo to return her compliments to her mistress, to ask how she was, and to thank her mistress on Sarah's behalf for the message. She then asked Javo to inform her mistress that she had been utterly mistaken in thinking that Stepanik was a girl. However, since she wished to have Stepanik sent out of the country, her request would be complied with. Sara then added that she wished very much to see the mistress herself, so that they might talk these things over together, and she requested that the mistress plan some means by which they might meet secretly. Having completed her message, she asked, "Now, my smart Javo, can you tell your mistress all this without forgetting any of it?"
Javo has a sharp mind. Javo will not forget.
The girl replied, and like a student repeated all that Sara had said. She made a few slips, which Sara corrected, and so Javo had to repeat the message a few more times. Now Javo says it just the way Sara says it. The girl said to herself, Javo will repeat Sara's words all along her journey back so that she does not forget them. "Others might hear you," Sara remarked.
Javo isn't so stupid,
Javo will say to herself. The girl looked at the sun and saw that the day was quite far advanced. She rose to go, saying that she could not delay any longer, for she had a long journey back to the Aga's tent. "Wait, Javo, my good girl, let me give you something," Sara said, and went to the house. Just then Stepanik, who was still occupied with his fawn, saw the girl standing alone and approached her. "Are you going?" he asked. "Do you see that it is almost evening?" The girl replied, pointing to the sun. "You came to our house, but you did not eat anything," Stepanik said.
"Oh, Javo forgot that she was hungry. Javo has eaten nothing today."
"I will bring you something to eat." The Kurdish girl, charmed with the lad's kindness of heart, threw her arms around him and kissed him. Stepanik ran to the house and brought pieces of wrapped lavash spread with butter and honey. "Sit down and eat it now," he commanded.
"Javo will eat on her journey."
Then Sara returned, holding a pretty red silk kerchief, the most valued headdress among Kurdish women. Seeing it, Javo became so happy that she forgot her good manners and, like a child, snatched it from Sara's hands. She immediately began to tie it around her head, and then, as though looking into a mirror, she turned first to Sara and then to Stepanik and asked,
"Is Javo pretty now?"
"Very pretty," they both replied.
"Then embrace Javo."
Sara embraced her affectionately.
"You too, Stepanik,"
she commanded. Stepanik followed Sara's example. "And now Javo embraces you in return." Having offered her honest embraces, the simple-minded Kurd set out on her journey to the base tents. Chapter 12. After seeing Javo on her journey, Sara began to realize the full significance of the information she had received. Stepanik was still standing near her and had no knowledge of his fate. He laid his hand on Sara's shoulder like a child and asked, "Why are Kurdish girls so mindless?" They are not mindless, my child. Sarah replied with motherly tenderness. They are only raised like wild, mountainous creatures. Like my fawn. Stepanik added. For although I have cared for it all this time and have often taken it in my arms and petted it, it still doesn't like me and runs away from me. While he was speaking, Sarah looked earnestly at the kind-hearted lad, and her eyes filled with tears. She had never examined that delicate face before, in which all the beauty of youth was displayed. She turned her head aside, so that the lad would not notice her tears. But he was still curious about the Kurdish girl. She was very hungry, Sarah, and said that she had eaten nothing today. I gave her a piece of bread with butter and honey and asked her to sit here and eat, but she took the food and I saw her eating it as she started her journey, as if she was in haste. Is it so, Sarah? She was in haste. She has a long way to go. Where? To the Blue Hills. Isn't it getting dark now? How is she going to cross so many mountains on foot, alone, with no companion? How is she not afraid, Sarah? She is not afraid. That is how they are raised. What is a wolf's cub afraid of? Sarah was called away, and their conversation was interrupted. The poor woman passed the remainder of the day in bitter distress. Like a drunken or absent-minded person, she hardly knew what she was doing. Instead of taking up the object she wanted, she would take up another. Instead of going where she intended, she found herself going somewhere else. She was constantly making mistakes. The day passed in a feverish unrest. When Stepanik's mother died, Sarah had become his loving guardian and raised him as her own. Now, a sad fate threatened him. To whom and how should she reveal what the Kurdish servant had told her today? She knew that if Stepanik's old father should learn of the intention of the Bey, he would be unable to bear the sorrow. On the other hand, Sarah thought that concealment would be impossible. Or worse, she knew that they needed to preempt misfortune. But to whom should she entrust her confidence? These reflections disturbed her, and she arrived at no decisive conclusion. When she was alone with her husband Hayrappet in the evening, he said, Sarah, you look quite different today. What happened? I hope you're not sick. I have a slight headache, but it's nothing. It will pass. She replied, not wanting to startle him with a sudden announcement of the trouble. Rub a little vinegar on your forehead, he suggested. I've tried everything. Little by little, Sarah tried leading up to the subject of the day's events, but she did not know how to begin talking about it. Then Hayrappet gave her an opportunity to begin by remarking, A Kurdish girl came here today. Who was she? She was the servant of Khurshid Khanum, Fatah Bey's wife.
Every time that scoundrel or any of his people come to our house,
Հայրապետ said bitterly,
I always expect some evil to follow. When will those scoundrels stop coming to our door?
But we must consider all the harm they have done us so far to be the work of God, Sarah said.
Հայրապետ turned pale. Noticing this,
she continued, all misfortunes are for man. Whatever sorrow God has sent, we must bear in patience.
Pitiable are the people who find consolation in God in the face of every misfortune, only relating all the sufferings they bear in the world to God. One would think that God was the author of misfortune. What is it?
Հայրապետ asked in fear.
What has happened?
Sarah then told him what she had heard from the Kurdish maid. During her story, poor Հայրապետ's face took on every color and expression. His passions varied in succession, and at times it was possible to distinguish expressions of horror, bitter hatred, violent anger, and sorrowful grief.
I have been expecting this for a long time,
he sighed after hearing the whole story.
My poor father. He will die of grief when he hears all of this.
That is what I have been thinking about all day, Sarah said.
You would die.
Certainly die. Husband and wife sat in silence for a time, each thinking about what needed to be done.
It is not necessary to inform my father,
Հայրապետ eventually said, interrupting the silence.
But it will not be possible to keep it from your brothers,
Sarah replied.
I will inform my brothers.
Then, in order not to lose time, inform them tonight, Sarah urged. Every moment is valuable to us. Whatever you must do, do it quickly. Who knows what could happen at any moment? Some of Hærapet's brothers were at home, and some had not yet returned from the fields. He rose and told his wife not to mention the subject to anyone until he had consulted with them. He then took his brothers who were at home outside, indicating that he had something he needed to speak to them about. He chose a small grove near a mill where they would not be easily discovered or interrupted, for they might be disturbed at home or their father might happen to get involved in their conversation. When they had all gathered, Hærapet relayed what he had heard from his wife. It is not difficult to imagine the bitter impression the news made upon the brothers. They all froze in their places. All were lost for words. The scene was reminiscent of one in which a flock of sparrows, twittering and chirping in the branches of the trees, and filling the woods with their chatter, suddenly turned to silence as a hawk hovered close to them. That was the impression Fatabe's name and wicked intentions had on the 6 brothers. Behold, the friendship of the Kurd. One of the brothers said,
"The Bey is the godfather of our children, yet he forgets that he has eaten our bread and salt. What friendship can there be between wolf and lamb, fox and hen?"
Հայրապետ said furiously,
"But we are worse than sheep, worse still than hens. At least the sheep has horns that it sometimes uses to fight, and the hen has sharp claws that it sometimes uses in self-defense. We have nothing with which to protect ourselves. We are the scum of mankind. We should be purged away, destroyed, so that mankind should not be contaminated by us."
He spoke these words with such melancholy bitterness that his brothers were alarmed.
"What are we?" he continued in the same tone. "Industrious, hard-working plowmen, and we boast of it. But the ass, the ox, the horse, and the buffalo are stronger than us, even though we work harder. We are reasoning animals, and nothing more. The Kurdish spear reaps more than our diligent plow. We earn, they eat. We raise beautiful girls. They enjoy their love. Whatever is beautiful, whatever is good is not for us. For us, whatever is left is mean and worthless, because we are not worthy of any good things." Days ago, I had a similar conversation with our father. He was trying to persuade me that our condition is not as unenviable as we think. And by way of proof, he pointed to our visible wealth, which a band of Kurds, or an ambush, can eradicate. Now come and tell him that instead of taking his house, they are going to drag away his dear child, and that he shall watch it with his own eyes, but will not have the courage to be able to utter a single protest. Is this a good condition to be in? Only an Armenian is able to bear such conditions with patience. Only the shameful, dishonorable Armenian. Come now and snatch a cup from the den of a tigress. She will tear you to pieces right there. The Kurd is the same. But what are we? We're nothing."
Հայրապետ's words so inflamed the hearts of some of his brothers that they resolved to resist together, to die, rather than allow Stepanik to fall into the hands of the Kurds.
"That would not fulfill any objective."
The clever and more experienced Հայրապետ said in response,
"We will die, but they would still take Stepanik. At least after death we will not see her disgraced, and we will be at rest in our graves."
Brother Apo said. But some took a different view.
"We will all perish for the sake of a girl and leave our children fatherless. What wisdom is there in doing that?"
Another brother asked, whose name was Ohan.
"I wash my hands of this business.
We have a sister, but if we had none, it would be no great loss. Why should we offer our heads for her sake?" Another brother, whom they called Hako, and who regarded Stepanik's condition from a more practical standpoint, began to defend Ohan's position, saying, "I don't see any misfortune in this. In one respect, it would be a good thing. When we have a brother-in-law like Fatah Bey, all the Armenians will fear us. For example," he added, "our neighbor Meko."
"What kind of a man is he, He has no bread to eat in his home, but because his daughter is married to a Kurd, we all fear him. We don't dare to speak to him of our troubles, for he will report us to his Kurdish son-in-law, and the Kurds will come and kill us in our beds. Wouldn't it be fine to have such a brother-in-law?"
These words angered Apo.
"Jesus Christ be my witness," he exclaimed. "You're out of your mind. What are you saying? An ass would not utter such foolishness. Are we to give our sister into the hands of a lawless and unbelieving Kurd, only so that Armenians will fear us and stand in awe of us? Let us not have such respect, and as you know, it is possible for them to pay respect to our faces while cursing us in their hearts. Who admires Meko for having given his daughter to a Kurd? That is not admiration. It is something else. It is fear of the Kurds, like a fear of dogs and wolves."
Then another of the brothers, who had been silent the whole time, opposed Apo by invoking his special religious philosophy that it is impossible to change God's plans, that whatever will be, that God created the Kurds as Kurds and the Armenians as Armenians, that he gave the Kurds weapons and the Armenians spades, that neither can fill the place of the other, and that all these things are in God's hands. He concluded his speech with the following example. The crow was desirous of having the plumage of the peacock, but who could give it to him? God created one like this, and the other like that. Apo answered, "You forget, brother, that the crow and the peacock are different birds, but the Kurd and the Armenian are both men. The Kurd does not emerge from the womb with weapons in his hand, but naked and weak, the same as the Armenian. Why do you put everything on God's neck? Did he put weapons into the hands of Kurds for the express purpose that they should come and massacre us, drag our daughters from their homes, and carry them off? Did he make us the pitiable, cowardly wretches we are? God doesn't interfere in such things. He gives us minds that we may choose for ourselves. If you go right now and throw yourself into that river, God will not come and hold your hand and prevent you from doing so. You will simply destroy yourself." Hairapet, the eldest brother, had listened to this dispute in silence. He felt grateful to Apo for the stand he took, but he still did not want to offend his other brothers. "You see," Hairapet said earnestly, "we are 6 brothers gathered here, but we cannot come to an understanding or an agreement. How difficult it is to unite a people or a nation. This is how we are, so our condition will remain as it is. They beat us and spit in our faces, seize our wives, our daughters, our goods, and our property, and we must patiently bear all these indignities and tortures, and like wretched beasts of burden, we must work for our enemies so that they may live at ease. And we give thanks to God that at least our lives are spared, which allows us to creep on the earth like the miserable worms we are." Having spoken his piece with sadness, Hairapet proposed that they should move Stepanik from their home temporarily and to the monastery of St. John the Baptist until they find a way to take her across the Russian frontier where she would be safe. But Ohan and Hako did not agree, stating that they would be resisting the Bey's will. By hiding our sister, they said, we will give cause to the Bey's anger, and he will consequently seek revenge. They proposed to let things take their course, repeating that whatever God wills, will be, that man cannot erase the handwriting of God. Others urged that their father should be informed, and that he, as the patriarch of the family, should decide what course to pursue. In this way, the discussion dragged on, and still they arrived at no conclusions. Suddenly, an owl hooted nearby. The brothers shuddered. Listen, we were correct. Ohanin Hako said, the owl confirms what we said, that it will be bad for us to send Stepanik away from home. Only Hairapet and Apo remained firm in their opinion. The meeting broke up in uncertainty. Chapter 13. But what sort of a riddle was this? How could Stepanik first be a boy and then a girl? Let us solve the riddle. Its key is buried in a short, sad tale. In a quiet spot in old Khacho's garden, sheltered on all sides by a cluster of trees, lay a grave. There was no cross, no stone, no sign to mark it. It was a low mound, slightly higher than the surrounding plot. Often, in the stillness of the night, the old man could be seen lying stretched beside the unpretentious mound, tears dripping heavily from his eyes. The other members of the family would also solemnly visit that grave, as if it contained the happiness of the entire family. Who was buried there? Old Khacho once had a daughter named Sona, whose face strongly resembled Stepanik's. When Sona turned 16 years old, many requests were made for her hand, not only because she was from a wealthy family, but especially because of her beauty. Her father deliberated between the many suitors and found it very difficult to choose. However, a sad event put an end to Sona's prospects. One day, she went out into the field to gather greens, never to return. Many discussions were had about her disappearance. Some said she drowned in the river, some that she had been devoured by wild beasts, some that witches had stolen her, and some that the Kurds had carried her off. They searched far and wide and looked everywhere, but to no avail. They were unable to obtain any information at all about the lost girl, even though her father promised a liberal reward to anyone who could bring proof of her whereabouts. Several weeks passed. Then a Kurd appeared at Khacho's gate one day, leading a mule that was carrying a coffin on its back. In it lay Sona's body. According to the story of the Kurd, the unfortunate girl had been snatched from the field by a Kurdish chief, who, although not prominent, had a reputation among his tribesmen as a notable criminal. Sona, finding no other way to escape from the hands of the monster, had bribed an old Kurdish woman using some of the gold coins sewn onto her headdress to obtain poison for her. The woman did her bidding. Sona died of poisoning. The Kurds would not allow the body to be buried in their burial ground because she had affirmed till her last breath, "I am a Christian. I will not change my faith." As such, her body remained unburied. One of the Kurds used the situation to his advantage. Learning whose daughter she was, he delivered her body to her father's home in the hope of obtaining a reward. Not without fanaticism, the Armenian clergy also wanted nothing to do with the corpse. The reasons they gave were that she had committed suicide, driven to death by a villain, and she had not confessed or received absolution. Therefore, they could not allow her to be buried in the Armenian cemetery. Having been driven away by the church, she had found acceptance by her family. This was why her grave was in her father's garden. Naturally, this misfortune brought great grief to Khacho's family, but there were also other painful consequences. Sona's mother, Rehan, after giving birth to Stepanik, was unable to bear the bitter pain caused by Sona's fate and grew weaker day by day until she finally passed away. That event had an influence on Stepanik's life because Stepanik was, indeed, a girl. Her baptismal name was Lala. So why had they raised her in disguise? Sona's death left such a sorrowful impression on her father that he had a foreboding that his other daughter would suffer the same fate. His concerns were not without grounds, especially in his region, where he had witnessed hundreds of such examples of virgin girls abducted by Kurds. Thus, he wished to have Stepanik grow up as a boy until she came of age. Her mother had agreed, but having died soon after, was unable to bring up the child. The secret had been kept very carefully within Khacho's family. Outside the family, only 3 persons knew the secret: the village priest and the godfather and godmother who were no longer living. Lala, we will hereafter have to refer to Stepanik by her proper name sometimes, was now 16 years old, the age past which girls in the village typically leave their homes. Her father was now thinking of arranging a marriage for his daughter. The difficulty, however, was that since Lala was known to be a boy, no one had asked for her hand. Besides, her father wanted her to marry a man from another land, someone who would take her away from their village so that the cunning he had practiced might not be known, although this practice was not uncommon in that country. But where could he find a suitable husband for Lala who met these requirements? Her father had set his heart on a man called Thomas Effendi, a talkative, deceptive, short, rotund man who was anything
but a man. Where was he from? This was not clear. By his own report, he was from Constantinople and had relatives who were emirs there. Lala's brothers hated him as tyrant, not only because he had an extremely repulsive face, but because they knew him to be a cruel and merciless man. He kept himself away from Armenians, spoke Turkish, and spent most of his time around mudirs, kaymakams, and Kurdish beys. He used these affiliations to threaten Armenian villagers and boasted of their friendship.
Thomas Effendi was the imperial multazim,
that is, the collector of the imperial tolls and customs. The multazim holds the same significance to the villagers as the angel of death or the devil does to superstitious people, and is a terror to the village. But that which the villager fears, he also respects. If Satan appeared among the villagers, they wouldn't hate him so much as they would flatter him. This is the way of mankind. Primitive men worshipped good and evil spirits in equal measure, offering sacrifices to both. What is surprising is that the evil spirits accepted more. The good are bound to do us good, the people thought, but we must placate the evil, lest it does us harm. Taking these plans into consideration, it is easy to explain why Thomas Effendi was admitted into Old Khacho's home as an honored guest. Landlord Khacho, the elected head of the village and its representative, held meetings with Thomas Effendi concerning taxes, customs, and tithes of the products of the soil. Thus, the Effendi had reason to visit Khacho's house and would often remain there for weeks at a time, collecting grain and other products due to him. For such guests, the landlord's salon was the village inn. The kaymakam, the mudir, the multazim, Vartapet's gathering spiritual fruit, the last guards, and even down to the last beggar, all journeyed there. There is little in the way of distinguishing these people. Thomas Effendi appeared in the village of O, accompanied by 2 guards who were inseparable from him the morning after the council was held by Old Khacho's sons in the woods. He had come to set the figures of the tax on sheep and other animals, for it was late in the spring, and the villagers would soon be migrating with their flocks and herds to the pastures in order to graze and escape from the heat of summer. Having completed his work, Thomas Effendi and landlord Khacho made their way to Khacho's house. The Sultan, passing through the streets of Constantinople to visit the Hagia Sophia for his Friday prayers, would not have paraded with the haughtiness that this little man assumed as he strutted through the streets in the village of O. Swaggering along, with his plump belly protruding and his nose in the air, he was constantly looking in every direction to see how many villagers were noticing his presence. He was wearing a kind of military uniform, decorated with numerous yellow buttons, which would have you believe that the vizier had sent it to him. Upon entering the landlord's salon, he ordered coffee to be brought without delay and made arrangements for supper. Whichever house the multazim enters, he considers himself master. If the people of the house do not see to his requests, he knows how to bring them around. When they were seated, old Khacho said, Effendi, it was unnecessary to have that pitiful villager beaten today. You're mistaken, landlord. The tax collector replied with his cat-like voice. The villager needs to be beaten, and beaten well. The ass will not carry its load till you beat it. But he was not at fault. It is all the same, whether he was guilty or not. If he was not guilty today, he could be tomorrow. Haven't you heard the fable of Nasruddin Hoja? One of his asses broke its halter and ran away. Instead of chasing after the ass to beat and punish it, he began to beat his other ass who had not broken its halter and was standing quietly in its place. They asked him what the poor creature had done to earn a beating. Hoja answered, You have no idea how this one would flee if it should break its halter. But I am certain that the man was not lying. I know that the Kurds carried off the greater part of his sheep. The old man continued, still not convinced that it was necessary to beat the calm and innocent ass in place of the culprit. I know myself, landlord, that the Kurds have stolen some of his sheep. But if I should accept such accounts, the floods will come and carry the watermill away, and then I should have to pay the imperial taxes out of my own pocket. According to last year's accounts, that man owns 100 sheep, and I demand the tax on 100. But if the Kurds have stolen some 50 or 60 of those, what am I guilty of? The Kurds steal daily. If these fellows are men, let them prevent the thefts. One ought to show some pity, Effendi. The landlord answered, You have the right to require tax on only as many sheep as he has on hand. He is not obliged to pay taxes on the lost, the dead, and the stolen. How can I prove that they have been stolen? The tax collector demanded angrily. The villagers may hide their sheep and tell me that they're lost, stolen, dead, or who knows what. They could make 1,001 such excuses. The landlord did not reply. But you have not seen the new firman that I have received from the Sultan. If you knew what is written there, you would not be talking like this, landlord. Saying this, he drew from his inside chest pocket a large bundle of papers, and opening them one after another with great care, at last unfolded an immense red sheet, printed in various large, white characters. Here, read it, he commanded, handing it to the landlord. The landlord gazed in astonishment at the imposing document. Whatever is large, whatever is huge, is astonishing to the farmer. But if he had been able to read Turkish, he would have understood that this great, red sheet was nothing but a theater poster or a playbill advertising benefit performances for some actress. But Thomas Effendi indicated to him. Landlord, The Sultan's furman should not be treated with such little respect. When one takes it in his hands, he first kisses it and then proceeds to read it.
The old man kissed the paper and humbly returned it.
You tell the villagers 1,000 times that this is the new order and that the taxes have increased, but still they don't understand, still they insist on what they know.
The tax collector said indignantly,
I, too, am a man. My patience becomes exhausted, and I begin to beat them. The stupid ass, though only an ass, if he once steps in the mud, will not step there again, even if you cut off his head. But these villagers do not even have the mind of an ass.
Thomas Effendi had a habit of drawing all of his examples and comparisons from the lives of donkeys.
Listen, let me tell you something, landlord Khacho. You know that I have many of the villages around Alashkert in my hand. Once, a certain man had reaped and threshed his grain and had it ready for inspection. He sent for me to measure it and take the tithes. I demanded cash instead of the tithes. He replied that he was unable to pay the cash and added that I had a right only to the grain and that I should take that which belonged to me. I can't tolerate it when the village ass talks about rights. So I said what I thought. I will curse your father and show you what rights are. I did not measure his grain and left it there. The rains came, the grain sprouted, and was scorched, rotted, and destroyed. Then I returned and said, I don't stand on my rights any longer. Give me the grain. But how could he give it? The grain had become a moldy heap of dust. Then give me my money instead of the tithes, I said. He had no money. I gave him a good beating, ordered his oxen to be sold, and got my money. Now that fellow is so careful that he would carry axe without breaking even a single one. When he sees me, he rises to his feet from a mile away and bows most humbly. That is the way to treat people.
Is that mercy? Old Khacho asked in such a low tone that one would think he did not wish to be heard.
What is the meaning of mercy?
The tax collector said dismissively.
Government is one thing, mercy is another. You have governed this village for 40 years, but you still haven't learned how to govern. You just heard Nasreddin Hoja's fable about asses, and now I will give you another example. A pasha is appointed the governor of a province. As soon as he enters office, he has a few men seized. He may have them imprisoned or perhaps even beheaded. It may be that those men are not guilty of any crime, but the pasha needs to destroy a few people in order to cause the people to fear him. What does government mean? It means keeping the people in constant terror. If I hadn't done as I did with the villagers' harvest, the others would not have regarded me as a man, and I would not have had my way any longer.
Thomas Effendi talked about his doings as frankly as a Kurd talks about his thievery. What difference was there between this Armenian and Fatah Bey? One was a lowly and crafty oppressor, and the other was a brave and spirited robber.
The fate of Lala was to be linked with one of these two persons.
But no one had asked her who she admired. Chapter 14. Thomas Effendi was going to remain several more days at Old Khacho's house. He had still not completed his business in the village of O. There was another guest who visited Old Khacho's house several times a year. He was a young man from the region of Ararat and would buy sheep, oxen, wool, butter, and cheese from Khacho, and then sell them in Alexandrople or in Yerevan. In exchange for these commodities, he would bring merchandise that was not available in the region. For example, various kinds of manufactured clothing articles, calico, cotton, sugar, tea, coffee, and various other things. Such traders fulfill an important need in villages like O that are located far from cities. They give the villagers what they need, and in exchange receive what the villager would find very difficult to sell afar, especially in such a place where there are no traveled roads for caravans and where communication with the outside world is broken for fear of encountering robbers along the way. Every time this young man appeared, there was great happiness in Old Khacho's house. He had stayed with them so often that they all treated him as a member of the family. On entering the village of O, he would direct his small caravan, which consisted of a few pack horses, straight to the old man's house to unload his goods, and would stay there for a few weeks until he finished trading and embarked on his return journey. The young man appeared on the day following Thomas Effendi's arrival, meeting him at the entrance to Khacho's house as he was unloading his horses.
"Ah, you are here,"
the young man exclaimed, approaching the Effendi and making the sign of the cross.
"Alas, I have seen the face of a devil, and now I shall have no luck. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit."
The Effendi laughed heartily, took the young man's hand, looked straight at his face, and said,
"You are a fool, a fool. I have said 1,000 times that you are a fool. Well, tell me, have you brought me rum?" "I have brought some poison for you to drink, so that the poor villagers may be rescued from you."
The young man replied, laughing in turn. Several villagers had gathered there to help unload the young man's goods from the horses and take them inside. The Effendi noticed that it was not fitting for him to be bantering with a fool in the presence of the villagers, so he quickly went away, saying that he had business to see to in the village, and added that they should share supper together.
"It would be a sin to eat with you,"
the young man said.
"The tail of the ass neither grows nor shrinks, and so too with your wits."
The tax collector responded,
"Even if you take an ass to Jerusalem and make him a Haji, he stays an ass."
He added,
"Here we go again with your stupid ass proverbs."
The young man said and turned his face. The Effendi went away. Everyone in Old Khacho's house, from the oldest to the youngest, had heard that Vartan,
that was the young man's name, had arrived, and they were waiting impatiently for him to open his bales. Which of them had not made any requests for him to bring something back? He set his bales down in the hall, and immediately the entire army of Khacho's house surrounded him. One asked, "Did you bring the shoes I ordered?" While another asked, "Did you bring my hat?" In a word, voices were heard from every side, and requests were heard from every side. Even the young children tugged at his clothes and requested various things without letting him relax. "I have brought them all." The young man replied, "I have brought everything you asked for." "Then give them! Then give them!" they clamored. "Rascals!" the young man said. "Let me rest for a moment. Then I will open the bales and give you whatever you want." "Now! Now!" they insisted from all sides. They had grown so accustomed to Vartan that they shifted their attention from him and started to open the crates themselves. When they loosened the ropes, they all piled over one another and started taking the items that they had requested. The young man watched their happiness from a distance with kind-heartedness and said with a laugh, "May your house never see destruction. Not even the Kurds seize merchants' goods like that." The only one who did not join in was Stepanik, or currently Lala. She stood at a distance and watched the scene with a smile sometimes appearing on her face. Vartan approached her and asked, "Why aren't you taking anything?" "What shall I take?" she replied, blushing. And really, what was she to take? She had long wearied of her male disguise, but she could not take up a feminine item. Vartan read her mind and said in a low voice, "I brought something you will like." "What is it?" she asked in a likewise gentle voice. "I will give it to you later, but no one must see it." Lala smiled and went away. Vartan was 25 years old, tall, with a powerful build and large facial features, which could not be called handsome. His large, roving black eyes gave him the appearance of a bandit, and his full lips always bore a bitter smirk. His ability to conduct his work assertively and with cleverness indicated his great power. Where he hailed from, or what his past had been, no one in this region knew, but many things were said about him which did not give a good testimony about his behavior. They said he had escaped from his leash and had been in and out of all the dark holes of life. At one time he had been in a monastery as a deacon. At another, he had been a teacher. Why he had left the monastery and the school was not obvious, but many anecdotes were told about his life in each of those roles that hinted at his unique character. What was certain was that Vartan was known in this region as a remarkable contrabandist. He had all the qualities necessary for that profession: bravery, resourcefulness, and a devilish mind. Constantly at war with danger and adventure, he combined firmness of purpose with fearless bravery. there was something else, too. It was not Thomas Effendi who considered Vartan a fool. He was known by the nickname Fool in the village of O and its surrounds. In what way was he foolish? He was not stupid. He had studied much and acquired a diverse knowledge. He had a sufficient understanding of life and its conditions. In spite of his youth, he was very experienced and had suffered much at the hands of other people. So in what way was he foolish? Only in that Vartan did not know how to pretend, and he challenged people's prejudices. Vartan had an expansive heart, and would openly state to anyone's face whatever failings he had observed. He did not even attempt to conceal his own faults. He told of them all, which led people to regard him as being foolish. Most people expect men to display a different character on the outside to that within, and hate such straightforwardness. Many of the ancient philosophers and prophets, and even Balu and Nasreddin Hoja, were considered fools, although there was a kind of wisdom in their folly. Vartan, however, was neither a philosopher nor a prophet. Still, his judgments, understanding, way of thinking, and social behaviors seemed hostile and very extreme to people. Having promised Lala that he had brought her something she would like, and indicated that he could give it to her only in secret, Vartan was unable to act according to his customary directness. A certain feeling wanted to make itself free, so he waited for an opportunity to meet her somewhere secluded. The opportunity presented itself. I have completely forgotten to describe the layout of Old Khacho's garden. The extent of its size was concealed by thick trees and various kinds of shrubs. The plants were so fully sprouted that one disappeared out of sight by taking a few steps into the vegetation. After storing away his goods, Vartan went away into the garden. There, under the shade of the trees, he wanted to find some rest. His heart was tormented, and his spirit was in a state of sweet tumult. At such times, trees, flowers, and the rustle of leaves speak most eloquently to the heart of the admirer. Lying on the soft grass, he gazed up at the blue sky through the interlacing branches, without extraneous thoughts, marveling at the flecks of white sailing across the sky, joining and forming a dark mass. It presaged a storm. This was like Vartan's heart. The indefinite and inchoate passions of his soul seemed at once to unite and take shape into that tender sentiment that psychologists call love. Vartan had long known that Stepanik was a girl. He even understood the reasons why her parents had been obliged to raise her dressed as a boy, bearing a boy's name. These circumstances had attracted the young man's attention to the unfortunate girl and filled him with a heroic desire to rescue her from her unnatural condition. Those feelings of sympathy had now given way to feelings of love. But until this day, these feelings were latent in Vartan's heart. Until this day, no exchanges of love had transpired between the two, nor had he indicated that he knew she was a girl. Although Stepanik was very close to him, and although she was very careful never to reveal her sex,
nature demanded that she reveal her feminine characteristics, such as a girl cannot conceal in certain moments. Vartan had been lying in the garden for a long time and was tossing and turning restlessly. Suddenly, he heard a rustle in the grass. He looked back and saw Stepanik approaching. The miserable young man's heart started pounding in a way that his iron heart had never pounded before. Stepanik approached him, a bit timidly, stopped a few steps distance away, and said, "Supper is ready. My father is calling you." "Is the Effendi there as well?" Vartan asked, rising and then seating himself on a mound of earth that was shaded by green bindweeds. Stepanik made a wry expression on her pretty face and answered, May the Creator take him away. He is there." "You don't like the Effendi either, do you, Stepanik?" "Who does?" she retorted. Vartan thought that this was an opportune moment to deliver the gift he had brought for Stepanik. He asked her to wait a moment in the garden until he retrieved it. He went into the house where the items were stored and returned a few minutes later with a package. He stepped into the alcove and invited Stepanik to join him. "My father is waiting for you," she repeated. "We will not be long. Sit beside me, Stepanik. It is not time to eat yet. I will give you the thing that I brought back for you." Stepanik happily sat beside him, and Vartan proceeded to open the package. It contained a small chest made of richly carved ebony. Vartan took a key from his pocket and opened it. It was fitted with various female accessories: scissors, thimble, needlebook, and so on, all of which were made of silver and prepared beautifully. On one side, a tiny mirror was fastened, and its base contained a miniature music box, which the young man set to play. Stepanik gazed in astonishment, for it was the first time she had seen such a beautiful device. "Is it nice?" Vartan asked, looking her straight in the eyes. "Here, it is for you." Stepanik, who at first was so delighted with Vartan's gift, suddenly became unhappy, as if something had come to mind that made it very difficult for her to accept the gift. She drew back and, after momentary confusion, replied, "What am I to do with scissors, thimble, and a needle case? Those are for girls. You should have brought me something else, something suitable for a boy. I'm not a girl." She said those words in a trembling voice, which seemed to burn her rosy lips. Vartan was not expecting Stepanik to carry the concealment of her sex to this extent, and was perplexed. Unable to control his spiritual agitation, he said, "But you are a girl, Lala." "Oh, you know my name, too," she cried, and she fell upon his chest. The young man embraced her so that she would not fall, and Lala, in the throes of emotion, said with a mild whimper, "I am a girl. Yes, I am a girl." This confession emerged for the first time from lips that had been sealed for so many years in the presence of this young stranger, a man she loved, but to whom, until this day, she had not dared to make her admiration known. The young man and the maiden were so sweetly absorbed in each other that they did not notice that a pair of eyes had been watching them through the trees and rejoicing at what they saw. It was Sarah, who had been drawn by the sounds of the music box. "Now Lala is saved," she said to herself, and slipped silently away. Chapter 15. The dinner table in old Khacho's salon was prepared. The landlord and Thomas Effendi were waiting for Vartan. The tax collector's two zaptiehs, provided by the government, were also seated there. The two miscreants served the Effendi in all kinds of mischief. No one else was in the salon, because Khacho's sons would never venture to sit at the table with such exalted people. "He's coming. He barks so much that he will make my bread haram," the Effendi said, speaking of Vartan. "He sometimes makes harsh jokes, but he has a very good heart," the landlord observed. "I know, too, landlord, that he is not bad at heart, though his mouth is full of venom. Not everyone should be joked with. When I so much as cough, men tremble. People should know who Thomas Effendi is. Did you not see the Sultan's firman? And let me tell you something else. The Vali of Erzurum always seats me next to him. And look, if you do not believe me, ask these men," he said, pointing to his two zaptiehs. They asked the fox for a witness, and it showed its tail, as the proverb goes. Those two liars served as witnesses for all of the Effendi's lies. "You think I don't believe you?" the landlord replied. Thomas Effendi was furious with Vartan, not only because the young man's words that morning had injured him, but also because every time the young man met the tax collector, he had a habit of ridiculing him. "If I wanted, I could turn the world upside down in a moment and show that scoundrel who Thomas Effendi is," the tax collector said. "He is young," the kind-hearted landlord said. "One ought to give no weight to the talk of young people, but I repeat that he is not as bad as you think." At that moment, Vartan entered, pale and silent. Thomas Effendi, who just a moment ago had been speaking angrily about him, now, as they say, pulled his tail and put on his special form of flattery. "Blessed one, how long you have kept me waiting! You know that Thomas Effendi would not think of eating a morsel of food in your absence." "I know," the young man replied, and without so much as glancing at him, took his place. Vartan scarcely uttered a word throughout the entire meal, and one might have thought that he was either sick or in pain. His upbeat personality had now turned dark and morose, like the cloudy sky. Love, which gives birth to joy and fulfillment in many people, which elates many people, which fills the heart with profound contentment and sweetens the bitterness of life. Love had saddened this man. He ate very little and drank excessively, as if he was trying to quench the fire of his heart with glasses of wine. Thomas Effendi, in his customary fashion, talked incessantly. What did he not tell of his life and of his past? And everything he said made it apparent that Thomas Effendi was an outstanding man. The patriarch Narcissus always called him his son. He didn't like Chrimian because he was a very common man and stooped to engage in maslaha with transporters from Van and Mush. Nubar Pasha in his letters always addressed him as honored friend. He owned a palace on the shores of the Bosporus that he rented to some English people. His grandparents had donated a large sum to the temple at Jerusalem, for which Mass was said in honor of their family name every day at the Cathedral of St. James. And a coldness had developed between him and Odian, the latter having offered his daughter to him, but he hadn't cared to marry her, etc., etc. He told 1,001 such stories, but Vartan paid no attention, while the trusting landlord listened in astonishment. How fortunate my Lala would be, he was thinking, to marry a man who has refused the daughter of Odian and who owns a palace on the shores of Bosporus. Then he started talking about politics. This was at the time of the uprising in the Balkan Peninsula, when the Slavs were working to obtain their freedom with their blood. A diplomatic meeting had been held at Constantinople to determine their fate. And Midhat, that famous diplomatic juggler, had promulgated the Turkish constitution. Meanwhile, Thomas Effendi, sitting in a salon in a village, was making verdicts about the future of the Armenian race. Speaking first of the folly of the Slavs in revolting against the beneficent peoples, being the Turks, Thomas Effendi proceeded to attack the Armenians, saying that there are also such fools among the Armenians who consider the Turkish yoke to be heavy and think about gaining their freedom and independence. He declared that, but for the Turk, the Armenians would have become a lost people, and that the Armenians are incapable of governing themselves. That was when Vartan lost his patience. He said, "To those like you, who suck the blood of Armenians by reason of the irregularities of the Turkish government, to tax collectors like you, the Turks and their continued and unjust rule is always desirable. You are fishermen in muddy water. You hate clarity. You prefer darkness, as all thieves hate light. Sir, consider that 2 Zaptius are sitting near you," the tax collector said. "With these Zaptius you delude the pitiable villagers who are so ignorant that they believe you have palaces on the Bosporus, that you refused Odian's daughter, and that Mass is said for you every day in the Cathedral of St. James. Curses! People like you are worthy only of curses. It is people like you who destroyed the homes of the Armenians, starting from the insignificant village Multazim like you, all the way up to the emirs of the high port,
who trade the profits of their nation for their own personal gains.
Thomas Effendi did not know how to get angry. That is to say, he only expressed anger when he saw that his counterpart was a man fit for his teeth. But he had long known Vartan, and for that reason he tried to correct his careless mistake by turning it into a joke, saying,
"I see that the wine is very strong. Blessed, why do you drink so much when you do not have the grace to do so?"
Vartan gave him a withering glance in reply. He was visibly disgusted by that low flatterer. The old man was also silent. He felt the truth of Vartan's words, but at the same time he did not like his boldness, thinking it was unbecoming to speak in that manner to an official. He was therefore relieved when the meal was over, but he was not anticipating that a new conflict was about to bloom. After the meal, coffee was served according to the local custom, without sugar. Thomas Effendi had demanded that every time he finished drinking coffee in this house, Stepanik should prepare his smoking pipe, because the pipe prepared by Stepanik's hand tastes better, he would say. Fatah Bey also asked for his coffee to come from Stepanik's hand, stating that it tastes very good. The Kurdish Bey knew Stepanik's secret and admired her, but did the Armenian Effendi know it too? Did he also admire her? When Stepanik brought in the long Turkish pipe and approached the Effendi to hand it to him, Vartan went into a rage. He understood the significance of that dirty Turkish custom and snatched the pipe from Stepanik's hand, threw it out the window, and instructed her to leave the room. She obeyed in confusion and withdrew. One would think that the pipe had hit the Effendi's head.
"I don't like such jokes. You are dishonoring me,"
he said. "Such men as you have no claim to honor."
"Me? Me, the multazim of this great province?"
the Effendi shouted.
"Yes, you, the thug of this whole province."
The tax collector moved as if to rise from his seat.
"Don't move, or I will kill you like a dog,"
Vartan said, putting his hand on his sword. One of the Zaptiehs tried to interfere.
"You are getting angry in vain, sir. The Effendi had said nothing to offend you."
Vartan paid no attention to him, and instead addressed the tax collector again.
"Shameless! You have learned from the Turks to enter every Armenian house, to lick the table clean, to guzzle the wine, and to demand degrading services of the women, girls, and young boys. Shameless!"
The old landlord remained frozen. His mouth was shut, and every so often he made the sign of the cross and gave God's name to avert evil. But the Effendi, as loud as he talked, as braggadocious as he was, as boastful as he was, and as skilled as he was in intimidation, was also timid as a fox. Seeing the aggressive passion of the Russian youth, he understood that he could not treat him like the Armenian villager of Alashkert. This man carried a sword and was a subject of the Russian monarch. So Controlling himself as best he could, he said in a very mild tone,
God knows that I do not follow the customs of the Turk. You are slandering me in vain, Vartan.
I am slandering you? You, who pray namaz with the Turks, yet have mass said in Armenian churches to gain the favor of the people? You, who in the company of Turks call all Armenians infidels, and among Armenians curse the Turks? You who have betrayed every noble Armenian who worked for the good of his people to the Turkish government? You who collude with thieves and serve as a false witness in courts to testify that the Armenians are unjustly petitioning the government to relieve them from oppression? You who have gotten married in 10 different places, taken wives and deserted them, and now wish to marry here again? You do not follow Turkish customs? I say that the Turk is 1,000 times a more noble man than an Armenian like you, who are neither an Armenian nor a Turk. His statement that the Effendi had been married in 10 places and now wished to take another wife here fell like a clap of thunder upon the ears of old Khacho. After all, he had wanted to give his daughter to that man, the one who had very wealthy relatives in Constantinople, who had a palace on the shores of the Bosporus, who had refused Odian's daughter in marriage. No, he thought. Vartan is slandering him. Thomas Effendi is not a fraud. After Vartan had poured out all the gall in his heart, he left the room. During his absence, the Effendi started to speak.
I shall certainly write to the Sultan,
he said, adding significance to his words.
I will write to the Tsar of Russia as well, and I will have him sent to Siberia without question. It is not possible to get away with making such jokes with Thomas Effendi. Not until you beat an ass does it learn its limit, he concluded.
Thomas Effendi had a habit of dropping the names of important people when making threats, as if he had relations with them and could obtain any favors that he wanted from them. Although old Khacho was not a fool, he had received so many attacks from such small-ranking Effendis that, like the other villagers, he believed they had enough power to do what they pleased. So, hearing the Effendi's last words that Vartan was as good as exiled to Siberia, he hugged the tax collector's legs and with tears in his eyes began to beseech him. For the love of God, do not exile him. Grant this favor for the sake of my old head. You know that he's not a fool. After a momentary thought, the Effendi replied, I will grant your request, old man, because I have eaten of your bread. Chapter 16. Disaster comes in successions. Now old Khacho's house was besieged by threat and misfortune from every side. Vartan's fight with Thomas Effendi left a strong impression on the whole family. Some ridiculed the Effendi's timidity and admired Vartan's bravery, while others blamed Vartan for being a fool who was unable to hold his tongue. Ohan and Hako were particularly furious with Vartan, asking how one could disgrace a government official like that. The government official had an importance in their eyes, not only in his professional capacity, but in his private life as well, and it was not possible to oppose him. Nor was the old man short of uneasiness, although he did not blame Vartan, and as much as he thought that Vartan was correct, he nevertheless considered Vartan's behavior toward the Effendi as unfitting. Old Khacho understood the Effendi's mind well. He knew that the old evildoer would try to injure Vartan, and if he was unable to do that, he would pour his vengeance heavily upon the old man's family. As the landlord had harbored Vartan, such a well-known contrabandist, in his home, the tax collector had legal grounds for delivering the old man to the government. From another perspective, old Khacho was losing one of his great hopes. From the moment he had heard Vartan say Thomas Effendi had been married multiple times and had left behind wives in various places, he started to worry ceaselessly due to his desire for Lala to marry him. Though the old man did not consider Vartan to be a liar, he treated every revelation that came out in a conflict with doubt. But what was it about this hateful and shameless tax collector that attracted old Khacho, that made him willing to link the fate of his daughter with such a fraud? The old man knew that he was a merciless, conscienceless, low oppressor, that nothing was sacred in his eyes, and that he was ready to sacrifice everything for personal gain. In spite of all this, the old man forgot everything when he considered the possibility of attaining power. He had a superstitious reverence for the mudir. In his eyes, the dishonorable doings of the multazim, this petty official representative who reports to the mudir, were overlooked due to his position. His position excused his bad deeds. For this reason, the idea of having a man like the Effendi for a son-in-law, someone who was above the common man and before whom everyone bowed, was very enticing to old Khacho. As simple and righteous as the old man was, he had small ambitions as a landlord and as the head of the entire village. It would have been difficult for him to give his daughter to a common villager, especially considering the conditions in which he had raised her. But he also had another practical objective in his choice of Thomas Effendi. Being a landlord who had constant dealings with the local government, he knew that the Effendi could be of considerable assistance with many types of difficulties. But now his hopes were ruined. With all that considered, if he had known what fate awaited his beloved Lala from the perspective of the Kurd, Fatah Bey, then only the cemetery could have put an end to the poor old man's grief. But his sons had not yet told him anything about that. The agony of that secret ate at them and consumed them, especially Hayrapet and Apo, who, following the unsuccessful consultation with their brothers, did not know what to do to protect their sister from loss. What would be the condition of poor Lala if the Kurdish Bey was to take her away? Could she become the wife of a Muslim? Or, like her sister Sona, would she put an end to her life in the bitterness of her sorrow? All this anxiety and all this grief was for Lala. But at that moment she was feeling happy and considering herself fortunate. after accepting the gift from the young man she admired. Her disguise seemed to burn her body. She was a girl. She wanted to dress like a girl, and she wanted to be a lady. She could still feel Vartan's warm kisses on her lips, and his sweet words still rang in her ears. But from the moment she saw Vartan's victory over the Effendi with her own eyes, a man before whom the whole province trembled, Vartan's value increased in the young woman's eyes. I do not know why women admire seeing greatness in young men, regardless of their rank or power. They are attracted to young men who have a certain quality that transcends their own strength. Vartan became treasured by Lala when he used his power to squeeze and annihilate the proud tax collector, whom Lala wholeheartedly hated. Lala had often been obliged to endure the insolence of that shameless creature, and every time he came to her father's house, she would try to escape and hide from him, but her father would send for her to fill the Effendi's pipe, because it would taste sweeter when prepared by her hand. Lala told her oldest brother, Hayrapet, everything that she saw and heard in the salon about Vartan's treatment of the Effendi.
He did very well,
Hayrapet answered.
He ought to have killed the beast that tortures the poor villagers and thinks that everyone is like them.
Lala felt like embracing her brother and wished to open her heart before him, to tell him everything about how Vartan had admitted to admiring her, how long she had likewise admired Vartan, and for him to broach the subject with their father. But Hayrapet hastily left the house, as if a very important duty awaited him outside. His wife, Sarah, had had an appointment that day with Fatah Bey's wife, Khurshid. The morning before, Javo had returned to tell Sarah that her mistress, on the pretext of fulfilling a vow, was coming to a shrine near the village of O to make an animal sacrifice in the hope of curing her child's cough, and she requested that Sarah meet her there. Both Kurds and Armenians performed rites at that shrine. Sarah was very happy to see that Khurshid had agreed to the meeting request that she had delivered through Javo. Leaving Lala, Hayrapet was in a hurry to see what the result of that meeting had been. He left the village and walked halfway toward the shrine, where he waited impatiently for Sarah in the shadow of a great rock that overhung the pathway. The spot where Hayrapet was seated afforded a very curious view. He was at the base of a mountain that was covered with the shards of a great rock that had broken and fallen due to the destructive hands of time. He was surrounded by a thicket of bushes of varying types, and there was a patchy distribution of trees that rose above them here and there. Hayrapet's attention was captured by an apple tree. He noticed that a weed had grown upon the tree's base and spread up the trunk, twisting high into the branches. It seemed to be working to squeeze, choke, and strangle the tree beneath its weight. At once it was devouring the apple tree, the upper branches of which were already dry and leafless. There are moments when even the common man turns philosopher.
Behold, a beautiful example,
Hayrapet thought.
Here is a wild plant. It toils not and labors not, and has no roots in its native soil, but seizes in its clutches a more cultivated and fruit-bearing plant, feeds on it freely, greedily sucks its sap, and finally, exhausting its power to live, kills it. Is this not how the Kurd treats us? Are they not this sort of parasite who live on the account of Armenians?
Haydarabad was a sensitive man, but he had a plain understanding of the world. So where had he obtained such an analogy from? Certainly, if he had not set foot beyond the horizon of his native land, he would have grown up and developed with one and the same limited prejudices of his compatriots. But fortune governed his life differently. In his youth, he had spent time in foreign countries, having had a disagreement with his father, for reasons I do not know but which are not uncommon in the provinces. He left his father's home and began wandering from place to place. Fate led him to Constantinople, the link between Europe and Asia. There he spent various stages of his life, and although he did not obtain a strong foundation of learning, he formed many enlightening ideas unknown to the common villager. Haydarabad had long been sitting in the shadow of that great rock, waiting for his wife. The sun was about to set, and its last rays were shedding a beautiful glow over the tops of the surrounding mountains. At last, Sarah appeared. From afar, he could see a bright look on her face and anticipated that his wife had good news to deliver.
Is it a boy or a girl?
Haydarabad asked from a distance. It is a boy, she replied with a smile and sat down beside her husband because she was very tired. In village parlance, that question is used to indicate if an outcome is happy or sad, because to the villager's understanding, the birth of a boy signifies happiness, and the birth of a girl signifies sadness. Sarah wiped the sweat off her brow, recovered a little breath, and began to recount her conversation with the Kurdish lady. The summary of her conversation was this. Khurshid had told her that the Bey was not presently thinking much about Stepanik, because he was giving all his attention to some important affair, which had put her out of his thoughts for now. She said that the Bey had received orders from the Vali of Erzurum to take a census of the young men in his tribe, to distribute arms and provide money for horses, and to prepare outfits. But for what ends, she did not know. She only advised again to either have Stepanik sent somewhere far away, or to marry her soon, because she knew for certain that the Bey would eventually carry out his intention with the poor girl. Khurshid had added that although she had spoken to her father and he had assured her that he would hold the Bey in check, she nonetheless did not believe much in the Bey's promises and was ready for the possibility that she may be obliged to leave her husband's home and separate from him. Haydarabad listened attentively to Sarah's story, and when she concluded, he said,
The danger cannot be considered past. The only positive in that story is that the affair is delayed, and we gain time to plan for Lala's condition.
I think so, too. Sarah agreed.
So, what do we need to do?
Hayrappet asked. There is no alternative. We must marry Lala.
That will not completely save her. The Bey is able to take a married woman from the arms of her husband.
We must marry her to a man who will not keep her here, who will be able to take her away with him. Sarah replied.
That is a beautiful idea.
Hayrappet agreed.
But where can we find such a man? You know that not one of the men of our village would venture to marry her under such circumstances, for they would fear that the Bey would take his revenge by burning his house and slaying all his relatives. Which of our villagers would make such a sacrifice?
The man is ready. Sarah replied with joy.
Who?
Vartan. Hayrappet's troubled face brightened when Sarah related what she had seen through the bushes the day before. How Vartan and Lala had embraced and kissed each other and had sworn everlasting love.
That's good,
Hayrappet said.
Vartan. Only Vartan can save Lala.
The sun had now set. The couple got up and hurried home. On the way, Hayrappet wondered about the Bey's preparations and why there needed to be a distribution of arms. Could these be preparations for some terrible enterprise? Chapter 17. It was completely dark outside when Hayrappet and Sarah returned home. They learned that Thomas Effendi had left their house in great displeasure after the fight with Vartan, which made old Khacho very uneasy, fearing that the tax collector may set an evil trap for them. But Vartan, despite his irritable and impulsive nature, was not so uncivilized as to insult someone in vain. He considered the Effendi a despicable man, a tool in the hands of the representatives of the Turkish government, who was sucking the blood of his compatriots, oppressing them, and taking their wealth. Besides that, he knew about the tax collector's past. That wandering fraud had been through a large part of Armenia in his office as tax collector and had gotten married in a number of places, deserting his wives and ruining innocent girls. Now he had the same rotten objective regarding Lala, and taking advantage of her father's trust, he was planning a despicable act. Naturally, Vartan could not take this, especially as it concerned the girl with whom he himself was in love. But the Effendi's abrupt departure from old Khacho's house was not only due to his quarrel with Vartan and his disinclination to ever see his face again. The Effendi was a man with the ability to bear his wounds patiently. He had learned long ago to bear worse insults than these in silence. But today he had received a letter, by way of a messenger, ordering him to collect the imperial tithes of wheat and barley from the storehouses in his jurisdiction,
and not to sell any because the government had need of it. It seemed as though some secret preparations were afoot. Here, supplies, in Fatah base camp, armaments. Whenever he hosted guests, old Khacho would use the salon and always remain in their company. They did not put Vartan in the place of a guest, though. He was one of the family. However, after Thomas Effendi's departure, a new guest appeared. He was a young man, pale, thin, and delicately built. A young man whose character gave the impression that he had spent many years languishing and shriveling in schoolrooms. What his profession or occupation was, no one knew. It was only evident that he was a Constantinopolitan and an Armenian, and old Khacho thought it was necessary to respect Armenians from the capital city. He had nothing with him but his saddlebags, and his half-worn European clothing showed that he was poor. His muleteer dropped him off at the village and went away. He was looking for an overnight inn when he met Vartan. They say there is a secret passage between hearts. The two young men became friends after a brief conversation, and like two members of a secret organization who had never met each other before, gave each other a brotherly handclasp. Vartan then led him to old Khacho's house. The new guest called himself Michael Dudukjian. As nearly all the surnames of Turkish subjects are taken from the trade of their father or grandfather, the father of this one was a maker of duduks, a type of woodwind that children play. In truth, old Khacho did not find the last name of his guest agreeable, which he found difficult to pronounce, nor his sickly and pale face, nor his restless eyes with their feverish glare, nor his moody and secretive nature, which he found suspicious. But Vartan had quietly told the old man, "He's a good fellow. You will like him when you get to know him." Upon entering old Khacho's house, the unfamiliar guest asked Vartan only one thing. "Are these people trustworthy?" "They are," Vartan replied. When the lamp was lit in the salon, the evening meal was served according to the village customs. This evening, all 6 sons were seated at table with their father, because Thomas Effendi was not there, and there was no other guest of high rank. Vartan was considered one of the family, and they regarded the new guest as one who ought to be thankful he would be served a full dinner. The supper passed in low spirits. Vartan and the new guest did not speak, and the old man likewise barely exchanged a word with his children. The hearts of those present were engrossed in their individual troubles. The old man was thinking about the tax collector and his disappointed departure from his home. Hayrat's mind was occupied with the affair of the Kurdish Bey and Lala. He was recalling what Zara had told him and thinking about what should be done in the circumstances. The old man's other sons were thinking about their plowing and were planning the next morning's work. Vartan's imagination was occupied with the beautiful ghost of Lala. As for the new guest, God only knows what he was thinking about. After the table was cleared, Stepanik brought the basin and ewer and poured the water and according to the local custom, they washed their hands and offered their gratitude to God. The old man began to smoke his long pipe, and Mr. Dudukjan drew a fine cigar holder from his breast pocket that did not correspond with his well-worn clothing, took out an expensive cigar, cut the end with his long fingernail, and began to smoke it. The little room was filled with the sweet fragrance of Havana tobacco. It appeared as though the man had not always been deprived of life's luxuries, but circumstances had now left him living in an unusual way. After supper, Thomas Effendi was the subject of conversation. Vartan had already deliberately told Mr. Dudukjan about the Effendi, so the topic of conversation was quite familiar to him. Old Khacho very politely intimated to Vartan that his behavior toward the Effendi had been rash. He started. You know that I don't distinguish you from my 7 sons. And he pointed to his 6 sons who were seated, and to Stepanik, who was standing. The old man had a habit of always speaking of his 7 sons and counting Stepanik among them, although he was not aware that Vartan had long known that she was a girl. Let the sun be my witness if I lie, he continued. You also are my son. My house is your house. You may come and go and stay as long as your heart desires. My door is always open to you. But you should know that this is not like other places. Here, men like Thomas Effendi are important, very important. They can do as they please. For this reason, we must pay them respect and must sometimes keep silent about their words and deeds. What can we do if you cannot break the hand of a villain? So the proverb goes, you must kiss it and put it upon your head. The Effendi may not be able to do you harm because you are not from here, but we will have to pay for the insult he received from you. Haven't you heard the Turkish proverb? The man was afraid of the ass, so he began to beat the saddle. These words stirred up the young man's demons, and he responded. The Armenians of our region have a good proverb about the Turks. Until you beat a Turk, he will not become your friend. I do not consider Thomas Effendi to be any different from a Turk, and I am very sorry that I did not give him a good beating while I had the chance, although his friendship would not have been particularly pleasant to me. The wrinkles on the old man's face tightened. It was apparent that Vartan's response did not please him. Stepanik's face, however, became illuminated with a bright smile that Vartan could not help but notice. She was still standing, and being the youngest of the siblings, was responsible for serving the others. Vartan looked at her in amazement, simultaneously thinking, she is the only member of the family who is in sympathy with me, for she is the only one who has experienced that repulsive man's depravity. You have allowed a low, immoral, unjust man like this to tyrannize you. Vartan continued with increased vehemence. Because you have patiently kept your eyes closed before all his wickedness,
I understand it when the Turks and Kurds rob, oppress, and kill the Armenians. I understand it, and even so much is considered natural because they have behaved with the Armenians this way for centuries and continue to do so. For the Turks and Kurds, it has become a sort of necessity of life, without which they can barely live. But when an Armenian treats his fellow countrymen more barbarously than the Turk and the Kurd, it is more difficult to endure. I said these things to the Effendi's face, and he could not find a single word with which to reply.
I would have said worse things to him,
Hayrapeet said, joining in the conversation.
but my father has always advised us to keep silent and to be careful until we have our freedom someday. I don't know. How long should we wait?
Until the coming of Jesus Christ.
Vartan replied sarcastically.
But, alas, by that time there won't be any Armenians left on the face of the earth to experience freedom. They will have all become either Kurds or Turks.
Patience is life, the old man said in the tone of a preacher. Our clergy always preach this to us. One day God will remember his lost sheep. We must be patient, my children. Patience is life.
Patience is death,
Mr. Dudukjan replied, after having kept silent and listened to the dispute. The young man's pale face now turned completely sallow, and his thin and similarly pale lips started to tremble.
Patience is death,
he repeated.
Only in the tomb does man learn to be patient. Such Jewish patience as ours leads to inevitable doom. The Jews were very patient. They endured all manner of persecution, waiting for the appearance of a Messiah who should rebuild the holy city of Jerusalem and restore the ancient glory of Israel. And they continue to wait until this day. But we have no such expectation, and I do not know what we are waiting for. Our clergy preach patience,
he continued in a melancholy tone.
But alas, they destroyed our houses and brought us to this slavish condition. If there is one thing that can save an oppressed and downtrodden people, it is protest in any form. Discontent, sorrow, and a desire for more favorable conditions. These are the motives that could free us from our slavery. But in exercising patience, these lofty motives are suffocated and destroyed.
The old man made no reply. Vartan and Hayrapeet took the young man's hand and gave him a friendly handshake. The old man's other sons understood nothing of this and thought, "Behold, another fool." Following this, the old man ordered beds to be prepared for the guests. Then he and his sons wished them good night and left the room. One of the daughters-in-law, her face covered, came and prepared the bedding. The lantern in the salon remained lit. The guests laid awake in their beds for a long while. Mr. Dudukjan relit his half-burned cigar and began to smoke it. Vartan said,
"Friend, your language is not easy to understand. You will find it difficult to work here. To communicate with these people, one must know hundreds of proverbs and anecdotes. Christ accomplished more with his parables than with his high abstract sermons. Yes, I have not learned the language of the people,
Mr. Dudukjian answered,
and fell silent.
Chapter 18. The oil lamp still burned in the salon and diffused a murky light upon its surroundings. Vartan laid awake for a long time. That night's talk had stimulated his thoughts. He was reflecting on the coldness of the old man's sons toward their new guest's sermons. He was surprised at the suspicion with which they regarded that impassioned and honorable young man. Then, too, his heart was torn between two desires, which did not differ in their natures. One, the love of the oppressed villager; the other, Lala's love, who was also subject to oppression. He looked and saw that the newcomer was asleep. The murky light of the lamp illuminated his pale and weary face, the sharp outlines of which showed his strength of character. He was tortured with his own fervent rage. Occasionally his dry lips moved, and broken words were heard in French and Armenian. Villagers, the time has come. You will purchase it with your blood. Your freedom, the present, the future, belong to us. Show us, you brave ones, that the iron rod of the Turk has not entirely killed the life in you and the love of freedom. In fire and in sword we will find our salvation. Forward, brave people.
Pity,
Vartan said, shaking his head.
He must have read too many books.
In the miserable salon of an Armenian villager,
he is dreaming of the barricades of Paris and dreaming up solutions. Pity.
Just then the sound of someone singing softly hit Vartan's ears and filled the silent night with its melancholy sound. He recognized the graceful voice and left the salon. There was a second individual who was still awake that night in old Khacho's house, tossing and turning restlessly in her bed. All about her, the husbands and wives were snoring in a heavy sleep. The weary, toil-worn limbs of farmers do not know wakefulness at night. Only Lala was unable to rest. She got dressed and slowly stepped out of the room. A cat could not have passed more carefully and daintily through the room and out to the yard. The dog, seeing her from afar, began to bark. "Hush!" she breathed in a barely audible voice. The dog quieted down. It was a calm spring evening. The air was cool enough to make one shiver, but that seemed to strengthen the young girl and fan her flushed face. She passed through the yard toward the garden and walked under the trees. Here, the darkness was heavier. Here, no one would see her. She sat on the delicate grass and rested her cheek on her hand, looking skyward. The moon was not visible. Where is it? The girl thought. It must be asleep. A deep silence reigned about her. Not a single leaf on the trees moved. All was still, including the wind that often rocked the branches of the trees, and the river, the noisy roar of which she had always heard on quiet nights before. All was at rest. Only she was restless. Only she was awake. She remembered a song that she had learned from her grandmother, and unconsciously its sweet sound fluttered out of her closed lips. The moon is asleep in the depths of heaven. The bird is asleep in its soft sheltered nest. The wind is asleep, not a leaf is in motion. The stream is asleep, all its ripples at rest. Mother, why am I unable to sleep? I long to sleep, but my eyes will not close. Mother, what is it that troubles me deep? What is this fire that burns my heart throes? Having completed her song, she put her head upon her knees and, burying her feverish face in her hands, began to weep bitterly. Her tears fell heavily from her pretty eyes. Why was she weeping? She did not know. Was it because she thought of her dear mother, whom she had never seen and from whose lips she had never heard a sweet word? Why was she weeping? What was that indescribable feeling that disturbed her innocent virgin heart? Her tears calmed her a little. She raised her head and looked around, and her eyes fell upon the grave beneath the 4 poplar trees, which was not far from where she sat. It was the grave of her sister Sona, who she had never seen, but whose painful story she had heard 1,000 times. She was considered a martyr to the local people, and sick people often visited her grave. At her old father's command, an oil lamp was lit and placed there every Saturday night. On this night, the lamp was burning, and the white headstone was illuminated. Lala looked at it in terror. Her sister's painful story turned to reality in her stimulated imagination. Now, instead of the cemetery, she saw a black Kurdish tent located in a quiet valley in the mountains. There sat Sona with an expression of terrible despair. She was holding the cup of poison in her hand, raising it to her lips, and then placing it back down again, long torn between life and death. And now the Kurdish chief, Sona's abductor, approached the tent. Sona saw him, raised the cup of poison to her lips again, made the sign of the cross, and drank. The scene changed. Lala saw Sona's white gravestone again. When she returned to her imagination, 2 other individuals were brought to mind. One was Thomas Effendi, with his sly and repulsive face, and the other was the Kurd, Fatah Bey, with his savage and brutish face. She trembled from head to foot. Did she know? Was it evident to her what pit those two men had been digging for her? She knew nothing. She only felt it. "No!" she exclaimed in a dreadful voice. "I will not go near Sona. I am afraid of the cemetery." At that moment, a hand was placed softly upon her shoulder, and her name was spoken. "Lala." She did not hear a thing. "Lala," the voice repeated. "I will not allow you to go near Sona. I will save you." She turned, and there stood Vartan. "Yes, save me," she said, still trembling. "Save me. Take me to some other land. It is bad here. It is very bad here." The young man sat beside her. They stayed silent for a few minutes, not finding words to speak. Lala was still under the spell of the frightful vision that had passed before her eyes. Vartan wondered why that innocent, inexperienced girl pleaded to be taken away from her fatherland, where she was so greatly loved by her family. Why did she wish to go to another, faraway land? Perhaps her love for a young man gave her these visions. But love had so far been a vague and dark feeling for her. So he asked, "In what way is it bad here?" "It is bad, very bad," she replied sadly. "Do you see that grave?" She pointed toward Sona's grave. "Do you know who rests there?" "I know," he replied. "Do you know how she died?" "I know." "I do not want to die like Sona, Vartan. I'm afraid of poison. I'm afraid of the cemetery." The poor girl's eyes filled with tears again. "Why do you think, Lala, that your fate will be like Sona's?" he asked, grasping her hand. "That was a sad event, but it does not happen to every girl. Why do you imagine that the same thing might happen to you?" "I have always thought it. I have been expecting it ever since the day I discovered why they dress me as a boy. To be born a girl here is a punishment from God. It is a fault, especially if one is pretty. Listen, Vartan. I had a friend that I loved dearly. She was a very good girl and was our neighbor. Her mother beat her every day because she was beautiful and for growing more beautiful every day. You will bring misfortune upon us, she would say. And Nargis, that was her name, used to cry every day. Her mother would not let her wash her face or comb her hair, and she always dressed in rags. Finally, the Kurds carried her off. A few days ago, I saw her. Oh, how ugly she had grown. And she said to me, Stepanik, how bad it is being the wife of a Kurd. And she was weeping. Lala began to weep herself. When she became more tranquil, she asked, Vartan, you will take me away from here, won't you?
I will. Be assured of that,
he answered. Take me soon. If you want, take me now. I will come with you, wherever you take me.
Wait a few days, Lala, until I talk with your father, he replied.
Seated together, they talked for a long time in the darkness of the night, until their feeling of sadness gave way to the delightful feeling of love. Chapter 19. Vartan awoke very late the next morning, for he had passed the greater part of the night without sleep. A secret joy shone upon his pale face. He saw that Mr. Dudukjian was not in the salon, but had left his saddlebag in a corner of the room. Where had he gone? The previous day, Vartan had noticed that Mr. Dudukjian was an inexperienced young man and felt that he would need to protect him and keep an eye on him. All the members of the old man's house were busy with their daily tasks. Khacho's sons had gone to the fields to plow. The old father himself had gone outside to watch their work. The daughters-in-law were occupied with housework. Not a single person was without work. Only one of Khacho's sons, Hairapet, remained at home, thinking that this would be a good time to talk with Vartan about Lala. With the exception of Apo, his other brothers were no longer thinking about Lala and had likely forgotten the danger threatening her from the Kurdish Bey. They had left Lala to her fate, repeating that fatalistic saying that whatever God wills, will be. Their father had not yet heard anything about the situation and was only thinking that he should investigate the past of Thomas Effendi, whom he considered to be Lala's future husband. When Hairapet entered the salon, Vartan asked, "Where has my new friend gone?" Hairapet, understanding the question to be about Mr. Dudukjian, replied,
"That new friend of yours is a surprising man. He rose before sunrise, wore his boots, and without washing or grooming himself or eating breakfast, took his heavy staff and went out of the house. We asked him where he was going, but he did not reply. He shook his head and went away."
"Where did he go?" Vartan asked, uneased.
"I don't know where he is now, but I saw him in the village where he met a half-naked and barefoot girl who was going to the river to get water. 'Why are you dressed that way?' he asked the girl. 'It is unseemly for a girl your age to dress like this.' The girl responded that her parents were very poor. Then he gave the impoverished girl a gold coin. I think, Vartan, that it was the last of his own money."
"It's possible," Vartan responded with concern. "But where did he go next?"
He then approached a group of villagers who had just come out and were gathered by the church door, discussing their taxes. He joined in the conversation and started explaining to the villagers that they had already paid the government more than they should, and that the government has failed to take care of its ordinary responsibilities. He spoke to them about schools, which our villages are bereft of. He spoke to them about some businesses which are able to improve the economic condition of villages. And he spoke to them about public loans from which they might borrow money at a low rate of interest when they need it. Who knows? He spoke to them about 1,001 such things.
How did the villagers respond?
Vartan asked.
The villagers laughed and nudged one another, but did not say anything. One of them told his friend that the fellow was a fool.
Praise the Lord, I am not the only fool.
Vartan said, laughing.
I thought they only considered me a fool. And then?
Then one of the villagers invited him to the coffee house to have a glass of liquor with him. He accepted the invitation. Many of the people there were drunk. He drank very little himself, but paid for everyone else. There, once again, he started to preach about village improvement and explained the reasons for the poor conditions of the villages. He spoke fervently. I felt for the first time the influence of his powerful words, but the villagers listened with derision. One man asked him, "What do you do? What rank do you occupy?" When Mr. Dudukjian replied that he was not employed by anyone, the villager asked shamelessly in turn, "Well, what are you offering?"
Yes, to influence this community, one must either be a mudir, a kaymakam, or a tax collector like Thomas Effendi. What significance does an ordinary knowledgeable person have in their eyes?
Vartan said sadly.
Tell me more, Hayrapet. This is very interesting.
I took him by the hand and drew him out of the coffee house by force, fearing that disorder would ensue.
Hayrapet continued.
Once we were outside, he told me, in such places it is easier to understand people. In their drunken state, they open their hearts. We continued on our way through the village. He had a leather bag hanging from his shoulder that was full of small pamphlets. He was passing them out to the villagers he encountered. Some refused them, saying that they did not know how to read, whereas others accepted them, despite also being illiterate. I asked one man what he was going to do with it. He replied, "It is paper. I will take it home where it will come in handy. My mother will wrap snuff with it."
Vartan became more saddened.
Do you have one of those pamphlets?
He inquired.
Yes, I took a couple.
Vartan glanced through them and said,
Distributing such pamphlets to an illiterate people is mindless. Where did he go next?
I went with him as far as the edge of the village, where he asked me to leave him alone. I split off. He set off toward another village, which was visible in the distance. I stood for a long time and watched as he made his way. He was in such a hurry, you would think that they were waiting for his arrival there. I could swear that he did not even know where he was going. He kept straying from his path.
Hayrapet said those last words, somewhat mockingly.
Hayrapet,
Vartan said,
he may not be familiar with the winding roads of your valleys, but I assure you that he is a skillful guide on the road of life.
I also noticed something like that in him.
Hayrapet replied, regretting his misguided mockery.
He seems to be very knowledgeable.
Besides being knowledgeable, he is a good and virtuous man. Hyrapeth was beginning to lose interest in the stranger and was now looking for an opportunity to talk about his sister, having heard Sarah's story about Vartan and Lala's love for one another. As Vartan did not have anyone else in the house that he was close to, Hyrapeth was hoping that Vartan would reveal the attachment to him without his prompting. But Vartan seemed to have forgotten about Lala and, having heard Hyrapeth's story about Mr. Dudukjan, suddenly became absorbed in thought. He stood up and started to leave the salon.
Where are you going?
Hyrapeth asked. I am going to follow Mr. Dudukjan, he replied. You let him go off alone in vain, Hyrapeth. He is very inexperienced. They left the salon together. Let's go to the stable, Vartan said. I haven't seen my horses in a while. On the way, they passed by Lala, who was washing her face beside the stream that ran through the garden. It looked like she had just woken up. Good morning, Stepanik, Vartan called from afar. Lala did not reply verbally, instead acknowledging him with a movement of the head and a meaningful smile. Vartan's 3 powerful horses were in the stable, one of which he planned to ride, while the other 2 would be ridden by his 2 attendants, Sako and Yezo, who accompanied Vartan on all his trips. Sako, he said to his attendant, look after the horses today and prepare them for the journey. We will not be staying here long. He approached the horses and silently rubbed their beautiful necks. He was checking to see if they had rested enough to make what should normally be a few days' journey in one night. He then ordered one of the horses to be saddled, mounted it, and asked Hyrapeth, which way did Mr. Dudukjan go? Hyrapeth showed him, and Vartan led the horse away. After he left, Hyrapeth fell into sad thoughts.
Why is Vartan having his horses prepared? What journey is he departing on? Is he going to leave without saying anything about Lala and fixing her fortune? And why did he become so concerned when he heard about Mr. Dudukjan's childish behavior?
These thoughts besieged him and left him perplexed. Having seen Vartan off on his journey, Hyrapeth encountered Sarah on his return home. She was bringing a pail full of milk from the sheepfold. Did Vartan say anything to you? She asked, standing in place and putting down the pail.
No, he didn't.
Hyrapeth replied sadly.
He has been very reserved lately.
I know all about it. Sit down. Let me tell you. Sarah said happily. Husband and wife sat down together on a log that was laying in the yard. Sarah told him that Lala had confessed everything to her. That last night, While the family had been asleep, she and Vartan had met secretly in the garden. Lala had given her a full account of the night. In the end, Vartan had told Lala that he would speak to her father, and that even if he did not provide his blessing, he would still take her away with him.
So that is why he ordered his attendants to prepare the horses.
Hayrapesh said, biting his nails. So what? Let him take her. It is all for the better. Sarah replied, If he doesn't take her, the villainous Kurd will.
I do not oppose it.
Hayrapesh replied,
But
miserable people. Under different circumstances, they would have martyred the girl, killed her, if they had known that she had been seeing a young man secretly. But now, they had been humbled by their bitter circumstances. Chapter 20. Vartan rode his horse all day and passed through several villages searching for Mr. Dudukjan. People responded to his questions, telling him that they had indeed seen a young man wearing boots, European dress, and a black, broad-brimmed hat, who was holding a big staff and had a bag full of pamphlets slung over his shoulder. And everyone said that they thought that he was a fool. In the evening, Vartan returned to Old Khacho's house without having found the wandering young man. One of Old Khacho's shepherds told Vartan that he had seen the young man in the adjacent village, where a group of Turkish villagers had given him a beating. He had recognized the man as his master's guest and was able to rescue him from the villagers. I expected something like that would happen, Vartan said to himself, and turning toward the shepherd, asked, Why were they beating him? I didn't find out, the shepherd replied. I wanted to load him onto my donkey and bring him back here, but he refused my offer and said he would walk back himself. This news grieved Vartan greatly. He knew the force of Turkish beatings, especially against Armenians. Where did you last see him? Vartan asked. Halfway here. He was hobbling back. The light in the salon had just been lit when Mr. Dudukjan appeared. He was weary and muddy. Vartan was waiting for him to start talking about the rough treatment he had received from the villagers. But he didn't mention anything about it. His facial expression depicted utter hopelessness, mixed with bitter hatred. He passed over to one side of the salon, collapsed, and put his head on the pillow. Could you give me some tobacco? He asked. Mine is finished. Of course. Vartan replied and gave him his box of tobacco. He rolled a cigarette with his trembling hand and started to smoke it. They are a real mystery, a real riddle, these people, he said, speaking to himself. Think about it, sleep on it, but you still can't figure it out. Either it cannot be solved, or it has an ugly solution. He stopped talking and repeatedly inhaled and exhaled
dense smoke from his cigarette. It was as though he was working with it to disperse the heavy sorrows that weighed upon his heart. Vartan was also quiet. He was looking with deep sympathy at the enthused young man, who looked to him like an inexperienced butterfly who was playing with fire, trying to put out a flame with his powerless little wings. Just then old Chacho entered, followed shortly by his sons, as they did every night. Although only an hour had passed since the sun had set, they ate in haste, for as farmers they needed to eat quickly, go to bed early, and wake up early the next morning. Mr. Dudukjan drank quite a bit over supper, which lifted his spirits slightly. He even sang God Save Us Armenians, Taghiadjan's famous song. When the table was cleared, he turned to old Chacho and said, "Please, let them close the salon doors and not disturb us. I have something to say." Old Chacho was astonished and wondered what he could possibly have to say, but had one of his sons close the doors. They all waited silently for him to speak. "War will soon be declared between Russia and Turkey. Are you aware of that?" "We have not heard anything about it." The old man and his sons replied. "I know about it," Vartan said. "The Russians are in the middle of preparations." This news struck the hapless old man like a bolt of lightning. He had seen conflicts between Russians and Turks in his lifetime, and had not forgotten their terrible consequences for Armenians. And Hayrapet now understood the meaning of the information that the Kurdish woman had told Sara a few days before about Fatah Bey's preparation of his troops. "Yes, there will be war," Vartan said. "The horse and mule will fight, and the ass between them will die." "That's right," the old man's eldest son, Hayrapet, agreed. "The Armenians of this region will be annihilated in the storm of the war." "I know that, too," the old man replied, his voice choking up from the pains in his heart. "Listen," Mr. Dudukjan said, who was now working to make his words plainer and more understandable to the family. "This war is not like the others between the Turks and the Russians to date. It has a different cause and objective. You do not read newspapers, so you do not know what is happening in a part of the world called the Balkan Peninsula. There are Christian people there, like the Armenians here, who are Turkish subjects, and who, like the Armenians, have suffered the barbarity of the Turks for centuries. But they were not able to wait patiently like the Armenians. They rebelled, and now for more than a year, they have been fighting the Turks to free themselves from their yoke. They won. They were reconquered. They suffered terribly. And then Russia intervened in the name of Christianity. The representatives of the European governments convened in Constantinople and proposed to grant certain rights to the oppressed Christians, but were unable to agree, and the convention had no consequence. Now the Russians are determined to force Turkey to accept this very proposal that was not agreed to,
by the power of the sword.
The story of these events had reached the most remote corners of the earth, but it was news to the Armenian villagers. They had heard nothing, and therefore listened with astonishment to Mr. Dudukjan. Beyond his horizon, on the other side of his province, the Armenian villager knows nothing. They had only heard that Turkey was having some war, but against whom and for what? They had no idea, and they only knew that the Kurds were at war because they were requesting taxes more strictly and taking more than usual because the government is now at a war, so you must help. The present war of the Russians is for the freedom of the Christian subjects of Turkey. Mr. Dudukjan continued. But you should know that the most abused and oppressed of all the Christian subjects are the Armenians. You know that well, because you have yourselves experienced every barbarity of the Turk. It is therefore time for Armenians to think about their own comfort. What is there to think about? Old Khacho replied. You say that Russia is fighting to free the Christians. God grant her success, that she will come and save us too. That is true, but there is one other thing. Vartan interrupted. Until the child cries, the mother does not give him breast. With silence, patience, and grand hopes, the Armenians will obtain nothing. The Armenians must protest. Yes, they must protest. Mr. Dudukjan repeated. And that protest must happen in the same manner as was done by the Christians of the Balkan states. You wish to say that the Armenians must also fight? The old man interrupted. Yes, that is what I wish to say. That is the order of the world now, and it has always been so. He who does not know how to bear arms, he who is not willing to shed blood and kill his enemies, is told that he has no right to freedom. Hence, if the Armenians ultimately wish to be free, they must show that they do not lack bravery and that they know how to kill. And there has never been a more appropriate time. A bitter smile played upon the old man's face as he replied, Blessed, how can they show that they have bravery or that they know how to kill? The Turks have not left the Armenians with so much as a knife with which to cut off the head of a hen. Mr. Dudukjan found it difficult to reply. Vartan said, Guns. I will bring you as many as you want, if there are fighters. You know my job. I am a contrabandist. I know all the paths, all the hidden roads through which to smuggle weapons here. Guns alone are not sufficient. The prudent old man said, Are you able to give the Armenians here the spirit and the courage that the other Christian races who are currently fighting for their freedom have? What good are guns in the hands of a slavish people? It is not so easy to pronounce such a judgment upon a people, landlord Khacho. Mr. Dudukjan said, Our people have not entirely lost their spirit, their courage, or their desire for freedom. One motive, one appropriate opportunity is needed. Now is the most appropriate time. The Russians are going to war against the Turks. Let the Armenians choose a side. I believe that Russia will give us every assistance.
Old Khacho's sons had been completely silent. Then one of them, whose name was Hako, and who, in the meeting with his brothers a week ago, had expressed the opinion that it would be good for their sister Lala to marry the Kurdish bey because they would benefit from his protection. That Hako, who had been listening indifferently to the conversation between his father and his young guests, now turned toward Mr. Dudukjan and said,
"Brother, you smell of blood. We wish you neither good nor evil. Wake up early tomorrow morning, collect your things and leave our house, or else you will bring misfortune upon our heads."
Old Khacho reproved his son, telling him to be quiet, then turned to Mr. Dudukjan and said,
"Don't be bothered by my son's words. He doesn't know what he's saying. Listen to me. I have neither studied nor do I know what the inhabitants of other countries do for a living. But as a farmer, I know one thing. Until we plow and harrow the ground, we do not plant our seed because we know that the seed will not take root and grow. It will only sprout and dry up. Jesus Christ also said this in his holy gospel, which I have heard many times at church. Now, my son, the ground is not ready, by which I mean to say that the people are not ready. The ground needed to be prepared 20, 30, or perhaps even 50 years ago. If these preparatory steps had been taken, your seeds would now have fallen upon fruitful soil, sprouted, grown, bloomed, ripened, and yielded 100 or 1,000-fold. Alas, nothing is accomplished in a day. Alas, we know that several seasons must follow, some warm, some cold, before the harvest. We know that the seed endures the austerities of the seasons. Storms sometimes beat it. Snow freezes it, and the life-giving beams of the sun warm it. In short, the seed must endure 1,001 tribulations before it crowns the desire of the laborer. That is a very beautiful example.
Mr. Dudukjan replied,
I agree with you entirely, but there is another thing that we must consider too. I must now speak with you in your manner as a farmer and a breeder of cattle. That language is more understandable to you. If you plant your seed without controlling the weeds, you will find that the weeds will grow, multiply, choke the crop, and take its place. That which you planted will be destroyed. Is that not a fight in which the stronger destroys the weaker? That struggle, that war is seen in all crops because one tries to destroy the other in order to preserve its existence. And the one that does not have the capability to fight, resist, and compete is deprived of life. That capability is called self-preservation. Nature is its author and teacher. It has given all living things that have the ability to procreate and multiply the capability to fight for their existence, with different individuals being more or less equipped to do so. Trees, plants, animals, and humans all have that ability. Only rocks, lumber, and dead objects remain unmoved and unable to protect themselves because they are not living. But where there is life, there is that natural conflict. It is the struggle for life in which every being tries not only to maintain its existence, but also tries to destroy its enemies in order for its growth to continue safely and without obstruction. Now, I think, you understand my thinking. He continued, that which occurs in nature, in the lives of plants and beasts, also occurs in the lives of men. The same struggle is taking place here, only in more extreme and varied forms. The weapons of self-preservation of a people depend upon their education and capabilities. By weapons, I do not mean only swords and guns. Skill and knowledge are also weapons, with which one group can compete with another. Uncivilized and savage people fight only on the basis of physical strength, and with the sword. That is how the Turks and the Kurds fight against us. The laws of self-preservation demand that we respond in the same manner with which they threaten to kill us. It would be lunacy on my part to demand more than this, to demand something that our people are not capable of. I do not wish to say that we must take up the sword in order to destroy the Kurds and the Turks, so that we alone may live on the land. I am saying that we must learn self-preservation, so that the Turks and the Kurds do not annihilate us. There is a big difference between those two ideas.
Old Khacho interrupted Mr. Dedukjan's monologue and said,
I understand that. I understand all that. But I am going to repeat what I said a few moments ago. Such a great change cannot be accomplished suddenly, so that our people, by some miracle, lose their servility and understand self-preservation. You, Constantinopolitans, should have started this work long ago by teaching us what this thing called self-preservation is. And today, your seeds would have given the desired fruit during this war for Christianity. You did not prepare us. You sat silently in Constantinople for all this time. And today, you have come to tell us to take up our swords against the Kurds and Turks to protect ourselves. Who here will you be able to convince that such a thing is possible? You are right in saying that we in Constantinople have been idle and careless, and that we have failed to prepare you.
Mr. Dedukjan replied in an undisturbed manner.
But I am not referring to what the Armenians here have lost in terms of their lofty and noble instincts, qualities that require a certain amount of education and development, and which it was our duty to supply from Constantinople. I am speaking of self-preservation, for which no great education or learning is needed. The spirit of self-protection that I described some minutes ago is so natural that it is found even in plants, beasts, and brutish people. Is the Armenian lower than an animal? Is he so dead that he is like stone or wood, devoid of feeling?
Chapter 21. After old Khacho and his sons left, Vartan and Mr. Dudukjan remained in the salon alone.
It is true that the soil is not ready,
Vartan observed, looking sadly at the pale, mournful face of the man from Constantinople.
Whose fault is it?
Mr. Dudukjan asked, as if part of his heart was choking in discontent.
The old man is peaceful, and more peaceful than scribblers like us. He was right in saying that it was our duty as Armenians of Constantinople to have prepared the people. But what did we do? Nothing. We did not prepare for this, because the real Armenia, in all its frightful misery, did not interest us. We were only dazzled with its past glory. We failed to recognize present-day Armenia for what it is. We only recognized a few of its ancient historians, and we imagined still a land with Tigrans, Arams, Vahakans, Vartans, and Nerseses. We imagined populous cities in which artisanship and commerce flourished and bestowed the country with wealth. We imagined its wealthy villages and fertile fields, whose yield filled the storehouses of the Armenian with all of God's blessings. We believed that the majority of the population here consisted of Armenians who were leading lives of peace and prosperity on their native land. But we did not know that entire Armenian provinces were being stripped of Armenians, either because they were threatened by destitution or because they were forced to accept Islam. We did not know that instead of living Armenians, we would find either living corpses or vast graveyards. We did not know that our religion, which we consider the pillar of our national existence, had become extinct, and in its place only ruins of once splendid churches and monasteries remained. We did not know that our language, the sacred inheritance of the people, had been lost, and that today the Armenian either speaks Kurdish or Turkish. We did not know that many among today's brave Kurds who have become the scourge of God for Armenians were 50 or 100 years ago our brothers by blood who spoke our language and prayed in our churches. In short, we knew nothing of modern Armenia. And it was not yet obvious to us that the scattered ruins of Armenia, owing to bitter circumstances and the heavy yoke of slavery, had decayed so much and become so obscene that, having lost its finest characteristics, had acquired in their place meanness, littleness, timidity, and deceitfulness.
Vartan listened intently as Mr. Dudukjan continued.
The great powers of the world gathered in Constantinople. The patriarch resided there the head of the people. Yet we never took into consideration the body. There, we had a national representative council that was occupied with intrigues and insignificant issues. There, we had educated youth who made the shores of the Bosporus echo with Armenian songs on our national holidays, who had no idea that at that very moment blood and tears were being shed in Armenia. There, we had the press that ignored the conditions in which the Armenians were living on their native land, instead occupied with the doings of foreigners. There, we had schools that produced no teachers for Armenia. We had the theater that did not once portray the unfortunate circumstances of the Armenians, but served its audience with the kitchen filth of friends. There we had the leaders of our people who were flattering the arbitrators of the Ottoman Porte to take glory for themselves. We had the material strength, money, which the wealthy used to decorate their palaces, while not a single para was spent on Armenia. In short, we held the tiller of the prosperity of our people in our own hands, it would seem, to misguide it with evil thoughts and to lead it toward destruction. As for me, he continued, my views and those of a few sympathizers are considered quixotic. What do we wait for? Shall we sit idle in Constantinople the whole time, not working to examine the conditions in Armenia, to educate the people, to become acquainted with their needs and demands, to prepare them for a better future, but then suddenly appear and put guns in their hands so they can defend themselves? That is hardly acceptable. Nevertheless, I do not despair. My faith is not lacking. Perhaps I and all my companions will fall, but our fall will pave the way for our followers, who can pass over our corpses. On hearing these words, Vartan was unable to restrain his emotions. He embraced Mr. Dudukjan and said, Yes, such work demands sacrifice, praise and honor to he who becomes the first victim. It was already past midnight. The beds had long been prepared in the salon, but the two young men stayed awake for a long time. Mr. Dudukjan spoke critically of the crazy youths of Constantinople and the clergy, saying, If 1/10 of the churches and monasteries of the country were converted into decent schools, Armenia would now already have been saved. Suddenly, someone knocked gently on the door of the salon. Vartan opened it. Hayrapet and Apo appeared, the two brothers who differed from the other sons of old Khacho in their qualities.
We came at such an unusual hour so that no one would see us,
Hayrapet said, as he and his brother seated themselves.
It appears we have disturbed you.
Not at all, Vartan replied. We were unable to sleep and were still talking. Everyone else must be asleep. Everyone, Apo replied, except my father, who is coughing continually. When he does that,
It means he is thinking about something.
Vartan and Mr. Dudukjian immediately understood that the visit of the two brothers at this hour was not without significance, and they waited for them to make their thoughts known.
We were not able to say this in the presence of our father and our brothers,
Hairapet said in a solemn manner.
so we hasten to tell you that we sympathize completely with your thoughts and are willing to serve your objective in any manner you wish.
Mr. Dudukjian's cold face reflected a beam of happiness. It was the happiness of a missionary when he gains 2 converts and thinks that he now has an entire flock, and that these 2 are the start of thousands more.
It is completely wrong,
Hairapet said,
to think that the Armenians here are dead in spirit and in heart, and in all their lofty aspirations. But there is one defect that they all have. Every Armenian, taken individually, is cautious, deliberate, uncertain, and has no will of his own. He always waits for an example, for another to start, whom he will then follow. The example, especially the example of success, exerts a great influence over him. He always considers a few conditions. He does not care how those in foreign countries live. What I wish to say is that he does not adopt the example of foreigners, but instead waits for an Armenian like himself to show him the example. Therefore, if we will be the first to make an example of ourselves, I believe many will follow us. I know our people well. They have been tormented so terribly that they are already prepared to eat the flesh and drink the blood of the Kurd and Turk, if they find a way. Their hearts are filled with hate. It is only that their hatred is concealed.
Vartan and Mr. Dudukjian listened to Hairapet's words with joy. Through him spoke the voice of the people.
Happy is the people who knows how to hate,
Mr. Dudukjian exclaimed with great enthusiasm.
He who does not know how to hate does not know how to love.
My father was saying that the ground is not ready.
Hairapet said.
He really is a wise man, and in his heart many good ideas are concealed, which his cautiousness has almost turned into his faults. He has deadened us with his counsel of patience, and has kept us inert. In our condition, I think that boldness, self-reliance, and even a foolish recklessness will accomplish more than the gentle and prudent reflections of the wise.
Yes, while the prudent man stands and ponders, the fool is already across the river,
Vartan said with a laugh.
That is quite right,
Mr. Dudukjian observed.
Intelligent people often deceive them, and the deceived find out too late, when the objective of the deception has already been achieved. At one time, our intellectuals in Constantinople thought it would be better for the Armenians to have the uncivilized and disorderly government of the Turks, rather than a well-regulated and civilized government. They thought that a civilized government would eliminate the Armenians by assimilating them,
while the intelligent Armenians could take advantage of the folly of the Turks, compete with them in the struggle for existence, and obtain victory. This observation is in line with theory, but the most correct philosophical theory sometimes proves to be wrong in practice. History has its own deviations. If a great civilized nation is able to absorb its smaller nations, then a great uncivilized nation may do the same with its small subject nations. The difference lies only in the means used. One kills diversity in a barbarous fashion, whereas the other kills in a cultured fashion. I will speak more plainly. Mr. Dudukjan continued. Until today, none of us understood the undisclosed policy of the Turks concerning the Armenians. Each one of us was repeating with childish myopia, "Our future is that of Turkey's." We looked at the disorder, corruption, and barbarity being conducted, but we did not see the hellish machinery beneath it all. We only saw instances of oppression, murder, forcible change of religion, and other various acts of wickedness committed by our neighboring barbaric tribes. We considered all that as temporary and incidental, and did not know that these misbehaviors were secretly being encouraged by high-ranking people. We blamed the government only inasmuch as it was weak, careless, and unable to control its lawless subjects. But we did not understand that the government officials themselves were inciting these barbarians against the Armenians in order to destroy the Christian element. Why, do you ask? Turkey understands very well that if it will one day be deprived of its European and Asian states, the reason for that loss will be its local Christian populations. Turkey has understood that the existence of Christian subjects in her empire gives the Christian rulers a pretext to interfere in Turkish affairs every time and to raise the Eastern question anew. In order not to lose her territory and to avoid the interference of the Christian powers, Turkey is annihilating its Christians. It is due to the Christians that she has lost many of her European states and is on the verge of losing more. And of its Asiatic countries, she has retained in its entirety only Asia Minor. Here, the principal nationality that threatens to separate that part of the empire is the Armenian. Therefore, in order to stop the noise of the European powers, she must show them that there are no Armenians in Armenia. In that work of annihilation, Turkey has chosen the Kurds and the Circassians as the most convenient for the task. If we collect the proofs over the last 20, 30, or even 50 years, we shall be persuaded that this is true. We shall be persuaded that all the oppression, extortion, violence, persecution, and rape, in a word, all the barbarities committed against the Armenians, have not been incidental. We shall be persuaded that beneath all these occurrences lies concealed a premeditated and planned objective to weaken, destroy, and finally annihilate the Armenian element. I mention only a few proofs. In order to deprive the Armenians of any possibility of self-defense, they seized their weapons, tied and fettered their hands, and armed their enemies. Then They saw that this was not sufficient to weaken the Armenians. They saw that this element, a hard-working and economical people, could compete with its opponents and could preserve its existence with its material strength and wealth. Therefore, it became necessary to impoverish the Armenians, to destroy them economically. They increased taxes and discontinued securities without forewarning the people. In short, they perpetrated various kinds of fraudulent financiering, so that the money in the hands of the people loses its value, making them unable to pay their taxes, and to give them a pretext to deprive them of the fruits of their agricultural labor in lieu of paying their taxes. These means were still insufficient for allowing Turkey to meet her objective. The people endured. If they could not make a living in their native land, they would emigrate to foreign lands, earn money there, bring it back, and save it. So, what needed to be done? Turkey considered drying up the source of Armenian livelihood at once. She devised the craftiest property laws, and the Armenians were deprived of their right to own real estate. The lands owned by Armenians passed into the hands of Kurdish chiefs, Circassians, muftis, and Qadis. They became the landholders, while the Armenians, the industrious Armenians, became slaves and serfs who tilled the soil of those barbarians. Numerous legal disputes over property rights between the Armenians and Muslims in Ottoman Armenia have either received no attention from the government, or if they have been tried, the decision has invariably been in favor of the Muslims. There are thousands of such examples, and an examination of any of these decisions is sufficient to prove that the government does not intend for any land to remain in the hands of the Armenians. Rather, it intends for them to be deprived of their inheritance from their ancestors, in order that more of them may emigrate to foreign lands, and by emptying Armenia of Armenians, to fill their place with Kurds and Circassians. Now, do you see?
Mr. Dudukjan continued.
There is a thread connecting all these atrocities, a secret and hellish purpose, and I consider it superfluous to speak of special instances, or to show that the local government officials have often tried to bring about famine in the Armenian provinces in order to destroy by hunger those who have escaped the sword of the Kurds and Circassians. That is murder on a monstrous scale, of which only the merciless Turk is capable, to exhaust them through poverty, to bankrupt them economically, to deprive them of all means of making a living. These are the principal weapons with which the Turk is trying to destroy the Armenian element. They know it is difficult to destroy with other weapons a people whose strength derives from its industry and material capabilities. The Armenians of Zeytun have no land on which to sow and reap. Their principal sources of livelihood are their iron mines, from which they make various tools, or else trade the raw material for other goods from neighboring provinces. The Turks tried several times to take control of these mines from the people of Zeytun, but the strong mountaineers resisted and saved their principal source of wealth. The fires of Van could be considered a pronounced example of such machination. The Armenians of that city were quite wealthy. In one night, the Turks set fire to all their shops, Although the Armenians petitioned the government over and over, the local officials were unwilling to begin investigations to identify the culprits. After all, they could not open an investigation on themselves. We used to wonder why Turkey flattered the leaders of the Kurds and the Circassians, their spiritual leader of sheikhs, who with their misbehaviors caused no shortage of concerns for the government. They often do not pay their taxes, and they often raid various provinces. Perhaps, we asked, the government could not restrain these robbers even if they tried. Now we understand that Turkey needs such tools in her hands. Her intention is evident.
Mr. Dudukjan seemed to be pouring out all the bitterness that weighed heavily on his heart. The suffering of the people, their unfortunate condition, their sad future, which presented itself to him in somber colors. All this filled his soul with righteous indignation.
Circumstance and the conditions of life, he said, force men to treat other members of their species as they have been treated, to return evil for evil. There is no other way. Man treats his own kind more cruelly and unjustly than wild beasts do. At least the brute kills its prey and puts an end to its suffering at once. But man acts on his victim successively. He tortures his victim, exhausts him morally and mentally, sapping his strength little by little, before he finally kills him. It is a frightful death that only man is capable of performing. Such killings do not merely take place at the individual level, but between entire nations. Such killings threaten us. Are the Turks, Kurds, and Circassians not treating us this way? Is this not the reason that Armenia has now become emptied of its Armenians?
Vartan listened to Mr. Dudukjan's speech with great sympathy and replied with an ironic smile.
The Armenians are a surprising people. If I cannot say it is impossible to exterminate them, I can at least say it is very difficult. Armenians are like the many-headed mythological creature, the Hydra, who, when one of its heads was cut off, grew another one that was stronger. For centuries, the Armenian has been so beaten, flattened, and hammered on the anvil of the universe that he has acquired the hardness of iron. It is not so easy to crush him. He is exceedingly resistant. The Armenian bore the greatest barbarities of the Mongol invasions, compared to which their current descendants in Turkey may be considered no worse than flies. Across the country of the Armenians passed the Mongols Timur, Genghis Khan, Hulagu Khan, and other bloodthirsty hordes of human monsters. They passed like floods and storms. Slaughtered people were slaughtered themselves and finally vanished, but the Armenians still remained. Today's Mongol Turkey, by working to kill the productive Armenian who fills the coffers of the empire, is unknowingly killing itself. Its present financial bankruptcy is a consequence of that attempt. Formerly, Turkey better appreciated the profitableness of the Armenian element for the establishment and prosperity of her empire. Not only did she take special care to ensure the comfort of the hard-working Armenian villagers, she also entrusted the treasury department of the empire into the hands of Armenian bankers, who not infrequently saved the empire during its difficult financial periods.
The sun was about to rise, and our hot-headed thinkers were still conversing. Then they began to talk about preparations and arrangements. When the meeting was over, Mr. Dudukjian took 3 business cards from his pocket and, giving them to his friends, said, "I trust you completely. Now you may know who I am and my true name." The name El Salman was printed on the cards in attractive font. Mr. Levon Salman's father, Toros Çelebi, was an Armenian Catholic who had accepted Islam. To describe the conditions that led him to change his religion would be a long story. We will say only this, that Toros was accused of having relations with a Turkish maiden, and in order to escape death, he was obliged to accept Islam and marry the beautiful Fatima. Following Levon's birth, Fatima passed away, and the young child remained under the guardianship of his father, whose mind was disturbed by the notion that his son would be raised in a foreign religion that he had grown to hate. Salman, Toros Çelebi's Islamic name, left his native city of Ankara and moved to Constantinople, where no one knew him. He committed his son to a brotherhood of friars and vanished. Little Levon grew up in a Catholic monastery and at the age of 12 was sent to Italy. He received his elementary education from the clergy. He spent several years in the monastery of San Lazzaro in Venice and, on leaving, entered the Mechitarist monastery in Vienna. But nowhere did he receive a foundational education. Finally, a woman's love drew him out of that contaminated monastic atmosphere and into the chaos of Paris. Here, at first, he passed his time living an idle life of hedonism, and he joined various societies only to talk and not to work. But when his lover's money was exhausted, poverty forced him to go to work, and he wrote various newspaper articles about the East, by which he made a living. But when the Eastern question was raised once more, he left Paris and his mistress and went to Constantinople. Chapter 22. A month prior to Salman's arrival in the province of Bagrevand, a muleteer from Erzurum, known as Haji Misak, made up his caravan and set out to return home. He had obtained the title Haji because he had made 2 pilgrimages to Holy Jerusalem. And if God should make him worthy, he intended to do so once more, in order to reach the mystic number 3. Haji Misak was generally a devout Christian, but his zealousness reached the point of superstition. The people of all the towns, villages, and inns along his journey recognized Haji Misak. For more than 20 years, the man had traveled with his mules throughout Asia Minor and Armenia, exchanging goods. He was a thick and sturdy man of medium height and was very swift in his movements. It is impossible to precisely decipher his facial features because they were so concealed by his heavy beard that one was only able to distinguish his large Armenian nose and fiery eyes, in the depths of which one always observed a shining expression of his kind-heartedness. Wherever he went, the arrival of Haji Misak's caravan always occasioned a wholesome happiness.
who, could you say, did not expect to receive something from him? The merchant expected goods, the wife a letter from her absent husband. The officials along the way, however great or lowly, expected this or that article or delicacy to eat, drink, or wear. Often, migrants, sick people, and frail and fallen Armenians waited for Haji Misak's caravan to pass, to compassionately pull him and take him where he desired to go. Haji Misak's obedience and willingness to help every man made him loved by all his acquaintances. Haji Misak, on your return, bring me a few okas of cotton. Haji Misak, my coffee is finished. Bring me some more. Haji Misak, deliver this olive oil to my home. He would perform such services without a para of pay, even paying out of his own pocket. For these reasons, the authorities posted along his route were lenient with Haji Misak. His caravan passed through the custom offices easily, and he was given no trouble. A transporter, especially a well-known transporter, is trusted greatly in the East. People commit their most valuable goods to him. They commit sacks of gold and silver to him without any papers or official documents, and he delivers the consignment safely to the appointed place. Every town knew when Haji Misak would arrive. So regular was his caravan's schedule that unless it was delayed by some unforeseen circumstance, his arrival would not vary by an hour. But this time, Haji Misak's caravan was making slow progress. Despite the small volume of crates he carried, they looked quite heavy. Most of the bales were quadrilateral, long gift boxes bound tightly with iron strips, printed upon which were the words Persia and Tehran in English letters. The caravan traveled mainly by night. Haji Misak would say that he did not want to tire his mules in the heat of the day. In this caravan was another person who called himself Melik Mansur. He was a merchant and claimed to be an Armenian from Persia. Over the last 20 to 30 years, the government of Persia had made major reforms to their gun laws and adopted a European style, opening a new industry for Armenian merchants who started purveying weapons to the government. Melik Mansur was one of these merchants, and the heavy crates on the backs of the mules belonged to him. The custom houses were not interested in these crates because they were in transit. The route for such goods by way of Trabzon, Erzurum, and Bayazid toward Persia was not new. Melik Mansur was 36 years old. He had a pleasant face, and his ever-cheerful disposition and somewhat talkative tongue enlivened his endless conversations with Haji Misak, especially when he began describing interesting episodes of his life that had taken place in distant lands. Such conversation is necessary to relieve the monotonous boredom of caravan travel. The most interesting was a story about an Armenian wandering Jew who broke 3 of his left-hand fingers in a fight with some savages in India. Melik Mansur spoke many Eastern and Western languages, and having had numerous dealings with people over the course of his life, knew all their tricks and how to behave with them. Thus, he was not on the inside who he appeared to be from the outside. Nonetheless, Haji Misak showed a special respect to that mysterious character not only because he owed it to the owner of the loads he was carrying, but because he found something else within him that was truly respectable. The landlords of all the caravanserais along the way were always satisfied with Melik Mansur's arrival, for he was generous and scattered gold right and left.
"You're wasting it,"
Haji Misak would observe.
"Next time it will be impossible to request so much as a cup of water from these robbers."
"No matter," he would reply with a laugh.
"The glitter of gold blinds people's eyes."
The caravan passed safely through Erzurum, and 1 week later entered the province of Bayazid. Here, Melik Mansur began to exchange his loads. The cases disappeared during the night and were replaced with other cases containing very different merchandise. These exchanges took place when the caravan stayed overnight at certain Armenian villages. Sometimes strangers would appear and speak to Melik Mansur in some strange tongue and then disappear. Finally, the caravan approached the Persian frontier. It crossed the border and set foot on Persian soil. But by the time it arrived, not one of the cases marked Persia and Tehran remained on the backs of Haji Misak's mules. And Melik Mansur, the counterfeit merchant, had also disappeared. Chapter 23. The ordinary manner of life in old Khacho's house had changed over the course of the recent days. Salman, whom the residents of the house still called Mr. Dudukjan, was not often to be found at home. He and Vartan sometimes left the village of O for days at a time. Hayrapet and Apo now appeared very preoccupied and secretive. The two visitors had already become unbearable to the other brothers. Old Khacho was now busy with village affairs that grew heavier day by day and caused him much anxiety. For this reason, the landlord's salon had lost its liveliness, and the nightly discussions, arguments, and the unusual verdicts that followed had largely ceased. The only thing that remained unchanged was the life of the women. That disconnected and solitary segment of the Armenian family had no share in the conversation or deliberation of the men. Outside of their housework, no foreign thoughts occupied their minds, and for this reason, they knew nothing of the meeting that had taken place in the salon. The landlord's salon, that village club, was still not open to the company of women.
"It is necessary for our work to draw on their strength from within their four walls. Then, inevitably, we shall surely succeed,"
Salman often said.
"It is still early,"
Vartan would reply. "They must first and foremost be prepared."
"No reform in the life of a people is possible without the participation of women. If our people have remained static, the principal reason is because women have not participated in public affairs. That power, that lively strength which has been destroyed within their four walls, has become ineffective with us. In order to begin the work of educating our people, we must put the education of our women first.
This time, I traveled all through Armenia and closely studied Armenian women. The information I received has been very comforting. However much the men, under Turkish influence, are fraudulent and immoral, and however much they have lost their Armenian independence, so much have the women remained pure and preserved their morals and moral immaculacy of conduct. There is no evil without goodness. Trapped within their four walls, although she suffered and degenerated for years, became blunted and was deprived of living in society. She preserved the Armenian culture in her captivity. That is a great achievement. However much man, under the influence of Islamic elements, is losing his cultural independence, that much woman, within her four walls, being far removed from the influence, preserves the Armenian ethos. In this way, a permanent equilibrium was unknowingly preserved. What the men have lost, the women have supplied. This can be observed even in the most common details. Women's abhorrence toward Islam has reached proportions of a frightening fanaticism. Everything that is a product of Islam they consider illegitimate. Their slaughtered meat, their pressed cheese, their kneaded bread she will not eat. But the men recognize no such distinctions. I have heard hundreds of stories of women and girls seized by Mohammedans who have ultimately escaped, or if unsuccessful, committed suicide. But such examples in men are very rare. There is also another thing that is of utmost importance. In many places, and especially in cities, use of the Turkish language among Armenian men has become customary, but I have never seen a woman who spoke Turkish or even knew that language. Women are the protectors of the Armenian language within the family and put it in the mouths of the children. She imposes it even upon foreigners. All the Kurdish servants who work in Armenian homes speak Armenian. Woman gave us our language, our ethos, and has protected the moral foundation of the Armenian family. Now she's the pure, raw material in our hand, with which it is possible to make something magnificent.
Such reflections, and others of a similar nature, were the subject of Salman's usual strain of talk during the last few days. But not knowing his good opinion of Armenian women, the women of old Khacho's house did not take to him. It is understandable that they were unable to recognize and compliment his inner moral and intellectual worth, although Salman had much within his shell that could have attracted a woman's attention. But across the different social classes and various stages of educational development, women have different tastes in judging and liking the qualities of men. For this reason, it was not very surprising that the in-laws of old Khacho's family judged Vartan to be of a higher rank than Salman. Once, during the time of afternoon rest, the women were sitting in the hall, employed with their handiwork. One spun wool, another wound it, the third was weaving a beautiful, colorful rug on a loom, and the fourth was sewing clothes for her children. In short, each woman was occupied with her own task. the subject of their conversation was Salman. Sara, her sister-in-law, Parishan, asked, "What is that man doing in our village?" "They say he wants to open a school," Sara replied. "He is not an acolyte." Parishan responded, who held the opinion that teachers must necessarily be acolytes. "He is an acolyte from Istanbul," Sara said. "Then why doesn't he go to church and chant?" Sara could not think of any other reply and answered carelessly, "He is that sort of acolyte, too." Apo's wife, the beautiful Maro, joined the conversation. "My husband says that man wants to teach girls as well." Her comment caused everyone to laugh. "What use is it for girls to read? It's not as though girls are going to become members of clergy," she added. One of the young women turned toward little Nazlu and said, "Do you hear that, Nazlu? You will go to school after this and learn the alphabet." Nazlu was Hayrapet's daughter, and she replied assertively, "What of it? I will learn. Then I will go to church, put on a robe, and deliver the gospel like the boys." "There wasn't enough earth found to finish your head with when you were created," they told the poor girl. Parishan, who had started that conversation, posed a new question. "Acolyte Simon is teaching our boys. What need do we have of another teacher? Doesn't he know more than the other?" "Certainly, the new man doesn't know very much," Sara answered. "Simon has studied much, but he has one fault, which is that he gets drunk and beats the children. Do you remember our neighbor Gaspar's boy? He took such a beating that he had to be carried home, and the poor boy died 2 days later." "How was Acolyte Simon at fault? Without a beating, what will children learn?" This conversation was not taking place without reason. Salman had recently been talking to the villagers about opening 2 schools, one for boys, the other for girls. He promised to bring teachers, to have the children educated freely, and even to furnish books and supplies without charge. But the villager regards that which is free with suspicion. For this reason, it took a lot of work to persuade the villagers, especially as they were also angry about the school for girls. The people who were accustomed to receiving their education from acolytes did not only consider it strange and unusual, but even wrong to commit the education of their children to a man who did not go to church, who did not sing chants, and who, they had heard, did not even keep the fasts. Old Khacho, who opposed Salman in all his other views, agreed with him about the schools. As the landlord and head of the village, he was able to persuade the other villagers, and they gave Salman a piece of land that he thought would be a suitable spot on which to build a school. The work had already started. The foundation was laid. Suddenly a tempest arose, and one morning they saw that the villagers had gathered by night and destroyed the foundations. That day, not one of the villagers came to work, even though Salman had increased their wages. what had happened. As the talk of the women made clear, there was an acolyte named Simon in the village who also taught at the school. That is, during the winter, he would gather the children in a stable and make them read psalms, lectionaries, and other such books, but in the spring, when the village work began, he would dismiss his pupils, and they would not see the face of the school again until the end of fall, by which time they had forgotten all they had learned. That acolyte, Simon, the son-in-law of the village priest, Maruk, was constantly drunk and was a very quarrelsome man. The acolyte found the building of the new school injurious to his income and appealed to his father-in-law to prohibit the enterprise. One word was enough to provoke the fanaticism of the villagers and put a stop to the work. The priest informed the people in his sermon that Salman was a Freemason, that he did not worship the God of the Armenians, and that he would destroy the faith of all the children. He added that it is a sin to teach girls to read, that Solomon the Wise and John the Baptist had cursed women, for women had requested that John the Baptist be beheaded. He then cited many cases from the Bible, including that a woman also caused the death of the prophet Samson, and that Eve had deceived Adam and had him expelled from paradise. In a word, by bringing forth many such testimonies in his sermon, the priest affirmed that it was dangerous to educate girls because they would learn too much and become devils. But acolyte Simon also had a large following of women in the village. He had cast spells for them, worked his charms, foretold events, and in these ways had gained their sympathy. The women thus encouraged their husbands still more to help the acolyte, so that he would not lose his living. The priest and acolyte Simon, in their provoked irritation, had found an important supporter in Thomas Effendi, who was vehemently opposed to everything that existed in the name of school, literacy, and education. Besides that, the acolyte was his unpaid secretary, who wrote the tax accounts, and when it was time for collection, accompanied the Zeptius from village to village and collected the tithes. All of this caused much anxiety to kind-hearted old Khacho, but it was unable to shake Salman's determination. Returning home in the evening, he said to Vartan, "I am going to treat those unprincipled men the way missionaries do. Whenever the missionary enters a community, his first opponents are those who are educated and those who are spiritual, but his first followers eventually become those persons who initially opposed him. The missionary entrusts various kinds of work to them, or is more apt not to ask them to work at all, but still pays them a salary. In this way, the persecuting Pauls of the new sect become its most zealous defenders."
"That is true,"
Vartan replied.
"What do you want to do?"
"We must be practical," Salman said in a self-confident manner. "We must understand what attracts the people here. It would be interesting to know how much money that idiotic acolyte received from his pupils. I will offer him a position in my school that pays double what he usually makes. A sinecure. I believe that,
After this offer, he will come the following morning with his spade and pickaxe and start to labor with my workmen to construct the building.
I think so too,
Vartan replied.
but you must butter the priest's mouth a little as well.
I will do that too.
In spite of the day's unfavorable events, Salman was more cheerful than usual. The failures of his undertaking had aroused his zeal, and the future's bright hopes had filled his heart with a boundless delight.
Do you know, Vartan, what a favorable and extensive future our school promises us? It will give us all what we desire. This, only this, will cure our age-old wounds and prepare the new generation for a vigorous, fresh life. Our ancestors' idleness over the course of centuries left much work for us. It is true. They did not act early enough to ease our current worries. But it doesn't matter. It is still possible to have hope that the future belongs to us. Only stubborn and solid work is necessary. In my opinion, it is not sufficient to train the mind and ennoble the soul. The body must also be trained. You yourself have observed how slowly these children move, how lazy they are. We need to strengthen their muscles. We need to invigorate their nerves. On this point, physical training in our school must take on a manner and character that is suitable to the objective. It must inculcate strength in our youth and invigorate their weakened hearts. I've got some pleasing news to tell you, Vartan. Today, I met with some Kurds. I was talking to them about the advantages of schools and education. Great was my astonishment when they showed all readiness to happily entrust their children to Armenian schools when the education being offered is so fine. From their conversation, it appeared that they are not very satisfied that their sons are becoming robbers. And really, how are they to blame for gaining their livelihood through robbery and murder? We are to blame for not having tried to train them until now. Our personal gains demand that of us. If we wish to be free from the wildness of beasts, we must work to tame them. We must work to accustom them to a more peaceful and cultivated life. Turkey has not taken care to educate the Kurds, and that is quite understandable, because the savagery of the Kurds is more profitable to her. But we should take care to do so, because we are suffering the harm. We will not touch their religion. We will only educate them. Thereafter, the water will follow its natural course.
Chapter 24. The signs of war preparations by the Turkish government were already evident, and that could especially be seen in the province of Bagrivand, which was not far from the Russian frontier. They harshly collected all the current taxes from the villagers, and also demanded credit with taxes paid a few years in advance. There was no limit to the groaning and dissatisfaction of the people. Those who were unable to pay in cash were forced to sell their household goods and cattle, and even their oxen and buffaloes, which were indispensable to the villagers' farming, for plowing and transporting loads. This being insufficient, The villagers were obliged to prepare so many thousand okas of hardtack, or all their provisions, including bulgur, cracked wheat, vermicelli, tallow, cheese, rice, and so on, would be taken from them. The response to all the weeping and tears of the villagers was simply, "The government is at war." These irregularities opened to Thomas Effendi a new and extensive occupation. Being an imperial multazim, he undertook to collect the taxes and distribute a portion of the provisions to the army. Thomas Effendi had a broad harvest before him, where he labored zealously with a sharp sickle. Now, instead of 2 zeptias, he had received a decree from the authorities to employ as many as necessary. And all that oppression was inflicted on the Armenians alone, for the Muslims were working to take part in the war, and nothing more was demanded of them. Besides the plundering of the Armenian villages and the sudden deprivation of the accumulation of 10 to 20 years' worth of goods, besides their bitter poverty, they became ruled by total terror, threatened with a complete and even more frightful misfortune. Within the Muslim element, a brutal ferocity toward the Christians, toward all the infidels, had become evident. From the lips of each and all was heard the frightful word, jihad. The mullahs, muftis, ghazis, and sheikhs had kindled the fanaticism of the turbulent crowd, excited them, preaching that the war was only a holy one, that the Sanjak Sharif would soon be raised in Istanbul, and the holy war would be proclaimed, and all of Islam must take up the sword against the Christians. All this caused great anxiety for Salman, to whom the significance of these frenzied activities were evident, along with the fearful consequences to the Armenians of the region. "The Bulgarian massacres will soon be repeated here," he said one morning to Vartan. "We must hasten to prepare the people for self-defense." "I can also smell the stench of such barbarities," Vartan replied. Talking like this, they came out of old Khacho's house and were heading toward the house of the priest, Father Maruk, with whom they intended to finalize the arrangements they had made a few days previously. That is, as Vartan said, they wished to butter his mouth a little to keep him quiet, and to hire his son-in-law, Simon the acolyte, to be overseer of the workmen and promise him a future position in the coming schools. A sound then hit their ears. An unfamiliar peddler was passing through the village and was calling out his wares one by one to attract customers. "Pretty girls, rosy brides, bring me your paras, and I will give you fine needles, colorful threads, and gold rings." The peddler was a huge fellow, dressed in rags from head to foot. The large crate of goods, which he carried on his shoulder compared to the size of his body, gave the same impression as a small sieve would on a camel's back. The peddler was limping heavily on his left leg, and every time he swayed to the left, one would think that Goliath was going to fall to the ground. But the big staff in his hand, giving support, helped him keep his balance. Salman, hearing his voice, felt an electric convulsion in his heart as if all the world's joys filled his spirit at once. What tie was there between Salman and the wanderer? The peddler still continued singing his wares as he passed through the narrow village streets with heavy and uneven strides. Salman passed him, and the glances of the two strangers met. There had been no conversation whatsoever between them, but much had been communicated from one to the other. Vartan did not notice a thing.
He has found a good time to sell his thread and needles. The poor villagers haven't got a para left. What are they going to buy his wares with?
Vartan said, laughing, when they had distanced themselves somewhat from the peddler. His crate, my friend, like magicians' cases, has two bottoms. Salman answered, the lower one has supplies that are best to sell at the present time. Vartan did not pay particular attention to that significant remark. His mind was occupied at that moment with a very different subject. He was thinking about Lala. The sudden change of circumstance and surrounding disturbances made him very uneasy, and he did not know how to manage Lala's situation. Where should he conceal her? What should he do with her when today or tomorrow he might be obliged to begin a very different undertaking?
Fine needles, colorful thread, pretty beads.
The lame peddler's broken and enduring voice became audible again from a distance. Just then, Salman and Vartan encountered Thomas Effendi. His beautiful horse stood near him, and he was preparing to mount it. He was surrounded by a group of villagers to whom he was giving various orders and commands. Seeing Salman and Vartan, he separated from the group and approached the two young men with his usual devilish smile. Before reaching them, however, he said from a distance,
I have long wanted to see you, Mr. Dudukjan.
He still did not know Salman's real name.
Oh, how fortunate I consider myself, dear compatriot, to have this opportunity of meeting you. Perhaps you are not aware that I am also a Constantinopolitan.
The Effendi's flattery was not only very surprising, but also very disgraceful to Salman, who the Effendi was meeting for the first time, and who did not know him in the least. He made no reply. The Effendi, grasping his hand, said,
I hope you permit me to embrace you as a Constantinopolitan. Through meeting you, I wish to relieve my years of longing for the land of my birth.
Vartan, standing at a distance, watched the comedy in silence. Salman did not know how to extricate himself from his narrow situation. The Effendi now turned to Vartan.
Come here, my crazy friend. You know that I have the heart of a child. I get angry one moment, and then I forget everything. The Kurd doesn't call his tan sour. You are mine too, whether good or bad. You are mine. I have forgotten everything. Give me your hand.
Vartan could barely restrain his anger, but knowing that the Effendi did not express this friendly announcement without a particular objective, he approached and gave him his hand. The Effendi turned again to Salman.
I am very angry with you, Mr. Dudukjan. he said in a more serious tone.
Have you heard the Turkish proverb? First meet with the village head and then plunder the village? Thomas Effendi is a man of that country. If you had consulted with me from the beginning, I would have arranged all your affairs to your desire, so that this unpleasantness would not have arisen. Oh, you youngsters, you have good hearts, but you don't know how to go about your work. Am I not right?
I really do not understand what you're talking about, Salman replied. The Effendi made it seem as though he had not heard Salman's remark, and turning his head toward the group of villagers who were waiting for him some distance away, said,
Oh, donkeys. When are you going to come to your minds?
Then, turning back toward Salman, he continued,
Does man put out the light of his eyes with his own hands? They, the villagers, are like that. I heard today, and let me tell you truly, my hair stood on end. We are trying for them to have a school, to get an education, to have their eyes opened and not stay blind, to recognize the good and evil of the world, but they do not understand, and they keep riding their donkeys.
The statement, "we are trying," repeated in Salman's mind. But who was the "we" that Thomas Effendi emphasized so significantly? The Effendi continued,
I rejoiced with all my soul when I heard of your plans, Mr. Dudukjan. And that is why I approached you to express my special gratitude. Our people are in darkness. We must bring them into the light of the world. Only school can save them. Don't let the disturbances from a few days ago discourage you. The beginning of every good work is filled with disappointments. You will find in me, as in your fellow citizen, sympathy and support. Accept my small services. Today's work is taking me to a nearby village. I will return in the morning and I will go up myself to have the foundation of the school laid. There is no one here to oppose Thomas Effendi.
Thank you, Effendi. You are so busy that I did not wish to rob you of your valuable time. Salman replied.
It is nothing.
The tax collector replied with great self-satisfaction.
I always have time for good deeds.
He shook hands with the two young men and took his leave. Shameless fraud, Vartan said after him. It is possible to gain something from such man. Salman replied,
Do you really believe what he says? Who knows what devilish objectives he has?
The two young men had reached Father Maruk's house and knocked at the door.
Lovely needles, colorful threads, fine beads.
The voice of the lame peddler, who was one street over, again became audible. Vartan, let us not see the priest today, Salman said.
Why?
Vartan asked. I need to buy a few things from that peddler. Vartan began to laugh at his companion's unusual eagerness. Come, there is something else, Salman said in such a tone that Vartan could not doubt the importance of his invitation.
The two young men left the priest's door, crossed to the next street, and began to follow the peddler from afar. A group of village children were following him, calling,
"Give us mastic! Give us mastic!"
to which the peddler took out a piece of mastic and divided it among them.
"I saw that man a week ago when I was coming from Van,"
a villager said to a neighbor who was standing near him.
"These peddlers wander everywhere."
The neighbor answered,
"But what a dreadful face he has! Look, Grigor, I shouldn't like to see him at night. You would think he was the devil."
The lame peddler, roaming the streets, was called to enter this house, and that house by people who wanted to buy his goods, and they would keep him there for hours. But sometimes they had him open his crate in the street instead, where the village women would gather around him and spend long periods of time bargaining. In this way, he was only just able to finish his trading by nightfall, and it was already dark when he left the village. He left via the main road that led to the neighboring village and started to approach a ditch, which had become quite deep due to the spring freshets that were now dry. Over the course of his day, a change had become perceptible. As before, he walked slowly because the crate he carried really was as heavy as it appeared. But the man was not lame in the least, as he had been pretending to be during the day. He began to descend into the ditch. There, he set down his load and, putting 2 fingers of his left hand upon his lips, he let out a mysterious sound with a few whistles. The other fingers of that hand were missing. A few minutes later, Vartan and Salman appeared in the ditch. The latter embraced the peddler, and they did not separate for a long time.
"Now, let us be seated,"
Salman said.
"Tell us, did your trading go well?"
"Very well,"
the peddler replied in a happy tone.
"I flooded most of the Vaspurakan region with my merchandise."
"Without pay, of course."
"Without pay. I was distributing my goods freely."
Vartan listened in astonishment to the conversation between the two friends and understood nothing.
"Now, do you understand?"
Salman said to him.
"My friend's crate, like the magician's, has 2 bottoms." "It would be interesting to know what was concealed in the hidden portion of the crate."
Vartan asked.
"Weapons."
Vartan now understood who the peddler was, for he had heard of him a few days before through Salman, and he also embraced him. This man was Melik Mansur. Chapter 25. The greatest men have great weaknesses. Although Thomas Effendi did not belong to the class of great men, he was considered a giant in the province of Alashkert. Where there are no lions, even the fox is a great animal. That man, as active and crafty as he was, in turn had his own tiny weaknesses. Passing the whole day in the conduct of his business, he often passed the night in his perverse pleasures, and, following the temptations of the Turkish officials, drank liquor, had boys and girls dance for him, and surrounded himself with various types of çalgıs. In every village he entered, every villager's door was open to him, who could not admit that high-standing guest. On the contrary, the villager considered himself honored when Thomas Effendi set foot on his property, even though they gained nothing, for he ate and drank at their expense. It was enough for Thomas Effendi to start looking with a kind eye upon his hosts. One evening the Kazir sent word to the house of a poor villager that the Effendi would be their guest. The homeowner was the only carpenter in several villages who made farming implements and mended broken plows, yokes, carts, and so on. He was seldom at home because he traveled by foot from village to find work. He was not at home on this evening either. The carpenter's wife told the Kazir that her husband was not at home, so how can I receive the Effendi? Your man isn't at home, but the house is in its place. The Kazir replied callously. These men, called Kazirs, are themselves a punishment to the villagers. They are the hounds of men in government offices, have a keen scent, and are trained to follow the best means of pursuing their prey. The carpenter's wife remained confused and found no response to the Kazir. The Kazir, considering his duty complete, walked away, adding, The Effendi will come when the lanterns are lit. The poor woman remained petrified at the door of her dwelling and did not know what to do. Her husband was not at home, and it was not proper for her to receive a male stranger as a guest. She went to her neighbor Oho's cottage and pleaded with him, saying, Brother Oho, the Kazir has brought news that the Effendi is coming to our house tonight, but my husband isn't home. For the love of God, come and manage him. What sort of a thing is that? Oho said, getting angry. Was there no other house in the village for him to visit? I don't know. The woman said sorrowfully. This is what the Kazir ordered. Neighbor Oho promised to receive the guest and not to leave the woman alone. Thomas Effendi was so familiar with the province that whenever he entered its villages, he knew very well how to choose an appropriate venue to spend the night. His taste in that regard was discerning. The main conditions that were appropriate for his demands were that the head of the household be poor and somewhat foolish, and if not foolish, at least fond of drink. Two qualities which do not differ greatly. But the principal one was that the face of a pretty woman he enjoyed looking at should be found in the house. But the venue he selected tonight did not correspond to the Effendi's usual demands. The husband, Petros, was an honest and industrious carpenter who was neither foolish nor a drinker. Nevertheless, the Effendi was not mistaken in his selection, for the husband was not at home, his wife did not have a bad-looking face, and his young sister was considered to be the prettiest girl in the village. The lamps were lit in the homes of the villagers. The carpenter's wife, Susan, had prepared the food in the tonir, The carpenter's sister, young Varvare, was frying chicken. Neighbor Oho was making various preparations so that nothing would be lacking and everything was in order to receive the honored guest. Everything was prepared when the Effendi appeared, led by the Khazir. He had not brought the Zeptius with him this evening. He had sent them elsewhere as guests. Neighbor Oho received the Effendi with utmost humility as he entered pompously and sat on the cushions prepared for him.
"Where is Master Petros? I don't see him."
The Effendi asked, looking around.
"I wanted to see him. I had very important business with him."
Neighbor Oho replied that the carpenter had gone to a neighboring village to work.
"Alas, it is a shame I couldn't see him. I had important business with him."
The Effendi repeated and started to explain that the imperial army needed many carts in order to transport their supplies, and they wished to hire a carpenter to repair the carts whenever they broke down on the way. He went on to say that there was no one more suitable for this than Master Petros, and he wished to do him a kindness, that he might make money at this job and have steady employment for several months. Although the Effendi already knew that the carpenter was not at home, and although there was no need whatsoever of a carpenter for the villagers' carts, given that oxen were used to transport supplies entirely without remuneration, without a single para of pay, and if a cart was damaged, the owners themselves repaired it. The Effendi had a special purpose in saying what he did. The poor carpenter's wife, Susan, rejoiced in hearing the Effendi's promises and thought that they might be able to gain much through this guest, although his self-invitation had at first appeared very burdensome and distasteful to her. To sweeten the simple woman's heart with hope, that was important for the Effendi. Only the Effendi was seated. Neighbor Oho still stood and waited until he should receive permission to also be seated. He received that favor. The Khazir remained standing and waited on the guests, as there was no servant nor grown-up son. He had several attendants that he had brought with him. The housewife and the carpenter's sister did not appear. They remained apart, on one side of the house. It was separated from the area where the guests sat by a low partition that served as a screen but did not reach to the ceiling. Even so, the women were obliged to pay their respects to the honored guest. In order to do this, both Susan and Varvare came out of their hiding place, approached the Effendi, and putting their hands on their hearts, bowed silently to him from a distance. That was a sign that he was welcome with pleasure.
"May you live long,"
the Effendi said, giving them a sideways glance. The housewife's face was covered with a veil, but the young girl's was exposed. They went away again and began to prepare the dinner table. A deep silence reigned in the little hut. No one spoke. Everyone was waiting for the Effendi to speak.
"What is your business at present?"
he asked Oho.
"I am unemployed, Aga."
Oho replied, scratching his neck.
God punished me. Several misfortunes occurred in 1 year. My eldest son bore your evils, and my animals were sacrificed for your sake. They served as your sin offering. Now my plow does not work, and I have remained unemployed.
Pity. Great pity.
The Effendi said sympathetically.
You are a good fellow. Oho, I know you. I won't let you stay out of work. I'll give you work. Many people are necessary for me now.
Oho's joy was boundless.
Just give me work, Aga, and then you will see how well Oho can serve you.
The better the ass works, the more barley he gets.
Certainly, that's how it is.
The Effendi was the type of man who could puff up with such pride about a visitation that he could not enter through the front gate, but he could also shrink so small that he could pass through the eye of a needle. In villagers' houses, he was sometimes very loyal and behaved in a familial manner, as people behave in homes whose miserable inhabitants are too embarrassed to greet others in public. As neighbor Oho occupied the position of host this evening, the Effendi needed to bribe him with a promise. And the simple-minded villager, believing the guest entirely, expressed his deep gratitude, saying,
May God grant you a long life, Aga. May God keep your hands abundantly on our heads.
It was supper time. Varvare appeared holding the basin and pitcher and gracefully set them before the Effendi, who began to wash his hands. She then spread the tablecloth and set the bread and food, as ready as it was, in its proper place on the table. Throughout all these preparations, the innocent girl's shyness, mixed with timidity and shame, was apparent, which had developed as a result of her secluded life and her not having known any strangers.
My child, what is your name?
The Effendi asked the young girl. She blushed, became confused, and began looking from side to side for someone to answer for her. Neighbor Oho said that her name was Varvare.
What a beautiful name! Really, a very beautiful name.
The Effendi repeated with admiration.
I also have a sister with the same name.
Now an expression that resembled a smile shone on Varvare's icy countenance, because she bore the name of such a great man's sister. In reality, the Effendi had no sister at all, but he needed to please Varvare somehow. Only the Effendi and Oho sat at the table. The women of that region do not sit at the table with the men.
The waterless mill does not make flour,
the Effendi observed. With that, he intimated that he needed something to drink and ordered the Gazit to get some liquor. Neighbor Oho begged pardon for not having thought of that, but the housewife, who had stayed silent so far, indicated that she would have some delivered.
No,
the Effendi said.
It is my custom to furnish the liquor and wine at every home where I am entertained.
This was true. In poor homes such as this, he would have the Gazit deliver the drinks,
but then he would transfer the expense to the account of the entire village. And the devilishness of the scheme was that, by ordering the drinks himself, he could charge as much as he pleased. The Khazir quickly returned, bringing an immense jug of liquor.
"Now you may be seated and serve us the drink,"
the Effendi ordered. The Khazir sat on the lowest seat, setting the jug near him. He was familiar with the Effendi's customary expression that when you enter a house and you want your stay to be happy, you must wet the owner's cotton, meaning that it is necessary to dull his senses and get him drunk. Although the owner of the house was not present, neighbor Oho was occupying his place. For this reason, the Khazir kept urging Oho to drink, offering him glass after glass. Neighbor Oho was somewhat fond of drink, especially following his recent misfortunes. After his eldest son passed away and his animals died, Oho had become addicted to alcohol in order to forget his sorrows. He accepted each glass and drank it to the last drop. The influence of the liquor, combined with the Effendi's promises to give him work, made Oho so warm and so happy that he forgot himself and started singing various Turkish songs.
"Nothing will spin with that,"
the Effendi said, and he ordered the Khazir to go and call the Chalgas. The Chalgas were a local band of Armenian musicians who sang and played various Asiatic instruments. They followed the Effendi everywhere, from village to village, for they knew that the Effendi did not pass a night without merriment, so they helped to entertain him and were paid by him. The musicians quickly appeared, bowed, and sat around the table. The housewife was now obliged to bring more food. The Effendi affably inquired as to the Chalgas' health.
"By your grace, we are well,"
they replied. After they ate, drank, and were full, Varvare came out of her hiding place again and started cleaning the table. But the jug of liquor remained unmoved. It had already been emptied and refilled several times. The cups were moving around constantly. The Chalgas' heads also became heated.
"Now, let us begin,"
the Effendi ordered. They started. The little house was enlivened with discordant and loud strains of Asiatic music. The Effendi found himself in the most pleasant mood of his heart. After a few minutes, the wives and daughters of neighboring homes gathered around Carpenter Petros's house and on his roof and began looking in through the door and windows, enjoying the sound of the music. Nothing delights female villagers like music, which is a rare treat for them to experience beyond the weddings of winter. Little by little, the gathering grew more heated and complex. The effect of the liquor and the sounds of the Chalgas' music governed the chaos. As they say, even the dog did not recognize its master. They had all lost their heads. Only the Effendi was sober. Only he had kept control of himself. The women and girls who had gathered outside grew bolder, and slowly drifting inside, they sat down next to Susan and Varvare and listened to the music from there.
"Dance, Dance!
The Effendi shouted, clapping his hands.
I want dancing.
At that moment, neighbor Oho, who was hardly able to stand on his feet, rose and seizing two small girls by the hands from the crowd, dragged them almost by force into the middle of the house. The musicians struck up a local dance tune. The girls got a little embarrassed, blushed a little, and said, "We can't," but then finally began to dance.
Shabash! Shabash!
The musicians exclaimed, playing more boldly. The Effendi put a silver coin in the hand of each dancer, who then gave them to the musicians. The dance, in its customary fashion, began with the youngest girls and progressed to the older ones. After the first pair tired, they gave their handkerchiefs to another two girls, which was a sign that it was their turn to dance. Thus, the order of the dancers progressively changed, one pair at a time. The Effendi generously filled their fists with silver shabashes, and the musicians played enthusiastically. It was Varvare's turn. The beautiful girl outshone everyone with her graceful dancing, and each of her movements appeared an elegant and bewitching charm.
In our country,
the Effendi said,
there is a good custom among Armenians. When a girl finishes her dance, she approaches the guest of honor of the evening, kneels before him, places her head on his knees, and does not raise it until she has received a fine gift.
That is a very fine custom, the musician said.
It should be introduced here, too. Varvare, you shall be the first example,
the Effendi said.
Come near, my child.
Varvare became confused and remained motionless from shame. She would have preferred the floor to open up and the earth to swallow her than to put her head on the lap of a male stranger. But they urged her from all sides and dragged her forward, saying, "Go, girl, do not be bashful. He will give you something." Finally, they took her to the Effendi and forced her to place her pretty head on his knees. The Effendi stroked Varvare's lovely tresses and put 2 gold pieces in her hand. While the Effendi was occupied with the festivities, one of his zaptiehs came in and whispered in his ear,
"We have found that man you ordered us to seek. Hold on to him and keep him safe until the morning, when I will make the necessary arrangements."
The Effendi replied with a whisper. The zaptiehs went away. Who did these arrangements concern? No one else knew. A significant part of the night had already passed. Carpenter Petros's cottage was emptied little by little. The musicians left. They carried the drunken and unconscious neighbor Oho to his house. The crowd dispersed. In the carpenter's home, only the honored guest remained, along with the Kazid, who had drunk so much that he was half blind. Susan prepared a bed for the Effendi. The lights were extinguished, and all went to rest. What happened that night? God only knows. But in the morning, Varvare was very sad, and her tears would not dry for several days. The following morning, before dawn,
Another sorrowful event took place in the village. A young man, tied in chains, was taken to a military agent who had just arrived in the area for war preparations. None of the villagers saw him. Only Thomas Effendi gazed after him through the darkness and said to himself with devilish delight, "Go on now and play your duduk as much as you can." This young man was Mr. Dudukjian, or Mr. Salman. Chapter 26. At old Khacho's house, no one knew what had happened to Salman. They were only very uneasy that he had not returned that night. Vartan, Hayrapet, and Apo were especially sad because they were sure some evil must have befallen him. In the morning, the three set out together in the hope that they might hear something of him. At noon, Thomas Effendi appeared at the house unexpectedly. His arrival, without a servant or his zaptius, seemed very strange to the old man. He had always come with his private attendants. He held the old man's hand and drew him aside, as if he had a secret to discuss with him.
"Do you know?"
he said, half mockingly and half seriously.
"They have put that duduk player in prison? They took him to Abraham's bosom."
The old man understood to whom he referred. He was horrified. His whole body trembled, and he nearly fainted.
"Keep your mind steady. It is no time to tremble. You still have more to hear."
The Effendi continued. He explained that he had learned that Salman had gone to a village the preceding night, where a number of young farmers had gathered in a house. He had spoken to them about the individual rights of men, the work of cultivators, spoken against tyranny, talked about how men have secured for themselves a freer and more fortunate life, and who knows what other foolish things. Suddenly, several officers entered and imprisoned him. The government had long been seeking that fool because they had imprisoned some of his companions in other places. Now that mouse had also fallen into a trap. Thomas Effendi explained everything, except that it was he who had betrayed Salman. He turned again toward the old man.
"Now, listen to this new fable,"
he said with a bitter smile, as though he was trying to hurt the poor old man's heart still deeper.
"The Zaptius will soon come to investigate your house, and I, as a friend, have come to warn you preemptively."
He put particular emphasis on the word friend. Hearing the words Zaptius and investigation, the old man grew terrified.
"There may still be time to save yourself,"
the Effendi continued more coldly.
"Just tell me this. Has anything of his been left in your house?"
Terrible as the imparted news was, the old man still felt some small relief that his friend, the Effendi, was, at such a dangerous time, offering him a helping hand. "There is a saddlebag," he replied, fearfully looking around, lest someone should hear him.
"Come now, let me drag this donkey out of the mud,"
the Effendi said to himself before exclaiming,
"There is a saddlebag? That is no small thing."
He turned to the old man, opening his devilish eyes widely.
"Every moment is precious for us. Hurry, let us go and hide that saddlebag before the Zeptius arrive."
The old man, trusting the sincerity of the Effendi completely, took him to the salon and showed him the saddlebag that Salman traveled with.
"Lock the doors,"
the Effendi commanded, and opening the saddlebag himself, he began to examine its contents. There were various instructional letters with corresponding addresses, exchanges with various individuals from whom Salman was able to obtain funds when necessary, instructions, plans, and so on, and a few brochures that the young propagandist distributed to the villagers. In a word, there was nothing but papers. The Effendi examined them with great care, shaking his head mysteriously.
"If this should fall into the hands of the government,"
he said,
"just one of those papers is enough to have you, landlord Khacho, and your sons hanged, and all your wealth seized."
The old man stood petrified and was unable to reply. The Effendi's last words had left him in a sort of a stupor.
"All this must be burned,"
the Effendi said, and he stuffed the papers back into the bag.
"I don't understand anything. I haven't any wits left,"
the old man replied in a trembling voice, and his weary eyes filled with tears. Suddenly, the Effendi changed his mind.
"Why burn them?"
he reflected.
"I must examine them well. I will need them. Why destroy them?"
He asked the old man.
"Is there any secret place in this house where it is possible to temporarily hide this saddlebag?"
"There is," the old man replied. There were several secret storerooms in his house, in which articles of value could be hidden in times of danger. Because danger was never lacking in this land, several of these storerooms were full, and only one remained empty that he could show the Effendi. They picked up the ominous saddlebag and went to the cellar, in which olives, oil, wine, and other foods were kept. The floor of the basement was paved. The old man approached and raised two of the paving slabs. From beneath those, a small iron door appeared that horizontally covered the entrance of the secret storeroom. The old man took a key from his pocket, put it in the lock, turned it a few times, and the iron door swung open. Now the mouth of an underground cavern opened before them. They descended a narrow flight of steps. It was not possible to see anything in the dark space of the cavern. The damp air was so heavy that it was stifling. Leaving the saddlebag there, they quickly returned to the cellar. After the old man locked the iron door and placed the stones back in position, it was difficult to suspect the existence of a subterranean storeroom underneath them.
"Give me the key,"
the Effendi said.
"I will keep it. You have no one that you can trust more than me at present."
The old man without thinking for long, gave him the key. Fear had overwhelmed him to such a degree that he was ready to accept every proposition made by the Effendi.
I have much to speak to you about, landlord Khacho. But time is short, and the investigators may arrive very soon.
The Effendi said hurriedly.
For now, I will give you a few words of advice. No one is to know that I have seen you, and all our arrangements must remain secret, even from your sons and the rest of your family. When the investigators come, try as much as possible to appear fearless, undisturbed, and sincere. Let them search wherever they please and walk all about as they please. We have already hidden the dangerous object, so that the devil himself could not find it. Do not deny that the duduk player has been in your house. Only say that you do not know him, and that neither you nor your sons know what his objective for wandering around this region is.
Completing his orders, the Effendi came out of the cellar.
Now, show me an alternative route by which to leave,
he said, looking around.
I must try not to let them see me when I leave here.
The old man took him to the rear gate by which the cattle went out and in.
Farewell now. I will return again after the investigators have come and finished their work. I will find some means to satisfy them. Be easy.
The Effendi went away. On the way, he repeated the following words to himself.
Now your soul is in my hands, landlord Khacho, and I will do as I please.
It was an hour past noon. Vartan, Hayrapet, and Apo had not yet returned. The old man's other sons were working in the fields. The women were busy with their housework because they needed to send food to the workers in the fields. Villagers usually eat their food outside and only return home for supper. No one knew yet what had happened. Old Khacho was waiting impatiently for the investigators, as a prisoner awaits his death sentence, for he knew there was no escape, no chance of being saved. He did not reveal what had transpired to the household, not wishing to alarm them. Finally, a sergeant appeared with a group of zaptiehs, guards, and soldiers. The household, not being aware of what had happened, was not frightened by the coming of the soldiers. They were accustomed to receiving such guests often, who would come, remain for days, eat, drink, and then depart. The lodging of Turkish soldiers in the house of Armenian villagers, especially in the landlord's salon, was a common occurrence.
I have been ordered to investigate this house,
the sergeant said,
turning to old Khacho. My house is before you. Look where you please.
The old man answered, trying to preserve some measure of tranquility. The sergeant ordered the doors locked, stationed sentinels on all sides, and started his investigation. He first entered the salon, then the other rooms, and looked in every nook and cranny, examined every article, but found nothing suspicious. The women, seeing this, understood that something unusual must have happened, and began to weep and wail. The old man rebuked them to keep quiet, and they relaxed, thinking they had nothing to fear. After completing his search, the sergeant began his inquisition.
Did a young man named Michael Dudukjan stay here?
He spent only a few nights here. The old man replied.
Were you previously acquainted with him?
It was the first time I had ever seen him. Then why did you admit him to your house? I am the landlord of this village. You know the custom of our country. The landlord's house is a sort of a caravanserai, a type of hotel, where many strangers find lodging. How can I know who comes and who goes? He left nothing here? He left nothing. Did you not understand his purpose in touring this region? He did not inform us of anything. I only knew that he was a teacher. Do you not know who he met with, or with whom he consulted? A teacher meets with everyone to find pupils. Do you know where he is at present? I don't know. He is in prison. All the better if he was a bad man. Just then someone knocked at the gate. No one may enter, the sergeant commanded. The servant informed him that it was Thomas Effendi. He may enter. The Effendi entered, and seeing the sergeant with his retinue, pretended to be astonished, as though he knew nothing whatever of why they had entered the old man's house. Welcome. What is the matter? The Effendi asked solicitously. The sergeant informed him of the nature of his errand. An insincere smile crossed the Effendi's coarse face, and grasping the sergeant's hand, he said, I guarantee that nothing suspicious is to be found at landlord Khacho's. You do not know what a fine man he is. He led the sergeant to the salon, but the zaptiehs, guards, and soldiers remained outside, guarding the entrances to the house. Landlord, he turned to the old man. These men must be hungry. Have some food prepared. There must be plenty of liquor. Do you understand? He spoke the last phrase in Armenian. The landlord happily left the salon. He considered the danger to have already passed. But no, the danger had not yet passed. The Turks would not let go of the old man's collar so easily. They must torment him. They must wear him out with months of imprisonment, even though no suspicious article was found in the old man's house with which they could incriminate him, and even though there was no proof with which to consider him guilty. It was sufficient that old Khacho was an Armenian, and besides that, he was rich. Such fat prey is very attractive to the Turkish official. Thomas Effendi had cooked the soup himself. He had betrayed Salman to the new military agent. It was he who suggested the investigation of the old man's house, which was why he was easily able to rescue the poor old man from the trap that he himself had set. But in order to accomplish his devilish objective, the Effendi was still working to make things more complex. When the old man left the salon to have the meal prepared, the sergeant asked Thomas Effendi, Effendi, what do you think? I think the man must be innocent. You are aware, Bey, the crafty one replied, that Thomas Effendi isn't a man who gives his judgment so easily. For me, the affair is still in the dark. I was convinced that some suspicious article would be found in his house, or some preparations through which we could learn to what degree these men are accomplices of the prisoner's, Salman's plans, and I am surprised that no solid proof has appeared as yet. Nevertheless, we Armenians have a secret, which we call confession, and I must make the man here give a long confession. I am more suspicious of 2 of the old man's sons,
and a stranger who is also a guest in the house." "What stranger?"
the sergeant asked.
"A young Russian who is an exceedingly dangerous character and a bona fide enemy of the government. He wanders about in this region in the guise of a merchant, but he is really a Russian spy. It will be difficult to imprison him if he is a Russian subject,"
the sergeant replied.
"In wartime, it is always permissible to imprison spies. You are aware that war is to be proclaimed shortly." "I know that." "I have already spoken about that young man with His Excellency, the military commander, Pasha Effendi. Has he given you no instructions?" "Pasha Effendi only commanded me to put all your plans into execution." "Very good,"
the Effendi said with a pleased smile.
"I will organize everything. But there is one other thing that I will tell you later."
"I am very impatient," the Turkish official replied.
"I can wait for later things." "Then I will say it in your ear."
The sergeant leaned toward the Effendi, although there was no one besides them in the room to hear their conversation. The Effendi said,
"The old man is quite rich. You must milk him."
Thomas Effendi, being familiar with the looseness of Turkish officials, knew very well that the essence of their work and the correctness of its details do not interest these bribe-takers so much as the thought of what shape and course to give the business in order to get more money out of the suspects. Thomas Effendi tried to reap benefit from the laxities of the Turks and to drive the machine he had invented to his advantage. For that reason, he was very happy when the sergeant, having been captured by his last words, asked,
"Then how do you wish to plan the affair?" "You have a good many men with you, sergeant. You will give orders to keep an eye on the old man and his 2 sons, one of whom is called Hayrappet and the other Apo. Besides them, you will order the imprisonment of the Russian spy known as Vartan."
The sergeant made a note of the names Apo, Hayrappet, and Vartan.
"The duty you performed today,"
the Effendi continued,
"was only an investigation. But the investigation is not yet complete. Therefore, it is necessary for you to take the persons mentioned under surveillance until the investigation takes place under the supervision of His Excellency Pasha Effendi."
"I understand," the sergeant replied.
"And I must still act as mediator to pretend that I am the protector of the suspects in order to ferret out their secrets. Do you understand?"
"I understand," the sergeant repeated. Chapter 27. While Thomas Effendi and the sergeant were busy with their wicked schemes in the salon, a very different conversation was taking place among the soldiers outside. "Mahmud," one of the Zaptiehs asked one of his companions, "if we happen to stay here tonight, which one of these Armenian brides would you choose?" "That rosy little one is the one for me," Mahmud replied with ardor. "Whereas that lovely one with black eyes caught my interest," the first one said with no less enthusiasm. During their investigation of the women's quarters,
It appeared that the soldiers had turned their attention from the articles they were looking for to old Khacho's daughters-in-law. A few of them had their attention captured by the old man's valuable goods.
"My wife talks my hat off,"
an elderly guard said.
"She doesn't give me a day's peace, telling me constantly that I must get her a large brass kettle to heat milk in. I saw one here, and it is just what she wants. When we leave, I will certainly take it with me."
A young soldier said,
"I saw a fine rug. It would be very good to lie on after a big meal and a drink while smoking a hookah prepared by a pretty woman."
The old Zeptia, who looked upon the spoils from a more utilitarian and religious point of view, made the following observation to the young soldier.
"Such rugs are more suitable to use as prayer rugs."
A soldier full of envy and superstition said,
"It is a strange thing to be an infidel and have such beautiful wives, to be an infidel and have such a wealthy house. Our house does not have a piece of matting for my children to sleep on at night. The infidel ought to have this worn-out girdle wound around his waist, so that when he coughs, it will fall apart."
The last remark was an Islamic proverb. In the East, the thickness and attractiveness of a girdle is a token of wealth and honor. The Armenian, being an infidel according to the Muslim, should be so poor that he should have such a worn and ragged girdle that it would fall to pieces when he coughs. The Armenian also has no right to have pretty wives because he is an infidel, and because whatever is good or pretty should belong to the Muslim. Some of the soldiers had entered the old man's beautiful garden, and like bears or hogs in a vegetable garden, had trampled and destroyed the beautiful flowers that had been so carefully cared for by the landlord's daughters-in-law. They had seized the branches of the trees, pulling and breaking them off in their attempts to reach the fruit. They ate the ripe fruit and dropped the unripe ones on the ground, treading on them. Old Khacho saw this from a distance, and it distressed him very much. He loved his trees as he did his sons. He shook his wise head as the old Persian proverb came into his mind. When the captain takes an apple from a vineyard without pay, his soldiers root up the whole vineyard. The Turk is capable of such barbarity. Whoever does not have pity toward living plants does not have pity toward living humans. The Turk eats the fruit of the tree and destroys it. The Turk takes a man's earnings from him and kills him. As the Turks have wastefully used up the forests of their country, they have destroyed the foreign races of their empire. The old man was witnessing such barbarity in his house, but he kept silent. He entered the kitchen where the women were preparing food. Poor man, he was already imprisoned in his own house, and in his prison he was paying his keepers the sacred debt of hospitality.
"Who are these men? What were they looking for? Why are they destroying our house?"
Sarah asked with tears in her eyes.
"God knows."
The old man replied sadly and instructed them to serve the meal soon. The women were in a terrible fright. They had withdrawn into the house to escape the stares of the soldiers. They knew that something strange must have happened for the Turks to be behaving so impudently in their house. They had seen many such guests before, but the honor of the old man's house had always been protected. Hayrapet and Apo, who had left in the morning with Vartan to hunt for Salman, had not yet returned. The other sons of the old man, hearing the disorderliness of the Turks from the field, had hurried home. They were very angry, not at the Turks, but at their innocent father. Slaves always attack the weak. They consider the barbarities of tyrants natural, but they blame slaves like themselves for angering the master. For this reason, there was no limit to their insults and reproaches they heaped upon their father. They blamed their father for allowing such dangerous men as Vartan and Salman into his house, and they were ready to go and tell the sergeant all they knew, thinking this would lighten their offense. "You have demolished your house with your own hands," his sons said. "Let it be demolished," the father said, full of indignation. "When such unworthy sons as you reside in it, you are worthy of curses and annihilation, because your feelings of self-respect, honor, and freedom are dead. Those men against whom you're angry, they are my true sons, and I wouldn't feel much pain if for their sake I lose all that I have." The old man's last words were about Salman and Vartan. His sons became more incensed. The prudent father, thinking that they might commit some folly or let some careless word fall from their mouths, calmed them down, saying they had nothing to fear, that it is always possible to plaster the mouths of Turkish officials with a few pieces of gold, and added that Thomas Effendi had promised to use all his efforts to prevent any danger. The sons were somewhat relieved. Such persons are always greatly impressed when they hear the names of influential persons. Thomas Effendi had promised. Therefore, he would be able to do anything. At just this moment, Thomas Effendi appeared at the door of the salon and called from a distance.
"Landlord Khacho, be quick! These gluttons must be fed."
"It is ready, Effendi," the old man replied. "The food will be served immediately." The old man's sons began to prepare the dining table in the salon, and another table under the shade of the trees outside for the soldiers, who were becoming more and more unbearable. In the house of an Armenian, the Turkish soldier becomes quite demanding on such occasions. His taste becomes more refined, his appetite increases, and he demands foods and drinks he has never seen, the names of which he has only heard. The host's reply, "We have none," is answered with curses. Although such misconduct did not occur on this occasion, the old man's sons were still tormented in their attempts to pacify the demands of their shameless guests. The sergeant and Thomas Effendi ate together in the salon. The old landlord did not wish to sit, and instead remained standing like a servant, in hopes that this would show special respect to his guests. The old man's sons served at the soldiers' table. For the present, the liquor and abundant stores of the landlord's kitchen kept them occupied. Taking advantage of this circumstance, the old man approached Sarah and said to her privately, "My child, take these keys and hide all the valuables in the house. You already know where to hide them." "I know," the pitiable woman replied, and her eyes filled with tears. That precaution was already a sign that a great danger was looming. Listen and hold your heart firm, the old man continued. Our house has often seen troubles. With God's help, it will all pass. We must only be patient. After hiding the goods, send the young women with their children to their fathers' homes, and take Lala with you to our godfather Zako's house, and remain there until we see how this problem ends. Some of the old man's daughters-in-law were from the village of O, and a few were from nearby villages. For this reason, it would not be difficult for them to seek temporary protection with their parents. Only Sarah had come from far away. Her parents were in Bayazid, which is why the old man directed her to go to godfather Zako's house, in whom he had great faith. There is another thing. Listen, Sarah. The old man continued. Hayrapet, Apo, and Vartan went this morning to find Mr. Dudukjian. It appears that they don't know what has happened to us, and they also will fall into danger when they return. Quickly send someone to find them. Tell them to hide somewhere, and wait for my instructions. These last words pierced the poor woman's heart still more deeply, for her dear husband was also threatened with danger, and she wondered what he had done and what he was guilty of. But Sarah was so clever that her husband's few undertakings, from which she had reason to expect disastrous consequences, could not have remained hidden from her. Who would go? The woman asked sorrowfully, and her worried eyes filled again with tears. Sarah's question was not uncalled for. In times of danger, when brother denies brother and even treats him as an enemy, who is it possible to put one's faith in? Sarah had heard with her own ears a short time ago how angrily Hayrapet's brothers had spoken of him, and how irritated they were with him. The old man understood the reason for Sarah's dissatisfaction, and sadly responded, I know that no one will go. I know that in times of danger, everyone distances themselves from us. But Vartan's two servants, Sako and Yezo, are in the house. They are brave and faithful. Make haste to help them understand what needs to be done. They will go immediately and find Hayrapet, Apo, and Vartan, and tell them what they need to. It is enough for them to say that Mr. Dudukjian is imprisoned and our house is being investigated. They will understand the rest. Having given his orders, the old man came out of the woman's quarters, convinced that the prudent and intelligent Sarah would perform everything according to his desires. In the courtyard, the old man noticed that the representatives of the government, law and justice, the soldiers, having enjoyed the abundant goodness of the villager's table and having drunk his wine and liquor, now presented an entire Babylon of disorder. He closed his eyes and moved past them. He did not wish to see their absolute indecency, which he was unable to punish. The Turkish officials do not follow their religion very closely, which is why the use of liquor had become fully customary among them. Forbidden fruit is sweet. When the Turk drinks, he turns brutish, The joy of inebriation transforms into a violent rage within him. If there was any reason to consider Muhammad the greatest of all the prophets, it suffices that he prohibited the consumption of alcohol. Meanwhile, the conversation in the salon was not the least bit interesting. The sergeant drank much, and the conversation he had been having with the Effendi before dinner had now taken a more personal form.
How many wives have you got?
The sergeant asked. An unusual smile crossed the Effendi's grotesque face, and he replied,
They asked the donkey how many wives he had, and he showed the whole herd.
When the Effendi began expressing his thought using proverbs about asses, it was a sign that he was in the happiest mood of heart.
But I thought the Christians were forbidden from having more than one wife,
the sergeant observed.
And Muslims are forbidden from drinking wine and liquor, but you have drunk more than I have.
The Effendi replied, pleased with his fitting reply. At that moment, old Khacho entered, holding 2 boxes of lukums and Smyrna figs, and placed them on the table, saying,
It is good to sweeten the mouth with something after dinner.
He hastened out of the room once more.
The old man appears quite a good fellow,
the sergeant said.
I am astonished at how he has allowed such men in his house as the Russian spy and the rebel from Istanbul. The ass's ears are long, but his wits are short.
The Effendi replied in his unique style.
If there are idiots in the world, they are those who are called good. The old man is of that sort.
The Turkish sergeant was a man of nobler feelings than the Armenian Effendi. He said sympathetically,
I think our new military governor will milk the poor man well. There is no doubt, those who do not try to gain something from such a fine cow should be considered mindless. You know the Pasha Effendi. What sort of a man is he? I have seen him only once. I know him very well,
the Effendi replied with a tone of expertise.
I have known him ever since he was Kaymakam of the province of Tigranocherta. For more than 10 years he robbed and pillaged, became rich, and then went to Constantinople and became a pasha. What sort of a man is he? He would dig up a dead ass just to take its shoes.
While the Effendi and the sergeant were engaged in these sorts of conversations, and the soldiers were singing in drunken forgetfulness, roughhousing and dancing, the women of the house, holding their children's hands, were leaving through the back gate toward their parents' homes. Tears streamed from their wretched eyes like torrents. It seemed to them as though they were being taken into captivity, and that they should never again see the home where they had been so fortunate and so loved. At the same time, Yego and Sako, both armed, left by the same gate, mounted their horses, and departed. Thomas Effendi, with all his wicked cunning, did not think to imprison these 2 thieves, who were Vartan's hands and feet, and who could thwart the Effendi's evil intentions. Chapter 28. Thomas Effendi believed that he had only met part of his objective. his principal aim had still remained unaccomplished. He had long known that Stepanik was a girl. Father Maruk, the priest who baptized her, had informed him one day when he had been invited to dine with the Effendi, lost himself in drunkenness, and revealed that which he had sworn to secrecy. From that day, Thomas Effendi had loved Lala. But what was love in this morally dissolute man? A natural feeling, like hunger and thirst. He ate, drank, and was sated, and behold, his need passed. He is content when his passions are satisfied. Love's spiritual and idealistic sides were inaccessible to Thomas Effendi. Love was only animal lust in him. Passing his life with Turks, he had acquired their characteristics. A beautiful lady, a lovely girl, are enticing objects to these men, as toys are for children. The child is attracted to and pleased with his toy only until he is bored of it. Then he breaks the one in his hand and wants another. Women were articles for Thomas Effendi. To him, they were objects that he appropriated only for his temporary enjoyment and satisfaction. When he saw a prettier one, he was ready to leave the first to try to obtain possession of the second. His latest choice had fallen upon Lala. But why did he attempt to reach his objective through such dishonorable and wicked means? Why couldn't he directly ask the father for the daughter's hand? Thomas Effendi was acting serially. In all the needs and demands of life, he had his own peculiar way of achieving his ends. Thomas Effendi was an oppressor. The oppressor does not use direct means to approach his objectives. He travels down crooked paths. The oppressor is the kind of hunter who spreads snares, places nets, and sets traps to catch his prey. Thomas Effendi behaved in the same way with his moral affairs. He was trying to hunt an innocent girl's love with wicked cunning. He had tried to put Lala's father into such an inextricable situation that he would be forced to give his daughter to the Effendi, contrary to his own wishes. Thomas Effendi looked upon Lala as one of her father's possessions, as one of the fruits of his cultivation. As a tax collector, he knew what means must be employed to wrest the fruits of a villager's labor from his hands. He knew that until you torment and abuse a villager and wrest from him all his power of resistance, he is not willing to let out of his hands the fruits of his labor. With this idea, Thomas Effendi tied and bound old Khacho with such complicated knots that only he himself could loosen them. In this way, he would be able to say to old Khacho, "Look, if you don't give me Lala, you and your sons will be hanged, your house will be burned, and your riches confiscated. Only I am able to save you, and my payment must be the beautiful Lala." However, by betraying old Khacho and his sons as civil offenders, as accomplices of disturbers of the peace, as men who housed spies in the time of war, Thomas Effendi also had a secondary purpose: to show, by this means, his faithfulness and service to the Turkish government. The wicked man could accomplish all of this. He had evidence in his hands that was clear proof of their treason. the saddlebag that was hidden in the storeroom of old Khacho's house in which Salman's papers were concealed. And the Effendi kept the key to the iron door in his own pocket. But he did not yet wish for his wickedness to reach its extreme limit. He was convinced that it was easy to obtain Lala's father's consent, but he also saw a more powerful adversary before him: Vartan. From the day Vartan had snatched the Effendi's pipe from Stepanik's hand and angrily threw it out of the salon's window, from the day when Vartan had so fiercely attacked the Effendi because of Stepanik, the Effendi believed that there was a secret understanding between Vartan and Stepanik, and that the two loved one another. Besides that, he knew that there was much sympathy in the old man's family for Vartan, and that they would give him their daughter's hand in marriage with great happiness. And even if they did not consent, it would be enough that she loved him. Vartan, being a contrabandist, would do with her as he did with illicit goods. That is, he would take her away with him one night. And Vartan had enough courage and boldness to do just that. The Effendi had considered all of that. Therefore, what must be done to disrupt the young man's intentions? He must in some way remove Vartan from this country and send him away under the surveillance of government soldiers, thus preventing Lala from going with him. That was the reason why Thomas Effendi betrayed Vartan as a Russian spy. But why did he order only two of Khacho's sons, Hayrapeet and Apo, to be imprisoned? Was he perhaps aware that those two had united with Salman? He could not have had the suspicion that an Armenian villager was capable of thinking about his freedom. He only knew one thing, and that was that the old man's other sons were obedient asses, and if there were any among the sons who would oppose his desire to marry Lala, they would be Hayrapeet and Apo. The Effendi had long noticed in those two brothers a strong opposition towards him, and it was for that reason that he ordered them to be imprisoned, to silence them. Thus, Lala's fate was in this uncertain condition. 3 men loved her, and all 3 were planning to obtain her through their own special schemes. The Kurd, Fatah Bey, being a bold and fearless robber, intended to snatch up his prey openly, as the daring eagle swoops down from the clouds and seizes the fawn grazing among the rocks. The Armenian tax collector, Thomas Effendi, as extortioner, like a boa constrictor, thought of twisting his prey in his scales, squeezing and strangling it, in order to swallow it. But Vartan, that self-reliant and courageous contrabandist, as we said before, was planning to flee with her if her family had no will to give her to him. And which of these men did Lala love? We know that already. However, the Kurdish Bey was currently preoccupied with his military preparations and was not thinking much of Lala, and Vartan was preoccupied with Salman. It was only Thomas Effendi who had managed his affairs in a way that promised success. After dining, the sergeant, having drunk excessively, immediately went to sleep. His soldiers still stood guard. The old man's sons, Hayrapeet and Apo, had not yet returned home. Thomas Effendi considered this the most suitable time to talk about Lala with her father. He left the sleeping sergeant in the salon and went out.
I started it. I must finish it. He reflected. Sitting on an ass is shameful. Falling from one is twice as shameful.
He found the old man sad and weary, sitting alone near the wall in the garden, warming his chilly limbs in the afternoon sun. The soldiers had jostled him insolently, insulted him, and made obscene jests before his eyes. They were pulling on the skirts of the Kurdish servants passing by, obliging them to talk and jest, or else were beating the servants to make them obey their orders. The old patriarch was observing this indecent behavior in a house where the sanctity of the family had always been maintained, where even the impudent smile of a foreign young man had not gone unpunished. And now he saw a gang of reprobates before his eyes, making commands as though they were in their own homes. What condition of life is this? The old man reflected. Why are we living? Why does the earth not open and swallow us? Why doesn't the sky collapse onto us? What life is this? Being dishonored before one's eyes and remaining silent. For whom has God prepared the fires of hell? For whom does he send the lightning of the sky? Why are the reprobates not punished? This is how he groaned, and he raised his tearful eyes toward the sky. But no reply was heard from the heavens. He saw that some of the soldiers were taking various objects out of the house. Sarah, who was still at home after seeing the other young women off, tried to take the large copper cauldron back from the hands of Azeptia, but the poor woman's breast was struck by his fist, and she fell to the ground. They are dividing my household goods among themselves before my eyes, without asking for the owner's blessing. And why and for what am I to blame? For accepting a guest into my house who preaches that the labor of the villager and the belongings of the villager should be protected. They punish me for providing shelter to a man who spoke against violence, merciless oppression, and brutal cruelty. A man who preached to us that we must try and be masters of the lands we have inherited from our ancestors, that we must manage our own affairs, and that we must try to shake off the yoke of the foreigner. What impetus introduced these thoughts among us, if not violence? If they had left us in peace, if they had not dishonored our families, if they had not taken our earnings from our hands, if they had treated us as men and not abused us as beasts, we would have been content. The father of the love of freedom, the young man had said, is violence, and its mother is injustice. Now I understand the meaning of those words. The tyrant prepares his own enemies for himself. If the Turk had not treated us like this, we would have so much as loved them, even though they are not of our own flesh and blood. Thus the old man meditated, and his heart turned upside down, as in a tempest at sea. But what could the powerless lion do against so many wolves? He was feeling the bitterness of his condition and did not have the boldness to find a way out of it. One hand cannot clap, he repeated to himself. If all the villagers thought like this, then there would be a solution for us. Thomas Effendi found the old man in this spiritual turmoil, and the degenerate, wanting to pierce the old man's heart deeper, said from a distance, "It's going badly, very badly,
landlord Khacho. The ass has gotten stuck in such a way that it cannot easily be pulled out of the mud.
The old man did not hear his remarks, but seeing him approach from a distance, he rose to his feet.
Be seated,
The Effendi said, placing his hand on the old man's shoulder in a friendly fashion.
and I will sit next to you. We will not find a better place than this to talk.
They sat near each other on a piece of carpet, which served as a couch.
When are these men going to leave?
The old man asked, pointing to the soldiers who had not yet ceased their unseemly behavior.
They took the lunatic to a wedding, and he said it was better than being in his own house. Where are they going to go? And why would they go when they do not have this much to eat or drink elsewhere?
The Effendi replied with a careless laugh. That laugh further wounded the old man's already wounded heart. The Effendi, observing this, changed the conversation.
Don't worry, landlord Khacho. As long as Thomas Effendi lives, he will not let a hair of your hat fall.
How won't it fall?
The old man asked, somewhat angrily.
Don't you see that they are destroying my house before my eyes? They are dividing my belongings among themselves before my eyes, and I have no right to stop them.
He pointed again to the soldiers.
That is their custom. When the dog enters the slaughterhouse, it snatches a bone. You know well yourself, landlord Khacho, that when the Turk enters an Armenian house, he does not leave empty-handed. You should thank God that the damage is only to your goods and not to your lives.
The old man's whole body shuddered. He had now become so sensitive that every word affected him greatly.
What is there? What?
He exclaimed, running out of patience.
If there is something else, tell me. Otherwise, why do you torment me? If I am going to die, let it be quickly.
I will tell you. I will tell all, landlord Khacho. Be patient.
The Effendi replied, now taking a more relaxed and serious manner. And he started explaining, re-establishing his thoughts on a new proverb about the lives of donkeys, that the ass does not kick its own spur. And with this proverb, he drew the conclusion that the Armenians must be careful and not oppose the Turks, especially not in times of war. Citing the fire of Van as an example, he began to argue that it is a great folly to disobey the Turks. He explained why the Turks of Van had burned several thousand Armenian shops and plundered their goods. Because, he said, the Armenians there were serving as spies for the Russians. After all, he added, the Armenians must not expect to gain from the Russians in this war. And returning again to the subject of faithfulness, he said that the Turks were not as bad as they thought, that the fate of the Armenian is linked with that of the Turks, and for this reason every plan of revolt must be considered folly. That is why the Effendi considered Salman's behavior crazy, and he would ultimately not be sorry to see him severely punished. He would only be pained that other people would also be punished on his account.
What people?
The old man interrupted, turning pale.
You and your two sons, Hairapet and Apo, and your other guest, Vartan.
The Effendi replied. The miserable old man's shock was severe and could have paralyzed him at once. But a life full of trials, continual danger and suffering had so pierced his heart that he was able to endure the Effendi's frightening words. Preserving his composure, he asked, "What are we guilty of?"
Blessed, even a child would not ask such a naive question.
Do you think that you don't know yourself what faults you have?
The Effendi replied with bitter irony.
Is it the fault of a healthy man if he is treated as sick because he has come from a community smitten with plague or cholera and wishes to go to some other community to avoid infection? But they seize him on the frontier, trample him into a hole, and smoke and fume him so much that he dies. Therefore, they must also trample us into a hole?
The old man asked, and frightful convulsions appeared in the wrinkles of his face, which was a sign of extreme anger.
Yes.
The Effendi replied cold-heartedly. But he had come to make a proposal about Lala, to request her hand and reveal his love. Why did he forget all that? Why was he tormenting the pitiable father in this way? Thomas Effendi, as we said previously, was trying to place the old landlord in such an inextricable position that he would be obliged to think that their salvation depended only upon the Effendi, and that Lala must be sacrificed for that salvation. For the Effendi knew that the old man would not readily consent to give his daughter as a wife, especially after the old man had heard from Vartan that the Effendi had left wives in various places, and he had not denied the truth at the time. But the Effendi, noticing that he had exceeded his limit by discouraging the old man to this degree, now began to comfort him, saying,
They will keep you in prison for a few days. It is true. But that is only for show. Thomas Effendi has arranged the affair so that harm will not come to you.
The old man did not reply. He was seeing a great difference between the Effendi's talk of the morning and that of the present. A dark suspicion emerged in his heart. Chapter 29. After Vartan, Hairapet, and Apo left the house in the morning, they had no knowledge of what had taken place in their absence. They still did not know of Thomas Effendi's wicked plans, the sergeant's investigation, or the misbehavior of the soldiers. They passed through several villages looking for a Salman before they finally entered the correct village and found the house where he had spent the previous night. The head of the household appeared to be a good man. He explained that he did not know what had happened to the poor young man, only that he had talked to the village youngsters until midnight. When the youngsters had left, he remained alone. They gave him bread and a bed, and he slept in the salon. Early the next morning, he wasn't there. Where had he gone? They did not know. Vartan and his companions entered the room where the young man had spent the night. There, they found a scrap of paper on the floor, on which a single line had been hastily penciled. "I've been imprisoned," followed by the initials L.S. Vartan read it and giving the paper to Hayrappet, said,
"I was expecting that."
The three stood petrified. This event made a frightening impression on them. Two great losses immediately played before their eyes. One, that a young man full of good intentions became a victim of his inexperience. The other, that his imprisonment could bring to light and destroy the agreement they had pledged every type of sacrifice in order to achieve. The house owner gazed in astonishment upon these three men, wondering why that scrap of paper caused them such sadness. They revealed nothing and went away. It was already evening. The herds of animals, crying and bleating, were returning from the pastures, raising a thick cloud of dust. The villagers, similarly joyous, were laughing and jesting with one another, returning home from their pastoral labors. Not one of them was interested in, nor gave any thought to the fact that two evil deeds had been committed in the village the night before. A young man had been imprisoned, and a young girl dishonored, both by the hand of the same man, one who bore an Armenian name and who enjoyed the respect of the Armenian people.
The villager,
Vartan said to his friends,
is a type of child, only grown up.
You see, when a child falls to the floor and bumps his head, he cries as long as he feels the pain. But when the pain passes, he forgets all about it, as if nothing had happened, resumes his play, and starts laughing again.
It is very difficult to deal with such grown-up children," he added.
For centuries, they have received the same beatings. They have bumped their heads against the same wall, fallen in the same mud, but they feel nothing. What happened today, they forget tomorrow. Happy and carefree, they return to work again, without ever thinking for whom they're working, or what they have to be happy about.
Thomas Effendi,
he continued,
knows these people very well. He calls them asses, and those who care about them, fools. Come, explain to those villagers that the young man who by night so wisely explained the individual rights of man, what work is, and through what means these may be safeguarded, that the young man is now imprisoned, and possibly will soon be hanged, and you will hear the same words from all of them, that he was a fool. But I think,
Vartan concluded, changing subject,
that Thomas Effendi must be involved in Salman's betrayal.
I think so, too,
Hayrappet replied.
We need proof,
Vartan said. It had already started to get dark. As the old men and women came out into the evening air, Vartan and his friends hurried to get away from the village.
"Fine needles, colored thread, pretty beads,"
was heard in the familiar voice of the lame peddler. He was moving along the other side of the street, swaying and limping in the same way that Vartan had seen a few days before, bearing the large crate on his shoulders and holding the thick stick that resembled Hercules' club in his hand. Seeing Vartan and his friends, he said,
"Fine gentlemen, buy something. It is evening. I will sell them cheap." "What do you have?"
Vartan asked, approaching him.
"I have everything,"
the peddler replied, setting down his pack. Vartan, as though examining the goods, surreptitiously slipped the scrap of paper into the peddler's hands that Salman had written on and left at the villager's house. The peddler gave it an imperceptible glance and replied with a barely audible voice,
I know that. What should be done? We will meet and talk it over.
Where?
Leave. I will find you.
The conversation passed without anyone taking notice. Hairapet and Apo, who were standing nearby, heard nothing. The peddler lifted his crate and began making his way toward the house of a villager, saying to himself,
I have sold enough today. Now I must rest.
Vartan and his friends continued on their journey. The lights were already lit in the villagers' homes. They passed the door of carpenter Petros, where neighbor Oho was standing. When Armenian villagers see someone passing by their door in the evening, whether a stranger or a friend, it is customary to invite them inside, saying, Be my guest. They received that invitation from many villagers, and saying, Thank you, continued on their way. But they stopped before Master Petros's door, not because neighbor Oho invited them to be guests, but because they heard a strange sound, as though someone was calling for help. They immediately entered. The sound came from the stable, where it was completely dark. Apo hastily seized the lantern, which was burning in the house, and the three of them went through. The following scene appeared before their eyes. A young girl was hanging from the ceiling of the barn, with the end of a noose around her neck. A woman was holding her feet and raising her up so that the noose would not strangle her. Let go, let go, the girl repeated faintly. Varvare, the woman cried with a harrowing voice. They quickly cut the rope and took the girl, whose breathing was shallow, down from the gallows she had prepared with her own hands. If they had arrived a moment later, it would have all been over. The woman's arms had already started to weaken, and she did not have enough strength remaining to save the girl by herself. They carried Varvare to the house. She had not yet returned to consciousness and lay asleep in the bed they had immediately prepared for her. Spasms sometimes visibly crossed her now somewhat bluish face, and from her set lips came the words, Let go. Susan was crying and cursing someone whose name she could not remember. The poor lady approached the girl and embraced her beautiful head, saying, Varvare, dear, why were you killing yourself? What were you guilty of? Let God punish the villain. Vartan and his friends understood that there was a mystery concealed in the behavior of the young girl, but it was difficult to solve, for Susan revealed nothing, and aside from themselves and two young children, there was no one in the house. Hairapet was acquainted with the man of the house. Susan's husband, Master Petros, had often come to old Chacho's house and repaired his farming implements, but this was the first time Hairapet had seen his wife. However, even if he had seen her many times, or even been so much as acquainted with her, the wife of a villager would still not speak openly to another man. She only blessed them, expressed her appreciation for their help, and asked them to send for her husband. Where is he? Vartan asked. In the nearby village, the woman replied. He has gone to work there. They were about to leave
in order to find someone to send after Master Petros. But just then, Varvare opened her eyes and asked for water. Susan immediately gave it to her, and she drank plenty. The girl's bluish face had become pallid, and her eyes were bloodshot. She put her head back onto the pillow and drew the blanket over her face. Her low weeping could be heard from beneath. As heartbreaking as the sad and bitter sound of her crying was, Vartan and his friends were happy. They were thinking that they had saved the girl's life. Outside, they found a boy to whom they gave a few copper coins to call for Master Petros. Neighbor Oho was still standing near his door. He invited Vartan and his friends to be his guests, saying, "Bless you, gentlemen. Where are you going into the dark night? Oh, if you only knew what festivities we had last night," he added. "We will also do something tonight." "What festivities?" Vartan asked. Neighbor Oho began to narrate with great enthusiasm how Thomas Effendi had been a guest at Master Petros's house, and that he had also been invited. The Chalgas had played, the girls had danced, they had eaten much, drank much, and had a great time. He finished his story with these words: "God is my witness that Thomas Effendi is a very good man. He had so much liquor brought that it was possible to swim in it." "And he got you all drunk, didn't he?" Vartan asked. "Blessed Father, after so much drinking, who wouldn't be drunk?" Oho answered with a laugh. "The festivity is in getting drunk." "Was the master at home?" "I was occupying his place." "But after you got drunk, the Effendi occupied your place, didn't he?" "I couldn't say. They carried me back home." Leaving Oho, they went on their way. On the way, Vartan said to Hairapet, "Now I understand why that poor girl tried to hang herself."
"And I understand who must have betrayed Salman,"
Hairapet replied. "There is no doubt," Vartan said, "that Thomas Effendi betrayed him. He is such a crafty man that it is impossible for him not to have suspected Salman's intentions, and he would have thought that he could provide a service to the Turkish government. Having been in this village at night, it is easy to see how he could have ordered Salman's arrest. If we recognize the Effendi's soul, these are all truths that there is no reason to doubt." Silence reigned among the three friends. They had been continuing along their journey with slow steps. Each was engrossed with his own thoughts, thinking by what means the life of the young man could be saved.
"Everything you said is right, Vartan."
Hairapet interrupted the silence.
"Now what must be done?"
"I am quite familiar with the weaknesses of Turkish officials, how careless they are, how incorrect they are, and how negligent they are in the performance of their duties," Vartan replied. "And for this reason, I think it will be very easy for me to rescue Salman. I have 2 servants whose bravery is evident to you, and our horses are ready. Tonight, we will mount them and go. Wherever they have taken him, we will be able to find him, and if we find no other means of rescuing him, we will use force. The cowardice of Turkish guards has long been evident to me."
"We are also ready to go with you,"
Hairapet and Apo replied.
"We will not let you go alone."
"Your company will not only be superfluous, but perhaps even dangerous.
Vartan replied, and remembering the peddler's words, he thought that they should wait for him a while. So he said to his companions,
"Let us sit here. Hurrying like this makes it hard to talk or think."
He seemed tired, as if sorrow and sadness had crushed him beneath their weight. And in his heart a tempest was stirring, which little by little was starting to become more powerful. They paused their journey and pulled off to one side, where they sat in a leafy shelter near a melon patch. No one had stayed there to guard the melon patch, for the fruit was not yet ripe, and there was no fear of robbers. The farmer's gazebo is a good retreat for the weary traveler. There he finds shelter from the heat of the day and heavy rains, which often occur in this region. The night was quite clear, although the moon was not visible. From afar, they could see the lanterns of the houses of the village of O, and occasionally the low, warning barks of dogs were heard. Vartan continued the interrupted conversation. He repeated that every means must be used to free Salman from imprisonment, which would undoubtedly end in a death penalty. But he considered the participation of Hayrappet and Apo in this feat to be dangerous, principally because such an undertaking must either succeed or fail. In either case, Hayrappet and Apo would not escape the revenge of the Turks. He explained that as this operation might not end without fighting, bloodshed, and perhaps murder, if Hayrappet and Apo participated, then they, as natives, would not escape punishment. And besides themselves, their relatives and all of Old Khacho's family would also be punished. But there was no such fear for Vartan himself. As a foreigner and citizen of another country, he could carry out his intentions and leave, and no one could follow or find him, especially during this confusing time of war. Having heard Vartan, who had experience with various daring enterprises, give his long explanation, Hayrappet and Apo replied,
"We will disguise ourselves, and no one will be able to recognize us."
"It is all the same. Whatever you do, it will be found out. Men like Thomas Effendi who will betray you are not lacking here. The local Armenians, if they have an opportunity to gain the favor of the Turks, will spare no one, even if they harm their own people. The Armenian, more than any foreigner, is his own enemy." He spoke these last words with deep indignation. The sad impressions of the day had irritated him. On the one hand, there was the imprisonment of his esteemed young friend. On the other, the cold-hearted indifference of the people. On one hand, there was the affair concerning poor Varvare. On the other, the evil doings of Thomas Effendi that had filled his heart with extreme fury, although he had not yet learned of the false accusations that detestable man had made against the family of Old Khacho that same day. In this distress and turmoil, he had almost forgotten about Lala, that graceful creature who held prime position in his heart. Suddenly, her sad and miserable image appeared to him, as if she was saying, "Where are you going? Why are you leaving me? Are you going to rescue your beloved friend's life? I am also your beloved. After all, you promised that you would take me away from this country. This place is bad. I am afraid, very afraid of the Kurds." In Vartan's heart, an extreme war of feelings arose. Two beings stood before him. One, the girl he loved, and the other, his beloved friend. Both of them needed his help. Both their lives were in danger. Vartan was still unaware of the misfortune that threatened Lala from the Kurdish Bey, but he knew what traps Thomas Effendi was setting before her. He knew that in order to reach his immoral objective, the Effendi was not accustomed to distinguishing among means. A temporary silence governed the small gazebo. A similar reflection was occupying Hayrapeet at the same time. He knew about Lala's and Vartan's love for each other. He intended his sister for that young man. Now Vartan was going to rescue his friend. He would either be killed or would save his friend from the hands of the Turks. In either case, he would lose Lala. Perhaps before his return, the Kurdish Bey would have already abducted Lala and taken her away. And Vartan, it seemed, did not know that, nor could he have known it, for they had not yet informed him of the Kurdish Bey's intentions. Why hadn't they explained all of that to Vartan? Well, how should he begin? Vartan had not yet informed anyone in old Khacho's family that he loved Lala and wished to marry her. Only Sara knew their secret, and only by accident. The sudden succession of events had given Vartan no time to open his heart. Now, a new and dangerous enterprise completely separated him from Lala. Now, Hayrapeet's hopes were becoming annihilated at once. His hopes that Vartan would save his sister, that he would take her to a faraway land where the Kurdish tyrant's hand could not reach her. On the other hand, the loss of Salman did not torment Hayrapeet any less. He loved that selfless youth and sympathized with him even more than with Vartan. To now leave him in the hands of the Turks, where he would wither away in the darkness of prison, to be tortured and killed, that too would be cruel. And that cruelty seemed more severe and bitter to Hayrapeet, principally because he himself would be the one to give Vartan a reason to hold back from his enterprise. He himself would need to curb Vartan's noble objective to rescue Salman by revealing the fate that awaited his sister with the Kurdish Bey. This messy and confusing state of affairs left Hayrapeet and Vartan with similarly mixed thoughts. Both Lala and the imprisoned young man demanded speedy assistance. But whom should they address first? That question is what gave them difficulty. But what was Apo, the uncorrupted and courageous son of that rural family, thinking at that moment? He truly was not thinking about anything at all. He was the type of man who would have gone in whichever direction that they had pulled him, with the only condition that he did not have the inclination to go in any evil direction. Apo was a good and useful tool to employ in removing things from a fire, but his utility depended upon the skill of his master. Vartan's confession simplified the matter a little. Vartan, without concealing a single point, revealed his love for Lala to the two brothers. He told them that he had promised Lala to run away with her and that he had received her consent. He said that he felt obliged to execute such an unorthodox plan because he had no hope that Lala's father would consent to give him her hand in marriage, for he had observed and was persuaded that old Khacho had his eyes upon Thomas Effendi and was considering making him his son-in-law.
"It is unnecessary to speak of that man," he continued, "because you both know him quite well, and you learn more about him today. To give a girl to Thomas Effendi is one and the same as throwing her to the mouth of a wolf or a dog. But one thought torments me," he went on to say, "and it is that I must go after Salman, as I have already told you. I cannot give up on that endeavor. Compassion towards such a companion and friend puts a heavy obligation upon me. Besides, I hold myself partly responsible for his having fallen into this difficulty. I encouraged and urged him and fed the flame that was burning in his heart. With that, I hasten his fall and therefore must work to rescue him. But from another perspective," he continued, "there is a great obstacle before me. What should I do? Can I leave Lala? Perhaps today or tomorrow the Effendi, that monster, will make it so that Lala will become his wife. What will become of poor Lala?"
Hayrapeet replied that Lala had told his wife Sarah everything, that she had related it to him, and he had long known about their feelings for each other, and he, and possibly all his brothers, would be very happy if Vartan would make haste to escape with Lala.
Not because of the Effendi,
He added,
but there is another and more imperative reason that calls for Lala's being taken out of our country quickly.
"What other reason is there?"
Vartan asked, and his eyes blazed with his heart's anger. Hayrapeet related in detail the intentions of the Kurdish Bey, explained his wife Khurshid's opposition to her husband's will, and explained by what means Khurshid had revealed the Bey's objective to Sarah and had advised her to have Lala taken away from this country. In a word, Hayrapeet told him everything pertaining to Lala that had happened up to that day and that Vartan had not been aware of. Vartan listened to Hayrapeet's story with deep indignation, and his words pierced the poor young man's heart like poisoned arrows.
"And you knew all that and kept it from me?"
he said with extreme agitation.
"And you were waiting for the Kurd to come and abduct your sister from her father's house in broad daylight? And you were going to watch with your eyes wide open to see how he had dishonored you?"
Now Vartan understood the meaning of Lala's sad and hopeless words, which until that day had remained inexplicable to him. He understood why Lala, on that dark night when he first met her in her father's garden, when their time alone together should have been sweetened with kisses, when they should have talked about love and boundless happiness, why tears had fallen from her beautiful eyes, and in her mortal terror she had said the words, "I won't go near Sona. I am afraid of graves. I am afraid of Kurds. Save me and take me to another place." So she had known the bitter fate that awaited her, and with deep sorrow had related the story of her friend, Nargis, and how she had been abducted, how the Kurds had taken her away, and how she was now unfortunate and sad. There are moments when, under the most extreme attacks of misery, danger, and bitter accidents, man becomes stronger, attains a tougher, unbreakable heart, and becomes calmer. When attacks of misfortune have attained a certain degree, he begins thereafter to disregard them. he has nothing worse to fear. Vartan was now in the same condition. He no longer fought with ideas, feelings, and the turmoil of spiritual torment. Now he was calm. Everything was decided all at once in him. Now he knew what he ought to do. The love of friend overcame the love of woman. The loss of my friend means the death of an idea, the idea of freedom for the oppressed and wretched villagers, which includes not only Lala's safety and honor, but also the honor and rescue of many thousands of women. Why care only for Lala? Why desert the general to pursue the particular? He thought. After all that, Vartan said, I must repeat the same thing I said a few minutes ago. I must go after Salman, and I must work by all means to save his life. As for Lala, certainly she must not be left without help. We must also organize something for her. Here is my idea. Listen.
No plan is necessary,
they heard a voice say, and the gigantic form of the lame peddler appeared from behind the gazebo. Vartan, seeing him, felt a distinctive happiness, but it produced a very unpleasant impression upon Hairapet and Apo that this wanderer had secretly overheard their conversation. They still knew nothing about that strange man, but when they saw that Vartan exchanged a friendly handshake with him and sat next to him, the two brothers felt somewhat relieved, especially when Vartan told them not to fear, for he was one of them. But Melik Mansur was not currently the same man they had seen a few hours ago in the rags of the wandering peddler. Vartan himself was hardly able to recognize him in his new appearance. He wore the uniform of the lost people and was completely armed.
I am not able to remain with you long,
he said hurriedly.
It is apparent to you that our duduk player fell into a trap and must be rescued. We were just speaking of that,
Vartan replied.
You may rest assured about him. He will be saved either tomorrow or the next day,
he said, rising.
You must only continue our common work. Good night for now.
Are you going alone?
No, my companions are waiting there.
He pointed to the side of the mountain where, in the darkness of night, a group of horsemen were dimly visible.
Who are they?
Vartan asked.
A few young men from the mountains. Farewell.
Vartan wanted to ask a few more questions, but he had already gone away. Hairapet and Apo were left amazed. They still did not know who or what kind of person the disguised man was. Vartan told them everything he knew about him, and the two brothers were now convinced that the inventive man would be able to rescue Salman. They stood up and started making their way home. Unfortunately, Sako and Yezo, Vartan's two attendants, who had been sent on old Khacho's advice to warn Vartan and his sons not to return home, these faithful followers, although they had searched all day, had been unable to find the trio to inform them about what awaited them at old Khacho's house.
Yezo,
his friend Sako said to him,
this is bad. We must try not to be captured so that if anything happens to our Aga, we may be able to aid him.
I think so, too.
Yezo agreed. The two friends therefore decided to watch for Vartan from afar, keeping a distance from the old man's house. Chapter 30. Much of the night had passed when Vartan, Hairapet, and Apo returned home. They did not yet know what had happened in their absence. They suspected nothing when they entered the house, and the door immediately shut behind them. 2 soldiers were standing there on guard. The sergeant and his disorganized team were in the salon. Several shameless Zaptiehs were wandering in the courtyard, hunting like dogs, sniffing around, looking for something to put their hands on. The sons' wives had been taken to their neighbors' or parents' houses. On such occasions, when a family is accused of something and finds itself under military surveillance, the women are sent away from the house. Seeing all that, Vartan and his friends still did not immediately comprehend what this motley crew of official persons signified. That was because the salon of a landlord in the house of an Armenian villager customarily served as a hotel for groups of soldiers in this country. And every time a villager received guests of this kind, he was always obliged to send his wife, daughter, and daughters-in-law to spend the night at a neighbor's house to keep them safe from the lust of his guests. If the guest would be so kind as to not put his sword on his host's neck in order to compel him to keep the women at home, to entertain and serve him. One of Hairapet's brothers, meeting him, said furiously, "Do you see what a trick that pea-brain played on us? Now come, answer. From the first day, I would have seized that whelp by the scruff of his neck and thrown him out of the house. But you opposed me like the devil and did not let me. Now come, answer." Hairapet did not say a word. He understood that his brother's curses concerned Salman. He understood the sad events.
"We fell into the trap, too,"
Vartan said with a laugh.
"Only this was lacking."
Immediately, several Zaptiehs approached, seized them, and led them to the sergeant in the salon. Thomas Effendi was not there. After making his arrangements, he had left and settled himself as a guest in the house of the village priest. Aside from old Khacho and the sergeant, there was no one in the salon, except a few soldiers standing at the door. Vartan entered and took a seat beside the landlord, without waiting for the Turkish official to give him permission to be seated. Hairapet and Apo remained standing. Vartan's behavior appeared bold to the sergeant, and he asked him contemptuously,
"You are Armenian. Where are you from?"
He spoke the word Armenian reproachfully.
"Russian,"
Vartan replied, controlling his agitation.
"What business brought you here?"
"I trade in this region."
"Do you have a passport?"
"I had one, but I lost it."
"That is easy to prove. Only say which custom house you crossed the frontier through, and your name will be recorded there."
"I am a contrabandist, and men engaged in this profession do not go near the custom houses. I will also say that I never had a passport."
"That may have been excusable if you were only a contrabandist, but you are also being charged with another crime."
"With what?"
"You are a spy."
"That is true. It seems Thomas Effendi has informed you. He is a very truthful man," Vartan said in a sarcastic tone.
It is all the same, whoever informed me.
The sergeant replied, preserving the cold-heartedness of an official personage.
We do not allow suspicious persons in our country, especially during wartime. They will keep you here tonight, and in the morning they will take you to the military commander. He will decide your fate.
So what need was there for that interrogation when my fate is to be decided by the military commander? You were able to imprison me from the start and nothing more. But it is your custom. Even the last Zeptia here, when he is sent after a criminal, performs everything that the high court should do. The sergeant was offended, but made no reply. He called for Zeptius and ordered them to take Vartan and stand guard over him. He did not resist and allowed them to handcuff him. After they had taken Vartan, the sergeant turned to Hairapet and Apo.
It is not necessary to ask them anything,
he ordered.
Their crime is apparent. Take them and guard them carefully.
Old Chacho was in a state of stupor, half asleep and half awake, as if he was seeing all this in a dream. Why did the Effendi deceive him? Was all this perhaps merely a formality, as the Effendi had led him to believe? They took Vartan, Hairapet, and Apo and locked them in a building that served as a granary. The walls and floor were built of stone and were solidly joined together with lime mortar to prevent mice from entering and destroying the wheat. The windows were narrow and barred with a grid of iron to prevent the birds from entering. This building had every amenity to serve as a substitute for a strong prison for the night. An oil lamp was burning in one corner and spreading its light in the dark arches of the granary. Hairapet and Apo were silent. Their faces expressed deep despair, together with bitter terror. They were familiar with the ruthlessness of Turkish officials who, taking the most trivial crime and often authoring the charges themselves, slandering righteous persons, were always ready to torture, wear down, and destroy innocent people, especially when they were Armenians and at least somewhat wealthy. And now they had enough proof to consider them guilty. But how had they been revealed? Who had betrayed them? The brothers were unable to form any clear opinions about that. Vartan seemed to be relaxed. His calmness resembled the tranquility of a storm-tossed sea after a tempest.
I will explain it all to you with a parable,
he said to his inmates. The trees of the forest sent news to their king that a tool had appeared that was destroying them mercilessly.
What is the tool called?
The king asked. An axe, the trees answered.
How is it formed?
The king asked.
Its head is of iron, and its handle of wood,
the trees replied.
That is a very dangerous tool, the king replied, when the handle is of us.
The handle is of us, Vartan repeated, emphasizing the first two words. The handle of the tool that oppresses us, torments us, enslaves us, destroys us, and demolishes our house is of us, of Armenians.
The Thomas Effendis, from the village tax collector up to the Armenian emirs of the high port,
are such handles in the hands of our enemies.
These evil and dangerous handles have never been lacking in Armenian history. Where you see the homeland and the people betrayed into the hands of foreigners, there the finger of an Armenian has played a role. Where you see the Armenian king overthrown and his children sent into the hands of foreigners, there the finger of an Armenian has played a role. Where you see an Armenian king betrayed into exile and the gates to his capital opened before the enemy, there the finger of an Armenian has played a role. Where you see the soil of the native land stained with the blood of Armenians, his dwellings destroyed by fire, and his children taken captive, there the finger of an Armenian has played a role. Where you see betrayal of the religion, the nation, and the Holy Church, there the finger of an Armenian has played a role. In a word, in every wretchedness, every persecution, and every brutality and barbarity we have suffered from our enemies, the hatchet of an Armenian has always played a role. The Armenian himself has demolished the foundation of his nation, and with his own hands has destroyed his consecrated establishments. Why are we blaming others?
Հայրապետը Napo listened to Vartan's words with deep sadness, and the latter asked,
So all our hopes have been ruined. Our project, still in its foundation, still incomplete, has been ruined. I, in the spirit of a prophet, seem to have predicted that it would end this way, and that it was idiotic to have expected another outcome.
Vartan replied.
Salman himself was also in doubt and hardly believed in the work he had started. I remember word for word that enthusiastic young man once saying to me in discouragement that when the idea of moving a people is an imaginary fantasy of a few individuals and has not yet become widely accepted, when it has not yet been spread abroad among at least a portion of the populace, it is possible to annihilate it all with one blow when they destroy the leaders. But the people are another thing. It is impossible to destroy the mind of the people. He had gone on to say, We now perform only the work of the sower, not the reaper. We will leave the harvest to the future generation. And that is the reason why, in the last days, Salman had attempted to establish more solid, more suitable institutions, such as schools. His activity did not have a riotous objective, although he once had a more revolutionary personality. It later took on an entirely preparatory form. He once approached me with a particularly happy smile, such as I had never seen on his always stern face. Vartan, he said, we who are undertaking the work of educating a people are still ignorant ourselves. We still have much to learn from the people themselves. The populace is a great teacher. In any one of their proverbs there is boundless philosophy. Listen, he continued, to how the people express the condition of their relationship with the Turks. Be kind to the dog, but do not let go of your stick. And indeed, that proverb contains the primary requisite for how to behave with the Turks. They are the dogs of the proverb, and in order not to be wounded by their teeth, the staff must always be ready in the hand. And that was the reason why Salman was trying to arm the people and put them in a protective position.
Հայրապետ and Apo listened very carefully. It was as though they had forgotten their individual grief, forgotten that bitter fate that awaited them in the morning, and now they were thinking about a general pain. They had often heard such ideas expressed by Salman, but they had not comprehended them so clearly until now. The prison seemed to have inspired Vartan. He talked ceaselessly. He had been in and out of prison many times in his life, but the prison had always left a gloomy impression upon him. Now, however, he felt a sort of satisfaction. He was like a convict on the verge of extermination, looking toward the unjust world with utter contempt, laughing at its mindlessness and saying to himself, "This is the extent of your power. What more can you do than this? You kill my body, but you cannot kill the ideas I have seeded. Be kind to the dog, but do not let go of your stick." Vartan repeated, "That is correct. Monsters are born from such conditions. Monsters like me. You, my friends, still do not know me as I really am. But because this might be the last night that I am able to talk with you, I ask you to listen. I am one of those men who long ago learned to repay evil with evil. My hands have often been stained with blood, but never with innocent blood. I was once religious, but all I learned from the Old Testament was an eye for eye. When I read that Moses, the prophet of Yahweh, motivated by the love of his people, killed the Egyptians who persecuted the Jews and covered the sands of the Nile with their bodies, my heart became filled with a boundless hatred toward those peoples who were likewise persecuting the Armenians. When I read that Moses, the prophet of Yahweh, destroyed whole tribes until he could purify the promised land of outsiders and settle the children of Israel there instead, I thought it was necessary to behave the same way with the Turks, Kurds, and Circassians who hold on to our remaining heritage. This is the same law of nature that Salman explained in terms of plants. One kind of plant will pressure, strangle, and destroy another until it takes its place. If we do not wish to be annihilated in that struggle for existence, we must have the strength and ability to resist. And that quality is called self-preservation. Salman's principal aim was to advance that quality in the people. I acquired that characteristic long ago. Perhaps the moralist calls me immoral, a villain, or a brute. Perhaps the priest considers me a sinner. But no matter. I must act as life demands. And when man ceases to be evil, when peace and Christian brotherhood reign upon the earth, I will be ready to be the best of men and to embrace my enemies. They talked like this for a long time, until the oil in the lamp was all used up. The flame then flickered for a few moments, smoldered, and finally extinguished. Darkness overcame the prison. Chapter 31. On the same night that Vartan, Hairapet, and Apo were philosophizing and thinking in the prison about the unfortunate conditions of their ill-fated homeland, Thomas Effendi was at the house of the village priest, Father Maruk, and after dining, was happily and joyfully chatting and jesting with his host. Father Maruk was the same priest who had caused Salman so much trouble, but now that he heard of the young man's fall, he was grieving, not because a notable figure was vanishing, but because the loss of any Armenian was a sorrow to him. The priest was not a bad man. If he had been opposed to the school and desired to disrupt Salman's work, that too would have come from good-natured desires, because he considered it harmful. He was once a simple villager who had more or less learned to read and write at the St. John the Baptist monastery. He did not succeed in agriculture, became poor, and went abroad to try his luck. He did not succeed as an immigrant either. At one time he was a coffee maker in the city of Van, but his work had gone poorly, and he returned to his native village without earning a single para. Finding no other means of making a living there, he became a priest. That evening, the village teacher, the well-known acolyte, Simon, who was the priest's son-in-law, was also invited to the priest's house. Simon had a high opinion of his own knowledge. The villagers also had the same opinion about him. And he was prouder still of the fact that he was the priest's son-in-law. The events that had transpired that day at old Chacho's house, which had terrified the villagers greatly and had disquieted the priest still more, was the subject of conversation.
The ass judges while the horse eats, father,
the Effendi said, continuing the interrupted conversation.
The order of the world has always been so, and it will continue that way. That which God has planned, man cannot change. God created one an aga, the other a laborer. One judges, the other eats. The Armenian has learned to work. The Kurd and the Turk have learned to eat. If there were no one to eat, the laborer could not live. The Turks protect us with their sword, and we must protect them with our labor. God has put a sword in the hand of the Turk and a spade in the hand of the Armenian. One cannot take the place of the other.
That is true, the priest replied, making the sign of the cross.
Our Lord Jesus Christ also said so in the Holy Gospel, that without God's will, not a leaf falls from the tree. Without His will, not a single hair on man's head turns white. All is in His hands.
That's how it is. It is true. Acolyte Simon affirmed, also making the sign of the cross. They next began to talk about the more severe oppression of the villagers owing to the war. The priest, who regarded the extortion entirely from the standpoint of his personal gains, was complaining, saying that the government taxes were now so heavy that they were completely exhausting the villagers' production, and if anything was left, the Kurds carried it off. As a result, he was being paid very poorly, and he was often performing baptisms, weddings, and funerals without receiving a para. Although the villagers were promising to pay him later, they were either not able to or were deceiving him. Accordingly, the priest had already lent a lot of credit to the villagers and was determined not to christen, marry, or bury anyone hereafter unless he received his fees in advance, for he was also a man and needed to be able to live.
Father,
the Effendi replied in the manner of an expert,
you do not know the villager as well as I do. God has given even the villager a soul, and He cannot take that away. But when the angel of death stands at his head with a sword in hand, then he gives up his soul. We must make an example of that. Without seeing that blessed stick,
The villager will not pay. Prepare the list of your credits. Give me the paper, and I will give it to one of my Zeptius, who will collect them. I will not allow you to lose even a single para."
"Blessings to you. May God grant you long life."
The priest replied,
"The accounts are ready."
"Read them. Let me see how much it is."
The priest drew from his breast pocket sheets of paper that were dirty, yellowed, and nearly worn out, having been kept there for a long time. This was his ledger. On the 4 pages, the father's credits were written crookedly and in large characters. He pulled the papers toward his eyes and tried to read them, but could not. So he gave the sheets to the teacher, saying,
"Take them, acolyte Simon. You read them. My eyes cannot make them out."
Acolyte Simon took the ledger, coughed a few times, reflected, and bringing the papers toward his eyes, began reading in a rhetorical voice, as though he were reading scripture.
"I christened Lameko's daughter. 5 piasters are due. She died 1 week later, and I buried her. 7 piasters are due. I married Chlo's son. 10 piasters are due. I received 30 bales of hay, worth 3 piasters. Pano's wife was sick. I went to her home, read 3 healing chapters. 3 piasters are due. Sako's son fetched the cross out of the water. Barso gave 30 piasters that he might fetch it. I did a favor to Sako and reconciled with 20 piasters. 20 piasters are due. He said that he would give me grain when the harvest comes. I went, asked for it, and he didn't give it. The Kazir is also witness."
And like this, one after another, a long story was written. It was not actually a ledger, but records of the priest's work over the past few years, which, although presented in a jumbled fashion, was sufficient proof of his works as village priest.
"It is a legal account,"
The Effendi said, interrupting, unable to listen patiently until the acolyte should complete his entire reading.
"Entrust me with that paper, father, and I will have it all collected. The villagers of An delayed in presenting their fruits to the monastery and were not paying on time. The Vartaped wrote a letter to me. I had it all collected in 1 day, and then obtained a letter of blessing from the monastery."
The priest considered the collection of his dues in this way to be so natural that he not only agreed to the Effendi's proposition, but also thanked him and once again blessed his precious life. But why did the Effendi offer to perform this service? He was one of those men who does not do a kindness to anyone without an objective or without personal gain. What prompted him to be so kind now that he even promised not take interest from collecting these dues, which was customary when any sum was paid by order of a government official?
"May the blessings of Father Abraham descend upon you and invigorate you."
The priest said, having heard the Effendi's last promise. Acolyte Simon had a similar list of dues kept in his breast pocket. He also had dues from his students and was thinking about presenting the account to the Effendi. But the priest whispered in his ear,
"Let him collect mine, and then yours."
Father Maruk's family was very small. His only son had died, leaving his widow with 2 small children. The daughter-in-law had not remarried, and instead remained in the priest's house, where she took care of her sons. the priest himself had long been deprived of his wife and led a strictly celibate life. That evening, the priest's daughter-in-law, after serving the guests their dinner, was occupied with one of her children who was very sick. Seated near his bed, the pitiable woman looked sadly at the sick child, rubbed his warm hands, and listened to his heavy breathing. In that child, she again saw the young man that she had loved. In that child, the unfortunate mother found comfort after her husband's death. Filled at once with compassion and grief, she saw nothing but her sick child. She was hardly listening to the conversation in the house and paid no attention to their guest. But the priest, happy about the Effendi's promises, wished to make everyone happier and ordered his daughter-in-law to fill the bottle of liquor that was already empty and to prepare dessert as well. Although supper was over, the custom of the place demanded that when a special honor was to be given to a guest of importance, the drinking should continue. The bride was in such confusion that the priest had to repeat his command twice before she was able to understand what he wanted. She was able to find some liquor and fill the bottle. That reserve was never lacking at the priest's house. But with what should she prepare the maza? There were no sweets in the house. To let that be known would be disgraceful. For a guest, everything must be found in an Armenian home. She thought of going and bartering some from a neighbor. It was very dark outside, and the rain was falling in torrents from the heavens. The poor woman went out into the court, crossed through the mud, and mounted the terrace to climb over onto the neighbor's property. At that moment, she heard the neighbor's gate being pounded loudly, and threats for them to open up were being spoken in Turkish. From inside the house, the occupants swore in reply that they were not hiding those who were being sought out. But who was being sought out? Who were these Turks who were trying to enter an Armenian house at this unseasonable hour of the night? Hearing the commotion in the street, Zulo, this was the name of the priest's daughter-in-law, became very afraid and could neither go to her neighbor's house nor return home. She instead remained dazed and motionless on the flat roof. At that moment, she heard a barely audible whisper, as though the people speaking were climbing the neighbor's stairs and did not know which way to run. "Careful, Stepanik." "Where shall I go, Sarah?" Zula recognized them. Her fright was cured, and she took heart when she saw that these poor people were in need of help. She was already aware of the sad events that had taken place that day at Old Khacho's house. She knew that the women of the family were hiding in various homes throughout the village that night. And now they were being sought. But with what objective? That, too, Zula understood. This meant that the Turks who were knocking at her neighbor's gate were none other than a few of the soldiers who had imprisoned Old Khacho's sons. Sarah and Stepanik were now on the roof of the priest's house, and like deer being pursued by hunters, surrounded on all sides, they did not know in which direction to flee. The rain was falling from above. The doors of the villagers were closed, and the villagers were asleep. Midnight had long since passed. At that moment, lightning flashed and the momentary brightness was followed by a violent clap of thunder. The lightning illuminated the indistinct figure of Zulo standing on the roof. Stepanik, seeing her, thought that one of the Turks had already climbed there. She fainted from fright and fell upon Sarah's breast. Zulo approached them. "It is me. Don't be afraid," she said. "Oh, Zulo, it is you," Sarah said, trembling. "For the love of God, we need a place. They will catch us. They will take us away." Zulo remained confused. Where should she take them? Where could she hide them? They had suspicious guests at their house, and the priest would hardly agree to receive fugitives like these. Nonetheless, she thought that she needed to help these poor people, for she was all too aware of the disgraces they would be subjected to if they were to fall into Turkish hands. On the other hand, she was threatened by the great responsibility she was taking on by hiding those criminals, whose only crime was that they were women. Zulo was aware of all this, but the compassion within her outweighed her feelings of fear and hesitation, and the imminent danger prompted her to conceive a plan to rescue them. "Let's go," she said, taking Stepanik's hand, and with Sarah's help, they both raised the poor girl, who was still unconscious. They began to descend from the flat roof. Just then, an extreme commotion was heard that was immediately silenced by the sound of the rain and storm. It was the sound of the neighbor's door being destroyed by the Turks. Next to the priest's house was a barn accessible through a small door from his yard that opened into it. Zulo led the fugitives there. Sarah and Stepanik hid themselves in the hay. "I will come back to you soon," Zulo said, and locking the door of the barn, she went away. Thanks to the sound of the rain, neither the priest nor his guests heard what was happening outside, and Zulo, having returned, did not reveal anything to them. She only approached the priest and whispered to him that everyone had been asleep at the neighbor's, so she had not been able to exchange anything with which to make maza. "I'll find something," the priest said, and rising to his feet, went to the cupboard and began to rummage among the contents. The Effendi, taking advantage of the priest's absence, turned towards Zulo and gently said,
"You are maza yourself. What are we to do with any other maza?"
Acolyte Simon was so drunk that he did not hear, and Zulo, wounded by the Effendi's remark, replied, "Vile! The Armenian woman endures every affliction and remains silent before every provocation, but when her honor is assailed, she loses her patience." Zulo indignantly went and sat beside her sick child, who had awakened from his sleep. The child was comfortable, and seeing his mother near him, said, "Mother, punish Toros. He is taking my knuckle bones." Toros was the sick child's older brother, and the boy had dreamed that his brother had taken his knuckle bones. His mother calmed him down, saying, "Look, Light of my eyes, Toros has given them back. Look, they are here. The mother removed the toys from under the child's pillow and placed them in his hands. Despite the child's hands being feeble, he began to play with them. And as his mother looked on, she started to grow happy again. She forgot the Effendi's insult. She forgot everything, because now her child seemed to be getting better. But a new unpleasantness again disturbed the poor mother. After looking for a while through the cupboard, the priest did not find the sugar he had hidden and asked Zulo what had become of it. The daughter-in-law replied that she had taken it to make a sherbet for the sick child a few days before because he had a high fever and needed a cooling drink.
He should have drunk it unsweetened. He should have taken it bitter,
he exclaimed angrily.
Didn't you know the sugar was for guests? Now what we will do?
Zulo made no reply, but tears began to fall from her sorrowful eyes. Father Maruk was not really a bad man. He was even a good man, but goodness in ignorant man sometimes unwittingly turns to evil. Besides that, his profession had made him somewhat unsympathetic. Priests, physicians, and butchers, who work frequently with the dead, do not save lives much. For this reason, the sickness of his grandson did not concern the priest so much as his desire to show hospitality and gratify a man like the Effendi, especially as he had promised to have all the priest's dues collected. Mama, why are you crying? The sick child asked, looking at her with sympathy. Don't cry. I'm well now. The mother forgot her sorrow and wiped the tears from her eyes. Nothing is so comforting as the sweet words of a dear child with its innocent chatter. Now Zulo was thinking about Sara and Stepanik, wondering what would happen if the Turks, continuing their search, suddenly poured in and found them. But the unbearable guests were still continuing their drinking, and she had to wait for them to fall asleep so that she could go to Sara and Stepanik. She also needed to learn how the affair at the neighbor's house had ended. Zulo was unable to remain patient. Those thoughts disturbed her greatly. Making an excuse, she rose and entered a small room that they called the secret chamber, which served as a storeroom. There was a hole in the wall of this room that led directly into the neighbor's house. Such openings were found in nearly all village houses, and in times of danger they served as a secret channel of communication. If anything happened in one house, one neighbor would call through the opening for the other neighbor to hear. Between houses of intimate friends, these openings were so wide that small articles could be passed back and forth. Often they passed a lighted lantern through the aperture when the neighbor had no matches. Zulo stood before the opening, from where she could see one part of the house, and heard the following words.
We will kill you if you don't show us. What happened to them? We were told that they were over here. You hid them. Hand them over. Be quick or else we will take your women.
These threats were made by the Turks. Neighbor Zako had fallen at their feet, begging and pleading, saying,
May God in heaven and earth be my witness that they are not here. Don't kill me. Behold, my house is before you. Take whatever you please.
This scene was reminiscent of the same event that took place in Sodom in ancient times, when the evil man of the place had approached Lot's house and demanded that he give his guests to them. The kind-hearted patriarch had begged them to leave his guests and offered his daughters instead. But the God of Israel was hard-hearted and vengeful, and punished human wickedness, burning the dissolute city with fire and brimstone. Yet the God of Armenia, as he witnessed this wickedness, which was worse than in Sodom, left the sinner unpunished. Zullo's entire body trembled with dread as she looked and listened. She heard commotion and saw neighbor Zako totter and fall to the ground. The light was then extinguished. Zullo could see nothing more and only heard discordant cries.
Oh, no! Let go! Don't kill me! I will die! Where are you taking me?
Those were the cries of neighbor Zako's wife and daughters.
Shut up, wretch,
was the reply to these cries. Chapter 32. Returning to her place, Zullo found the guests in the same condition. They were still drinking. The priest was chanting while acolyte Simon sang along, and the Effendi murmured in accompaniment. Their joy was limitless. Why worry about what was happening at the neighbor's house? After consideration, Zullo decided to inform them, thinking that perhaps they could be of assistance, and she approached the priest and whispered in his ear, telling him what she had seen in Zako's house. She only admitted that Sara and Stepanik were hiding in their house. An inexplicable instinctual feeling sealed Zullo's lips on that subject. According to the custom of Armenian women, she did not speak to the guests and whispered low enough to the priest that the others did not hear. But seeing the priest's startled face and the uneasiness that the conversation caused him, the guests impatiently asked,
what happened?
Brutes! Brutes!
The priest exclaimed, raising his hands toward heaven.
May the curses of the 12 apostles and the 366 patriarchs be upon you, cursed roots of evil.
What happened?
The Effendi repeated. The priest related what Zullo had told him and begged the Effendi to help the sufferers. There are men who, in times of danger, misfortune, and other people's troubles, instead of thinking of means of offering salvation, instead of quickly lending a helping hand, begin to examine the reasons for the misfortune and consider their conscience eased when they find someone to blame. Of course, this judgment is made according to one's understanding. Not only did the Effendi not consider the occurrence unjust and immoral, he justified it as consequential and thought that it was deserved. With this thought, he inquired,
Tell me, father, would an idiot do what landlord Khacho did? Keeping such suspicious men in his house who were driving the villagers crazy by preaching all kinds of foolishness.
It was stupid, very stupid.
The priest replied,
But how are the poor villagers to blame? Why should it be that because of a few fools, the Turks throw them all into the fire?
Our neighbor Zako is very pitiable. He is so timid that he is afraid of his own shadow. Why are they torturing him? Why do they tyrannize his family? What cruelty is that?
The lush tree is burned together with the dry. That is the order of the world, Father. Who knows the wet from the dry?
The Effendi replied, astonished at his own wise remark.
When God sends trouble to punish man, the innocent child goes to the grave with the old sinner. Evil and good are combined together. When it is necessary to punish a community, the vengeance of governments is the same. Harm reaches the villagers. I am telling you, Father, all the villagers.
The priest found not a word with which to reply. The testimony brought forward by the Effendi was very powerful. In times of cholera and plague, when men are punished for their sins, is there any distinction made between the just and the unjust? The dry and the wet are burned alike. That is what the priest was thinking. He even forgot about neighbor Zako, and the Effendi's last words reminded him of something that was even closer to his heart. He eventually said,
"If the houses of all the villagers are plundered as they have robbed old Khacho today, I shall surely lose my dues."
Don't worry about that, Father.
The Effendi replied,
I'll have it all collected soon. But tell me this, Father, isn't Khacho himself to blame for this punishment?
The attention of the villagers had turned upon the events in Khacho's house that day, and although they were not aware of the details of what had happened, they all blamed him nevertheless. "What good is a weapon in the hands of an Armenian?" they said. "If you give a child fire, he will first burn his fingers." The opinion of the priest did not differ much from this. He thus replied to the Effendi's question.
"I know one thing, my son. When the Jews came with sword and spear to seize our Lord Jesus Christ, the apostle Peter drew his sword, struck the high priest's servant Malchus, and cut off his ear. Then our Lord Jesus Christ reprimanded Peter, telling him to put his sword back in its place, for he who lives by the sword shall perish by the sword. We should not forget this counsel if we do not want to sin against the Christian faith."
Praise you, Father. You have understood well.
The Effendi said,
And did you read those pamphlets?
I read them. One fell into the hands of acolyte Simon, which he brought to me, and we read it, but we did not understand a thing. I say, blessed, if you are writing, write something legitimate that will profit soul and body, that man may read and repent of his sins. What is the use of such senseless things? Acolyte Simon, am I not speaking the truth? You read them, too.
"I did not approve." The child educator replied, who now had an opportunity to showcase his knowledge. "It was all devilish stuff. If they had written hagiographies or biographies of the church fathers, the people would have read and learned. But I am glad that Vartan was punished. He was a very proud fellow. He once stepped into my school and said, 'What business do you have in education? You are harming the children. Go and tend donkeys.' Was that a thing to say? As if he has read more than me."
The ass's kick hurts more than the horse's.
The Effendi said,
That Vartan has offended me often as well.
Thus, the priest, the child-educating acolyte, and the government official each expressed their opinion about the said events, and not one of them paid any attention to what was taking place in neighbor Zako's house. Not one of them lamented over the condition of landlord Khacho's family tonight. That man, to whose benevolence so many of the villagers were indebted, now had become the object of their anger because his behavior, in their opinion, was reprehensible. Everyone was in the grip of terror and expected a bitter and terrible fate. Only Thomas Effendi, the author of all these evil doings, was happy, and with a distinctive devilish joy felt great satisfaction in his heart, because the seed he had sown promised to yield the fruit he longed for.
I repeat,
He said with the manner of a man who is an expert,
that the villagers will be very much harmed. Times are bad. Preparations for war are going on everywhere. And in such disturbed times, such protests are punished by the government.
Hearing the word war, the priest was terrified, not because war threatened the villagers with trouble and misery, but because he thought again of his dues.
If war begins,
He said,
the villagers will be charged such high taxes that it will be difficult to collect my dues. Don't worry, Father. I will not allow your dues to remain uncollected until the war begins.
At this, acolyte Simon drew near the priest's ear and reminded him again of the dues he was owed from his pupils, and once more was told to be patient. Where there is pain, one speaks of it. The issue that currently concerned the priest and the acolyte was their dues.
Although the ass is good for nothing, its hair cleans clothing.
The Effendi said,
You must know that proverb, Father. The villager is also like this. Although he is clothed in rags and walks around barefoot, the clothes worn by the agas are obtained with the price of his sweat. Although he goes hungry and often can't find a morsel of bread to eat, he ornaments the tables of the agas with all sorts of graces. But you, Father, do not seem to know how to reap benefit from the villagers. If you did, you would not have so many dues, and you wouldn't have served us liquor tonight without maza.
The last remark affected the priest, and he replied with pronounced bitterness,
What can I say, Effendi? As priests, our hands are tied. We have not been given a cane, like you, with which to threaten the villagers. Our weapon is very weak. What am I to do? To tell the truth, I often get agitated. I become impatient and begin to curse them. But the villagers have become so skeptical that they are not afraid of my curses. What other weapon do we, priests, have? But the villagers are not to blame, either. What have the Kurds left them, that we should be able to demand anything else? Ah, cursed be those Kurds! If it were not for them, I should not have so many dues to collect. Now that war is beginning, the Kurds will go into complete rage.
The ass is an ass, but the mule is even worse.
The Effendi replied in his usual style.
The Kurds are as bad as mules, because they are illegitimate.
The comparison of Kurds to mules was not only the Effendi's opinion, but the opinion of Armenians in general, used to explain that the Kurds were unjust and malicious because they had interbred with the Armenian population through rape and abduction during war times, thereby resulting in an illegitimate race like mules. Our people have always had a bad consideration of such legitimacy. For centuries, the Kurds had beautified their race by selecting the tallest. The Kurds greatly admire tall women, and most beautiful of their Armenian boys and girls. By losing such boys and girls, the Armenians had lost their greatest quality and gradually grown less beautiful. Anybody who has closely examined the common family lines of the Kurds and Armenians of Turkified Armenia will find a great resemblance between them, because the Kurds are nothing if not a new race of what Armenians used to be. Much of the night had already passed. Zulo, sitting away from the guests near her sick child, listened with dissatisfaction to their conversation, which was very boring to her. She was waiting impatiently for them to finish, get up and go to sleep, so that she might be able to check on Sara and Stepanik and see what condition they were in. But the Effendi did not intend to sleep yet. He had much more to discuss with the priest, but the presence of acolyte Simon was an obstacle. For this reason, he hinted that he would like to go to sleep, for he was obliged to rise early in the morning on account of important business. The acolyte, bidding him good night, finally left. After he left, the priest said,
"He knows more than 7 vartapets. The poor fellow, it's a pity that he likes to drink. Did you see how well he read off the account of my dues?"
Are you speaking of acolyte Simon?
the Effendi asked.
Yes, he read very well.
But the Effendi was neither interested in acolyte Simon nor in his extensive knowledge. He was seeking an opportunity to speak on the subject for which he had expressly come to the priest's house this evening. Partly from the wine and partly from the heat of the room, the priest was feeling quite heated and took off his half-worn cloak. The sleeve of the cloak accidentally tore. The Effendi said,
Father, your cloak is very old. Why don't you have a new one tailored?
Blessed, how can I have one made? You saw my unpaid dues, and that cloak belonged to Garapet Effendi. May God enlighten his soul. He passed away, and they gave me this as loot. I have been wearing it for 7 years. Because of my sins, none of the rich people have died, so that I could renew my cloak.
I'll have a fine one tailored for you. You are a good priest,
the Effendi said.
Wear it and always give me your blessings.
May the blessing of the 366 patriarchs be upon you, my son,
the priest said, beginning to intone a protective prayer.
But I have one other request, Effendi,
he added.
You are our crown and glory. We rejoice and praise God every day that He has given us, Armenians, such magistrates as you, one who has access to mudirs, kaymakams, and pashas, and can speak freely to them, for the love of our nation and for the love of our holy faith, I beg you not to leave landlord Khacho and his family in the hands of these miscreants. If you are willing, you can save them. They are pitiable. They are Armenian Christians. Help them. Whatever their crime may be, we ought to conceal it, because they are of our flesh and blood. I don't approve of what they have done either, but who among you has not sinned?
Although the priest's words made no special impression on the heart of the Effendi, they gave him an excuse to express what he had long sought to say to the priest. The Effendi replied that he was ready and able to rescue the landlord's family from their misfortune, and would not allow a hair of the landlord's head to fall if he would, on his part, grant the Effendi's request. And reminding the priest of the secret imparted to him a year ago about Lala, the Effendi said that he had loved this girl since that day and desired for her to be his wife. If the landlord would grant that desire, the Effendi would be ready to help him. But in the event of the contrary, he would be obliged to let the government act according to law and justice, which would certainly result in the landlord's whole family being destroyed and his wealth confiscated by the government. Thus, remembering the priest's responsibility as father of community, the Effendi asked him to approach old Khacho and speak with him about it, because it was not too late and there was still time to make things right and preempt the evils that were coming their way.
May my order be my witness,
the priest said with pronounced pleasure.
I will go to the landlord tomorrow morning and arrange everything as you have willed it. Khacho must thank the Lord and sacrifice several lambs to the saints when a man like you desires to become his son-in-law.
A sly smile appeared on the face of the Effendi, and he replied as if in jest.
When you do all this, your old cloak will be made new.
And my dues?
Don't worry about those.
Chapter 33. A bitter and terrible night passed. In the morning, old Khacho's house resembled those mournful houses from which several persons must be carried to the grave at once. First, they brought out Vartan. He was relaxed. His countenance did not betray so much as a hint of agitation, as though nothing had happened to him. It was only on his lips that one could perceive an ironic contempt, as though he were saying, "What do these idiots want to do?" 5 soldiers were ready to take him to the Pasha Effendi. When they seated him on a horse and began to fetter his feet from under the horse's belly, he made no resistance, even though it is cruel torture to be tied motionless on a horse.
That is unnecessary, he remarked. If I wished to escape, your chains would not prevent me.
The soldiers paid no attention and continued to fetter him. Still not satisfied, they also tied his arms behind his back, and with 2 soldiers holding the ends of the ropes, they prepared to set out. Besides these 2 soldiers, 3 guards accompanied him. Although the working class is interested in such scenes, not one of the villagers appeared to see how they were deporting Vartan. that man who had labored and worked so hard for them. They all avoided the old man's house as though it were afflicted with the plague. None of the women had remained in the house. They were all hidden in various places. Hairapet and Apo were in confinement. Their turn would come next, after Vartan's. Khacho's other sons, who were free, did not show themselves. Only the old father came out to see Vartan off. After the recent misfortunes, the poor old man was as good as dead. The bitter persecution, tyrannical injustice, and brutal cruelty had worn him out. He approached and embraced Vartan, and from the extreme emotions in his heart, he did not find even a word to express his pain. A few tears said everything that his tongue could not say.
"Keep your heart strong, old father,"
Vartan said with an undisturbed voice.
"He who enters the water does not fear getting wet. Take care."
The soldiers did not understand what Vartan's words meant, and they set off, driving his horse before them. The old man watched them for a long time, until they had gotten so far that they were out of sight. Deep in sad thoughts, he returned home. Why did they only take Vartan? Why did they leave Hairapet and Apo? Why didn't they also imprison him, instead of leaving him free, although under surveillance? What secret was there in all of this? These questions caused him discomfort. The motive behind Thomas Effendi's plan was not yet apparent to the old man. He had arranged the affair so that if the old man did not accept his proposition about Lala, he would then be able to pour the full measure of his vengeance upon the poor man's family. He had exiled Vartan and betrayed Salman because he considered them dangerous to the Turkish government he served. But he had no such suspicion about old Khacho and his sons. He only included them in the charge because, by putting them in an exceedingly difficult position, he would have a pretext to play the role of protector and savior, and thus make them indebted to him, so that he would have a claim to the hand of Lala in exchange for his services. These were the mercantile reveries that spurred the Effendi to orchestrate this great evil. The miserable consequences he was unable to foresee, even with all his devilish shrewdness. But Thomas Effendi did not appear that morning. The old man wished to see him. He wished to hear a decisive word as to how this would all end. He still believed the Effendi's promises, and still remembered the Effendi's statement, "Landlord Khacho, I will not let a hair of your head fall." Instead of the Effendi, Der Maruk appeared. The priest was his ambassador, who had promised to go to the landlord in the morning and speak about Lala. Although the presence of a priest usually brings comfort in moments of misfortune, his appearance made a very unpleasant impression upon the old man. He had a peculiar prejudice about priests, and he always considered that the sight of their faces augured misfortune. But the priest gently drew him aside, indicating that he had an important matter to speak about, and the old man was slightly relieved. The two sat down together in a remote part of the garden, under the shade of the trees. The foreword of the priest's ambassadorship consisted of a succession of comforting phrases and advice, which he delivered in his way in the form of a sermon, with examples drawn from the scriptures. He spoke of the trials of Job and said that God often allows his servants to fall into various kinds of troubles in order to strengthen their faith. It is only necessary to have patience, to not lose hope, for he will deliver believers from the hands of the ungodly at last, and cause them to inherit everlasting glory, and so on. Bringing his lecture to an end, the father approached the object of his visit, and in the usual manner of intermediaries in negotiations of marriage, he began his propositions with a parable.
The son of a king,
He said,
had gone to hunt. When the night fell, he was unable to return and remained in the forest, in the hut of a shepherd. He was very satisfied with the shepherd's hospitality, but the shepherd's beautiful daughter captured his heart. The next day the king's son returned to his palace and revealed to his father that he wished to marry the shepherd's daughter. The father thought his son was crazy and became very angry with him. But after a long deadlock, when he saw that it was impossible to persuade his son, he sent one of his chamberlains to negotiate with the shepherd. The chamberlain returned, saying that the shepherd was not willing to give his daughter to the king's son. The king was surprised and sent another chamberlain of higher rank than the first. He also brought the same reply. The king next sent his first vizier, who also received a refusal. At last, the king, in despair, went himself and returned unsuccessful like the others. The shepherd rejected him, too. The king was astonished, called together his high-ranking officials, and consulted them. One of them, who was among the more experienced and clever of the men, advised the king to send a shepherd, saying that a shepherd understands the language of a shepherd and will be able to persuade him. They selected one of the king's shepherds and sent him. The shepherd, without fine clothes or preparations of any kind, took his shepherd's crook and began to make his way by foot towards the girl's father's hut. The father received him kindly. They ate and drank and had a pleasant time together. And then the shepherd made known the king's request, saying, "Why didn't you want to give your daughter to the king's son?" To which the father replied, "Blessed one, I am a man myself and have my pride. Why didn't the king send me a proper man like yourself to ask me to give my daughter to his son?"
Bringing the parable to an end, the priest added,
"I am a shepherd, and you are a shepherd, landlord Khacho, for we both manage people instead of sheep. I am the village priest, and you are the village landlord, and I have come to you with a similar proposition, from shepherd to shepherd." "What proposition?"
the old man asked, although his heart was weighed down from hearing such inappropriate words from the priest at this sad time. The father replied that God had wished to comfort the old man in his present trouble and to open a door of salvation before him. Thomas Effendi had sent him to ask for Lala's hand and had promised to save the old man from the troubles that had reached his house. Khacho should praise the Lord that a man like the Effendi was reaching out a helping hand. as cleverly as the priest delivered his speech, he did not meet with the success he had expected. Perhaps at another time and under other conditions, his words would have found acceptance, for old Khacho had long been thinking of giving his daughter to the Effendi. But now, circumstances had changed. Now, when his two sons were in prison, when he was under the surveillance of soldiers, when the women of his family were hidden without protection in the houses of others, when his two friends, Vartan and Salman, were betrayed into the hands of the government, when his household possessions had been plundered before his eyes. At such a time, the evildoer's desires and orchestration of these misfortunes became apparent to him. The old man's eyes, which until that moment had remained closed, suddenly opened. He saw before him the abyss that the Effendi had dug with his own cunning hands. He remembered Vartan's words that the Effendi had deceptively married and deserted his wives in various places. Would he not try the same tricks when it came to Lala? He thought of the Effendi's behavior, its hidden underlying connection from beginning to end, presented as a succession of crafty actions, all bent toward the purpose of finding some means of trapping Lala. The Effendi had been the first to tell him of Salman's imprisonment. How could he have known that, especially when it had occurred secretly in the darkness of night, and not one of the villagers in the whole province had known about it? The Effendi had been the first to inform him that his house needed to undergo investigation, and by pretending to be his friend and confidant, he had been able to deceive the old man, obtain possession of Salman's papers, lock them up in a secret chamber in the old man's house, and keep the key himself. With what intention? Couldn't he have taken the papers himself and destroyed them? But he left them in the old man's house, enabling him to open the secret storage if necessary and deliver the papers to the officers, saying, "Behold, the proof of these men's treason." The entire past appeared before the old man's eyes, and he realized with horror that he had been duped. And for that reason, he replied quite bitterly to the priest,
"Father, your fable was quite inappropriate for the mediation you took upon yourself. But even if Thomas Effendi were really a king, I still would not give my daughter to that dog. What will be, will be. I consider it better that my house be ruined and my whole family destroyed than to obtain freedom at the hands of the evildoer who brought all of this upon us. I understand now. I understand everything. He swindled me, but he can deceive me no longer."
The anger and the dark words of the landlord seemed incomprehensible to the priest, for he had no knowledge of the facts of the situation, and the landlord did not deem it necessary to give him a lengthy explanation, especially when he considered that the priest was Stepanik's godfather, and no one else outside of the family knew that she was a girl. Who would have revealed that secret to the Effendi, if not the priest himself? The priest departed the old man's house almost dissatisfied, saying to himself,
God takes away man's wits before his wealth.
The Effendi was waiting impatiently at the priest's house. When he returned, the Effendi asked immediately,
What news do you bring? I don't know what to say.
The priest replied in a confused fashion.
That man has lost his mind. Did he resist?
Yes.
I was expecting that.
It was as though heaven had suddenly fallen upon the head of the Effendi and crushed him under its stupendous weight. His vision blacked out. He trembled. And then he fell to the ground. He remained there quietly for a long time, and occasionally and unconsciously raised his hand to his forehead, beat his head and pulled his hair, saying, What do I do? Oh, what do I do? There is nothing in the universe that so humbles a man as love. The most terrible monsters of humanity, who have caused worlds to tremble, who have stained countries with blood, who have kept nations in fear and dread, are humbled and brought to their knees before their beloved woman. Only in that way are they men and exhibit all the weaknesses of men. Thomas Effendi was currently in love with Lala, loved her with a true and passionate love. All his savage and brutal cruelty melted, wore down, and vanished before that love. When the devil falls in love, he becomes an angel. And the Effendi, being in love, began to repent. He had never truly loved before in his life, and with that, it is possible to explain the dark side of his character, that there was nothing sacred for him in life. As insightful as he was in worldly affairs, as good as he was at accounting, and as much devilish mastery he had in attaining his ends, he was insensitive to the movements of the soul. His love for Lala inflamed his lifeless heart, igniting the fiery light that illuminated his dark mind. He looked upon his actions and was frightened.
What have I done?
He muttered and began pulling his hair again. Until that moment, he had not appreciated the enormity of his evil doings. Until that moment, he thought it was legitimate to use every means to attain his purpose. But now, he felt the gravity of his wrongdoing. At first, he had thought to play a little trick on the old man, and like a child taking a bit of fire in his hand, he wished to frighten him with it, to make him do what he demanded. Suddenly, a great fire had begun from that spark, which he was now unable to extinguish.
Oh, what have I done?
He exclaimed again. The priest looked upon the Effendi suffering with dread, thinking he was in his agony, and really, he was limp, had fallen, sometimes went into feverish convulsions, and his lips trembled. He suffered in this condition for a long time, until he opened his eyes and turning to the priest, said,
Whatever old Chacho said is true. It is all true.
Father,
I am unworthy of his daughter. What bond can there be between a criminal like me and an innocent angel? Curse me, Father. I am worthy only of curses.
He fell into a stupor once more. The priest thought he had died. "Oh, my dues," he cried. "My dues are lost."